I heard Sion's icy tone, and I bit my lip. I had a lot to tell him. 1, I was pregnant, and 2, I promised if we ever had a daughter, she would be betrothed to the Prince of the Diamond Pack. I shouldn't have made such an agreement without talking to him. In my defense, I didn't know I would be able to talk to him, which hit me. This was Endymion's plan. This was the reason he didn't tell me instantly that Sion was fine. With the Lycan Prince gone and Sion, he only had to get the Lycan Princess and me to agree. Menen, I was played. Not that I wouldn't have ended up agreeing to the match. Honestly, I could see a huge benefit having my future daughter with the future Lycan Prince. It just would have been nice for us to make these decisions with our mates. Diana thought she was helping me out by agreeing to the treaty only if I had a daughter. She thought by saying this, the gods would help me get Sion back. Endymion told us it was our choice to make, but why did we act in haste? We could have made the decision later. I guess after hearing the story about Sean and Shane, we were both emotionally invested. All I could think about was getting Sion back, and if I had a daughter, that would mean that I did. Hypotheticals are easy to agree to. I stepped back from Sion and looked up at him. His jawline was rigid and his lips were pursed together. His brows were knitted as he glared at Endymion. "I'm sorry," I whispered out as his eyes flashed down to me. I noticed how his brows wrinkled as he looked at me curiously. "Well, you two have a lot to discuss. Until next time, adieu." Endymion winked at me and with a smile vanished. Wow, he was cheeky. "Come on, Stilts, I'll take you back," Shiva said, and I noticed she motioned with her eyes to Repus. "Good. The vibe here gives me the creeps. You can change the look anytime, you know? The depression is over now, right? So let the realm shift with your mood." Stilts grumbled as he stared at Repus. For such a little guy, he had a lot of spunk. He didn't mind mouthing off to the gods. "Yep, I liked him. JM snap, all rights reserved. If the place looks too enticing, souls will not want to leave. The idea is for them to move on." Repus snapped at him in agitation as Stilts snorted. "Well, you don't have to worry about that. I have taken shush. It's that looked better than this place." "Okay, let's go," Shiva said hastily as a blue light quickly engulfed them. She obviously wasn't in the mood for a bickering fest. I glanced back at Sion to see his eyes burning a hole into me. The words Endymion spoke obviously plagued his mind. I gave him a nervous smile and wetted my bottom lip. "I'm sorry, Sion. I entered into an agreement without talking to you. I didn't know what would happen. I was told you were lost, and I couldn't get you back." I wasn't expecting the low, threatening growl to escape his lips. His eyes darkened, and he narrowed his eyes at me. He had never looked at me like this before. There was rage storming in his eyes as his lips curled up slightly. "The deal you made, does it have to do with you?" he asked, and I tried to swallow the lump in my throat that wouldn't go away. "Both of us," I whispered, and watched as he clenched his jaw. He squeezed his fingers together so tight his knuckles began to turn white. "Is it a binding agreement?" he growled. It hurt to see him looking at me like this. I deserved it, but my insides felt shaken. I slowly nodded my head and listened to a low hum of a growl escape from his throat. "I'm sorry," I choked out. I listened as he let out an angry sigh and rubbed his forehead. "Is it a temporary agreement?" He stared at me until I looked down at the ground, giving him the answer he didn't want. I listened as he inhaled through his teeth, and I looked back up at him. "I know you made the decision with the knowledge that you were given. I'm sure it was the gods' fault." But his breathing was erratic as he inhaled a shuddering breath. "Clover?" He snarled and then took a few steps away from me. He began to pace back and forth in front of me, looking more and more agitated. He shook his head and continued to growl. He stared at the ground with a terrifying intensity as he stomped on the ground. He stopped and raised his finger, looking at me, then shook his head, closing his eyes. "Sion, I won't give you up." He slashed his hand through the air as he roared. "I don't care. I can't. I will fight them all. I'll keep you here where they can't get to you. Clover, I can't. I don't have the restraint." His eyes were menacing. His tone was fierce, but not necessarily addressed to me. I looked at him in confusion, and my lips parted as I tried to find my voice. "Sion, you don't understand." "I understand. You made a hasty decision. You have to understand that I won't live without you. I don't care if you agreed to belong to the Diamond Pack. They will never be able to claim you. I'll kill anyone who tries. It doesn't matter who the person is. I'll drag their soul from their body and obliterate it. You are mine." His nostrils flared as he set his jaw. His hands trembled angrily, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. He instantly thought the agreement with the Lycan princess was about me. How was he going to react when I tell him it was our daughter I promised? My insides were balled in a knot as I braced myself for his reaction. "Sion, I never agreed to belong to the Diamond Pack." He didn't let me finish. "You said it is about us." I watched as his eyes studied me, and I nodded my head. "Yes, I made an agreement involving us, but it isn't about me." He let out a loud breath and placed his hands on his knees. He muttered something under his breath that I couldn't quite make out. Then he looked back up at me. The look that washed over his face was replaced with concern and relief. He closed the gap between us with calm and slow movements. His hands landed on my shoulders and he kissed my forehead. "Thank the gods," he muttered in my hair, wrapping his arms around me. "But as long as I am keeping you, it's fine. I was afraid." I heard his shuddering breath as he gripped me tighter. "I was so afraid the gods plotted to take you away from me. I love you so much. As long as I have you, it doesn't matter. Whatever deal you made." "Sion." I pushed away from him, seeing his shocked face. I had to stop him. Once he knew what I agreed to, he was going to be livid. I wasn't thinking rationally, and I should have waited to discuss this with him. He had every right to be furious, and he needed to know. I pressed my lips together and held my gaze with his. "I promise that if we have a daughter, she will be betrothed to the future Lycan prince." I felt my body tighten as I waited. Nothing. I looked up at his face as he stepped towards me. His hand softly brushed over my cheek. He trailed his hand to my jawline and pressed his fingers under my chin softly. He tilted my head up until our eyes met. His eyes searched mine, and then a small smile formed over his lips. "My love, my heart, my everything. Are you okay with this deal? Because if you aren't, I will do everything in my power to change it." This was something I already thought might happen. I hate taking away our daughter's right to choose, but if she ended up as the future Lycan princess, I can't think of a safer place for her to be. JM snap. All rights reserved. "I shouldn't have made such a decision without you. Clover, look at me," he demanded as he forced me to look at his warm hazel eyes that were full of love. "This is a strong decision. It was the right one. It was the future that I am sure she was already destined for. If we ever have a daughter, who knows what the future holds? It's okay, Clover. Honestly, our daughter would deserve a strong mate. As long as she is happy and treated well, that is all that matters." He lowered his lips to mine, capturing them tenderly. "I'm sorry I worried you. Oh yeah, that reminded me. How could you send me away like that?" I cleared my throat and watched his eyes light up. I knew that I couldn't fight him off. I could feel him taking over my body. I was afraid he would hurt you using my body. I couldn't let you be put in that situation. I had to get you somewhere safe while you were trying to take control of yourself. You couldn't fight me and the glass in your eye. His lips curled up with a small shrug. "I knew you'd come for me once you were fully in control. I saved you so that you could later come and save me. Luckily, you already saved me. You kept me protected so that he couldn't take over me completely. I'm sorry, though. I didn't realize the gods would end up using this situation to their advantage. Priapus came to your defense. He thought you were lost too. He was ready to defy the other gods to get you back. I think he cares more than he likes to lead on." I smiled at him, and he chuckled. "He just wants me to procreate and have lots of babies. He doesn't want to lose me without at least giving him one child. I'm sure had I done that, he wouldn't have cared at all. Oh yeah, I forgot. I guess I had something else to talk to Sion about." "No, he still would have cared," I said and smiled up at Sion. "I found out something." I gazed into his curious eyes, trying to think of the best way to tell him. I guess like pulling off a bandage. Don't beat around the bush and comes right out with it. "Sion, we are having a son. I am pregnant." I watched as he stood there waiting as if I was going to say something more. Then slowly, the realization washed over his face. His eyes strayed from mine to move to my stomach, then back up to me. You are pregnant? He whispered, and I nodded my head. Endymion said that I am pregnant with a son. I watched as he slid down to the ground on his knees. He reached out, pulling my body to his face, where he kissed my stomach sweetly. Our family, he whispered, placing his ear over my abdomen. My little Alpha, we are going to have a home ready for you. We are going to reclaim our home. Oh, I watched as his eye flickered up to me and could see the hesitation. Clover, don't say anything stupid, Sion. I smiled as he rose from his feet. I'm barely pregnant. I am capable of fighting, and we can't save the chance pack without me. I watched as his lips tilted down as his brows folded together. Then he shocked me, picking me up in his arms and twirling me in a circle. We are having a baby. I have my Luna, I have my baby, and now we just need our pack. I smiled as he flashed me a white, toothy grin. He softly placed me on my feet, and his lips came to capture mine. I bet you thought I was going to say you are pregnant, so you can't fight now? He chuckled against my lips. I know better, my queen. However, I am going to be so protective over you, you might as well get used to it. There is nothing you can do about that. Well, after almost losing you as many times as I have, I am also going to be really protective over you. There is nothing you can do about that, I said in a mocking tone as he chuckled. Oh well, I get really vulnerable when we are in bed, so make sure you are extra protective there. He wrapped his arms around me as I smiled into his chest. It's almost over, he whispered, and I nodded my head. A normal life will seem boring after this, I teased, feeling his rumbling vibrations under my chest. I'm afraid our life will never be normal, he said, and I could hear the sadness in his voice. I glanced up at him to see his eyes looking out into the distance. His lips formed a thin line as his shoulders rose and fell. It won't always be life or death, but it won't be a normal life. Sion? I watched as he looked at me with a sad smile. I knew he was thinking about his role as Anubis. He was given a knowledge that I wasn't. As time passed, he was learning more and more about his role. I gave him a reassuring smile and interlaced my fingers with his. It's okay, Sion. He nodded his head and hummed in agreement. One step at a time. Let's head back. I squeezed his hand lightly. I wanted to ask him more, but that would be a topic for another time. Right now, it was time to focus on getting the chance pack back. It was time for me to introduce the real me to Dr. Breanna Snide. Note, join JM Snap Snapper Society on FAth3BROK for when to expect the next update. As Sion held me close, he started to transport us away from the spirit realm. I felt the air around us shift, and Sion's fingers gripped into me protectively. As the world began to come into focus, all I could see were bodies. It was as if an army had been summoned and was waiting here for us. An army of voidless. I felt Sion's body relax as he stared out at them. I looked up at him to see his eyes scanning over the area. Your souls should have been allowed to move on a long time ago, he said as the voidless hissed at him. They held their talons up defensively and seemed to hesitate on what to do. Sion turned me around in his arms as we walked away from the voidless. I was confused. Were we just going to leave them there? I glanced up to see Sion's eyes glowing amber. His eyes were focused ahead as his fingers casually caressed my side. Suddenly, I heard the sound of bodies hitting the ground behind me. I glanced back to see all of the voidless had collapsed. Their bodies were melting into the earth and vanishing from existence. Was this Sion's power? I snapped my head up to look back at him. He didn't even flinch or work up a sweat. Nothing but the color of his eyes had changed. Just how powerful had Sion become? The voidless are not what you think they are, he casually began to say as we walked. They were created from body parts, earth, and blood, beings created by witch doctors. The bodies became the host to spirits and souls. The spirits and souls became the fuel needed to animate the creatures. They are undead creatures and, as such, are under my jurisdiction. I listened to him quietly as we walked through a dirt-covered path. I am glad to see you have finally embraced who you are. In front of us were Riapus, Shiva, and Stilts. Riapus stared at Sion with a tilted grin on his lips. He no longer had the hat covering his eyes that looked proud of Sion. Yeah, I understand it. Sion's hand rubbed over my side, and I glanced up at him. His eyes were back to his hazel color, and he seemed relaxed. I understand the duty I am tasked with, though I am still trying to figure out what exactly this makes me. It is complicated, Sion. Your role in this life and in death are intertwined. You were dead, so you are different. You have been granted skills that you usually would have gotten when your life was over. You are more than just helping the spirits move on. You also are here to enforce the rule of the living. Just like how the voidless violate those rules. I understand my role, Reap. It is like I already know. Sion seemed to interrupt him hastily, like he didn't want him to continue to elaborate. I get that I am a lupine now and that I can take the form of Anubis. However, I watched as Sion pursed his lips together as his brows knitted together. There is more, isn't there? I feel it. I glanced back up at Riapis to see him shift uncomfortably. You can't not tell him, Shiva hissed in a quiet voice. I think he already knows. Stilt snickered, folding his arms over his chest. Don't you? What will this mean for Clover? Sion said the words through clenched teeth. What do you mean? Riapis ran his hands through his hair and sighed heavily. You are stronger than what she is. She has abilities that you do not. It is because of the bond between you two that you are able to sense yourself. I don't want that bond to change, the connection between us. Sion glanced down at me. I understand why it happened now. I mean, it was really confusing at first. I didn't know. I didn't understand it. It made me feel crazy, but now I get it. I get it. I know the truth of it. I felt Sion's body tense next to mine. I just want to know exactly what this will mean going forward. We are expecting a child. What will all of this mean? I watched as Riapis sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Some things you are not meant to know now. However, I don't want to keep you in the dark. I watched as he glanced over at Shiva, who slowly nodded her head, giving him her permission to continue. Clover will become like you when her mortal life is over. Your bond will not change. In fact, it will grow stronger. However, her powers will be slightly different. She will have the gifts of life more than death. You can each tap into each other's powers thanks to her being a Shea. I watched as Riapis' eyes focused on me. After your mortal lives are over, the rules will change. You will be bound by the rules that Shiva and I are playing with now. You won't be able to interfere freely. That includes helping your direct descendants in the future. Wait, if we are bound by the same rules as you two? I furrowed my brows and slowly looked up at Sion. You will both be gods. Not high-ranking Tier 1 gods, but gods nonetheless. You will become death gods directly under me. My lips parted as I took in a slow breath. I had wrapped my head around the idea of us being immortal, but this was something entirely different. A blessing and a curse. I would get to see my children and children's children, all of my descendants, but I wouldn't be able to intervene and help them. There are rules and responsibilities to being a death god. Riapis stared down at me with a serious look in his eyes. Our laws, they must be upheld. The balance must be kept and the pact with life must be upheld. As death gods, you must uphold both sides of the pact. I felt like I was breathing in water as I looked up at Sion with my mouth parted. What does that entail? I was curious as to what that would mean. You will understand when that time comes. It isn't now, and there is always workarounds, like Sion. Riapis winked at me with a crooked grin. You'll have an eternity to be with your mate, Shiva said with a smile. There is no separation for the two of you. You'll always have each other. I watched as she leaned into Riapis' side. Even when you fight, you still have time to make up, she said, winking at Riapis, who let out a rumbling chuckle. I glanced down at my stomach, and my hand came to rest over it. What about my children? Will they be? They will not be deities. That is Sion's role and yours because your lives are intertwined. Your children will be lupines that have Shea abilities, powerful, rare, and desired by many. Your children will be safest in the diamond pack. Shiva said, and I felt Sion's arm move around me. He turned me to face him as he stared into my eyes. He searched my eyes quietly with a discerning look on his face. I looked back at him confidently and smiled at him. I didn't want him to think that this news affected me negatively. Honestly, it was more a blessing than anything. I will get to love Sion for eternity. A small smile finally reached his lips, and he leaned his head down to rest on mine. His lips began to smirk as his eyes lit up. I'm going to sleep with a goddess. I giggled as I ran my hands slowly down his chest. Well, you already have the body of a god. At least soon, you'll have the stamina of one. I teased through our mental link as a low growl escaped his lips. Are you saying I ran out of stamina last time? I wasn't even close to being done. If it wasn't for the ceremony, I would have brought you to a level of ecstasy you would have needed days to recover from. Oh, my sweet, naive alpha, you would be the one who would need days to recover. My lips twitched upwards as his chest reverberated in a low growl. We will put that to the test. Which one of us will fall asleep from exhaustion first? His mental voice cut into my mind with a low, husky promise. I look forward to it. So what about Meryl, that bye? She's nowhere, and there isn't even a trace of her. Stilt's voice cut the mood. Sion and I turned our heads to look at the agitated little man. She is covering her aura, or else you two would be able to sense her, he said, looking at Repus and Shiva. We can't destroy what we can't find. It would be a waste of resources. She will show herself soon enough. She can't and won't hide forever. Repus made eye contact with Sion and me. I wish I could tell you everything I know, but... He sighed as he glanced at Shiva. But I can't. Instead, I will tell you things are deeper than you think. Be aware and be cautious. Be prepared for what is to come. I glanced up at Sion and watched as his eyes narrowed into a focused stare at Repus. You are worried about something big. Repus' eyes shifted to Sion and he nodded his head slowly. I guess just because you know it doesn't mean we have to. It could change the events if we know, which is why knowledge is power. We will manage. Sion wrapped his arm around my waist. I know you will, Repus said with a genuine smile. I could feel things had shifted with Repus. He had a look that showed he cared about us. Stilts, take care of her, Shiva said with an icy tone. The little man grumbled and tapped his cane in the dirt. What am I? A guardian? I am not a bear. Stilts grumbled as Shiva's lips twitched. Well, if you would prefer to come back with me, I'll watch over her, Stilts shouted hastily. I'm better than a guardian. I don't have an unbearable temper that I need to control. He mumbled to himself. I have a better sense of humor, too. He continued to mutter to himself. Shiva let out a light chuckle. I glanced at the woman, who looked at me with a gentle smile. You will do just fine now. Trust in yourself and trust your mate. She stepped back as Repus's hand went around her. We will be watching, Repus said with a wink as the two of them disappeared in a blue flash. I'll meet you two back at the Nova Pack. Stilts snorted and then vanished as well. Sion and I walked quietly together back to the Nova Pack. Right before we reached the barrier, he stopped and wrapped me in his arms. I love you, he said, kissing my forehead and then sliding to his knees to kiss my stomach. And I love you, my son. He glanced up at me with a strange expression on his face. Clover, do you regret this? I looked down at him in surprise. I know you wanted a normal life, and I just want a life with you. It will be our normal. I love you and the life we are building together. I smiled as I ran my fingers through his hair. I love you and the child you put inside of me. In a quick motion, he stood up and wrapped me in his arms. He covered my lips in an urgent, heated kiss. My heart was beating wildly against my chest as the sweet tingles erupted over my body. Thank you, Clover, for staying by my side through all of this. You are the only one for me, Sion. Now we will have forever together. I can love you like I want to. I listened as Sion chuckled and he leaned his head on my forehead. This is why you are my perfect mate. You are the best decision I ever made. I am only able to embrace who I am because I know that I have you by my side. You are my strength, Clover. His lips covered mine again and my head began to spin. I never wanted this kiss to end. I never wanted this feeling to stop. I never wanted anything to go wrong. This moment was perfect. I knew that we were about to head into something fierce. We had another tough battle in front of us, and all we could do was hope everything was going to be all right. One more big battle, and we could hopefully have peace. I just hope we don't lose anyone close to us. Note on Fact 3BX, join the group, JM Snap Snappers Society to find out when the next update is. Sion and I finished explaining everything we had found out, including the demon changelings. The only thing we didn't mention yet was that we were expecting. There were warriors from the Diamond Pack here, including their Beta Sam. He was very knowledgeable, and it was clear he had seen his fair share of battles. Sam had a fresh perspective on the demon Omegas. He said that just because they were demons didn't immediately make them bad. There are demons and half-demons in the Diamond Pack. One of them granted elemental powers to the Alpha King. I guess in my mind, since they planted the demons there, this would automatically mean they were against us. However, Sam didn't agree. He felt that since they grew up with the pack, they could become loyal to them, especially if they weren't treated poorly. Sion surprisingly agreed. He said that everyone would be judged based on their own actions and being in control of themselves, since obviously we can't blame anyone for being controlled by the Nembrant glass. Speaking of the Nembrant glass, Sam told us that they would be delivering nullifying scales to all the packs soon. These scales would prevent the Nembrant glass from working. He also said that the Fairy Queen was working on a way to detect anyone who was under the effect of Nembrant glass. This would also be something that the packs would get. A solution was coming, but we still had to save the Chance Pack, and this was my show. No one else here had the ability to purify the Nembrant glass. I have done it with Stilts and myself. I would now need to do it for the masses. It was a bit intimidating. I needed to be able to perform a task that I had never tried for the masses. There wasn't time for error since lives could be lost. The pack would be there to defend me. They would try their best not to injure the controlled wolves, but they had to protect themselves first. If I messed up, many would be injured and killed. Sion and Sam were discussing the layout around the Chance Pack. They had a map drawn out, and Sion was pointing at the best areas to enter. I was trying to pay attention, but my mind would keep drifting back to what I needed to do. I don't know anything about this man. I heard an angry voice and turned my head to see Gia's father scowling at her. His jaw was clenched and a small frown rested on his lips, while Gia's brows were creased together and she looked ready to fight. "I need you to trust me," Gia said, and her father let out an airy laugh. "I trust you. It is him I don't trust. What do you mean he could be your mate? I have never heard of this kismet thing before. It is probably something he uses. It isn't, and even if he is not my mate, this is my choice." My eyes darted from Gia back to her father, Adam. I could see the veins protruding from his arms as he stood there like a mountainous figure. "Gia, I think you are misunderstanding me. I am not telling you what to do. I understand that you are an adult and can make your own decisions. I'm just saying it is my job to protect and keep you safe. That is my job." My eyes widened as Connor stepped next to Jaya, putting his arm around her. He met Adam's gaze confidently, and I swear the air felt heavier. Sion and Sam quit talking as they tuned into the growing tension. "Dad, I want to introduce you to Connor, the beta of the Chance Pack." Gia's voice was level and calm. In fact, she looked relaxed and leaned more into Connor's side. I watched as Adam's lips curled up as he scoffed. His eyes were focused on Connor, who held a confident gaze with him. "It will always be my job. My home will always be her home." "Adam," I watched as Sam stepped next to Gia's father and then looked over at Connor. I was glad he was there to de-escalate the situation because it was looking rather tense. "Do you want to rough him up a bit and teach him who is in charge?" My lips parted as I stared at the two men. They didn't look like they were joking. "Uncle Sam!" Gia clicked her tongue and moved herself more in front of Connor. "It is okay," Connor said, pulling her back to his side. "I am a lichen after all, and they are just werewolves. Naive pup. We are werewolf officers to the Alpha King. You don't understand what that means, do you?" I watched as Sam's lips twitched into a smile. "It doesn't matter what it means, to be honest. There is only one thing that matters, and that is the woman next to me. I would like to know what your issue is with me," Connor said with a low growl in his throat. This was when Sion left my side and moved next to Connor. "I can vouch for him. He is a good guy," Sion started to say, but Adam cut him off. "Doesn't matter. You could tell me he spends every day feeding the hungry and building shelters for the homeless. It wouldn't matter." Adam said with a slight shrug, "You decided you won't like me no matter what." Connor growled, and Adam let out a low chuckle. "I decided I wouldn't like you from the moment she was born. You had no chance. No man will ever be good enough for my baby." Just when I thought the tension couldn't get any thicker, Adam finally smiled and looked over at Sam. Just like I wasn't good enough for your sister. I'll never be good enough for her, but all I can do is try my hardest every day. He looked back at Connor. You will always fall short, but will you try your hardest every day to always fall short of being good enough? Now that we agree on, Connor said as his lips tilted into a smile. I'll never be good enough for her, but I will do my best because she is already perfect for me. Good man, Adam said, and the two clasped arms. Okay, what was this? Just some weird show of male testosterone? Daddy? I watched as Gia's eyes watered up, and she had a bright smile on her face. She stepped forward, and her father embraced her in his arms. Selfishly, I wanted you to stay with your mom and me. I wanted to always keep you close. I don't want to let you go even though I know you are ready. I am a bad dad for wanting to hold you back, huh? Adam said in a hoarse, raspy voice that showed how emotional this was. No, you are the best daddy. I watched as a tear trickled down her face as a small smile rested on her lips. I won't be far away. I promise to visit all the time. I watched the two of them and could see the family love they have for each other. I was happy to be with my mate. It wasn't bittersweet for me at all. I wonder if it would have been like this for me had my parents been alive. This was part of life for everyone, but for those with mates, it was more drastic. Usually, it all happens so fast. There weren't months to get used to the idea. You find your mate, and instantly, you belong to each other. No need to get emotional now. Sam chuckled and smiled at the two of them. You can share your parting words later when it is time, though I don't want to be around when Susan releases her waterworks. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. I watched as Adam squeezed his daughter tight and then kissed the top of her head before pulling away. Adam and Connor were looking at each other now. Connor placed his arm around Gia, bringing her back to his side. So, is this pretty much official? Sion asked. They didn't mark each other, but their words made it sound like this was a done deal. It was very interesting to me how fast this was going. If it wasn't a type of mate bond, it was an insane type of chemistry between them. Connor looked down at Gia, who looked up at him a bit uncertain. It is for me, Connor said in a quiet whisper. I watched as Gia shyly nodded her head, which was uncharacteristic of her. However, she did have quite the audience, all waiting for her response. I want to be with you too, Connor. Given the timing, let's make it official after we save the chance pack. Connor pulled Gia in a full embrace, and she buried her head in his chest. He looked at Adam and gave him a short nod. I will be good to her. You don't need to worry. Wimperbug, I promise I'll be a good mate to her. Okay, so what is the plan here? Odell finally snorted, and the mood began to shift to what the important topic was. Yes, Connor, did you do as I asked? Sion said, and I looked up at him in confusion. What had he asked? He must have sent a mental link because I was at his side the whole time. Yes, and it is done. They will meet us by the old oak. Perfect. This will be a good way to weed anything else out, Sam said, and I felt like I was really missing something. What did I miss? I said, and Sion and Sam looked at me with wide eyes. Weren't you paying attention? Sion asked, and he raised his brows. Oh, shoot. They did say it, and my mind must have drifted. I was so busy thinking about what I needed to do that I missed something important. You nodded your head in agreement? Sam said, and I chewed on my inner lip as I tried to rack my brain. Sion's lips twitched upwards as he walked up to me. It is okay. I am sure there's a lot going through your mind, he said as his hands came to rest on my sides. We sent Joey back to the sulfur pack. We told him we would be meeting by the chance pack near the old oak tree. You are telling another pack the plans? Nadine asked as she stepped into the building. We are setting the stage. If there are others under Nembrent control or are working with Dr. Snide, this will let us know. We are setting up the trap first, Sion said as he kept his eyes on mine. We have the numbers on our side. We know that Taylor and Hazel were working with Dr. Snide. There could be more. We need to know if there are others. I felt my heart begin to beat a bit more. What if Jude was involved? What if Denny was involved? My mouth felt suddenly dry. They weren't under the effects of the glass, so if they were involved, they were doing it on their own. I guess no matter how much I tried to act like I was fine on my own, I still have attachments. Denny, Joey, and Jude were the closest people I had to family for so long. The idea that one of them could be behind all of this was nauseating. If they were, we would end up fighting against each other. The painful truth would be that meant I was never someone they cared about, which should anger me. I should be ready to fight them if that is the case. Instead, I felt sad. Sion's eyes were still on me as I looked around the room. I finally noticed that someone was missing. Where is Kai? Kai went with Joey and Stacy back to the sulfur pack. He is strong, and his wolf is very experienced with Dr. Snide and her ways. He should be able to spot anything that is concerning. I watched as Sion's lips twitched up as he leaned forward, pressing his lips on my forehead. You really weren't paying attention, were you? Everything is going to be fine. He whispered against my skin. The thing was, I thought I had been. I didn't realize how badly I had zoned out of the conversation. Just to confirm, the wolves in the chance pack are being controlled, so we should avoid lethal force, Sam stated, and I turned my head to look at him. For everyone except for Breanna Snide, she isn't being controlled. Same with Taylor and Hazel if they are there. I couldn't wait to choke slam that call me Bree. I didn't have my wolf when I first met her. Not only did I have my wolf now, but I leveled up with my other powers. Don't forget, Darcia, Doug said, and my eyes snapped up to Sion. Darcia was a fire demon who could have been the one responsible for killing his parents. If this was the case, she was very powerful. Darcia is powerful, so everyone should not engage against her. Leave her to me, Sion said, and our eyes met. I would be busy removing the mind-controlling effects from the pack to help fight. I know Sion was strong, but we knew nothing about this demon. I didn't want him leaving my side. Not that I wanted him there to protect me, but that I could protect him. I don't want to risk losing anyone else to this fire demon. I am strong enough to handle her, he said, giving me a reassuring smile. Our focus is keeping the enemy off of Clover while she works. We will do our best to subdue the enemy with no casualties, Dimitri said, and I looked over the room. Everyone had brave, determined faces. They all had faith in me. This plan all came down to me and being able to use my powers. If I mess up, it could be one of them who pays for it with their lives. I was inexperienced, but what choice did we have? I felt Sion's fingers caress my arm, and I looked up at him. I gave him a brave smile. It is time to mobilize the warriors, he said as his hazel eyes studied mine. Yes, it is time to close this chapter so we can move on with our lives, I said and heard Logan make a whooping noise. Yes, it's time to reclaim home. Logan cheered and punched his fist in his hand. Yes, it was finally time. I just hope I was ready. I don't know why, but I just had this horrible feeling like something was going to go wrong. That, or either I would mess up, or we would get taken by surprise. Maybe there was more at work there than we knew, and we were the ones heading into a trap. This is why, while the others looked pumped and ready to fight, I hid behind my smile. As we walked out of the tent to the cheering warriors, my mind wandered. I was flipping through all the possible scenarios I could think of, trying to figure out if we were missing anything. JM snap. All rights reserved. I didn't know it then, but I was right. There was something important that we had overlooked, and it would cost us greatly. Note, next update will be delayed. For more details, check out JM Snap, Snapper Society on Fact3Disque. Our army marched towards the chance pack. I was surprised by how light the mood was. No one seemed to be on edge. They were all confident that we would be successful. Sion and I decided to keep the news of our pregnancy to ourselves. We wanted to make an announcement once our packs were united as one. It would be a great unifying message. The future leader, a mixture of both packs, is growing inside of me. I couldn't wait for things to resume to normalcy so I could enjoy this moment. Right now, I can't even take a breath to enjoy this. What is he doing? I heard Connor ask, and I turned my head to see him looking at Sam. Sam was holding something in his hands and speaking quietly to it. Then it flew off at a blinding speed. He was sending a messenger fairy, Gia said with a half shrug. He was talking to nothing. Nothing was there. I looked back at Connor's confused face as Gia burst into a fit of giggles. Of course, you can't see it. You don't have fairy blood or have been marked by a fairy mate, Gia said, Her last few words carried a sultry tone that had a loaded meaning. "Could you see it?" Connor asked as our eyes met. "Yes," I said, nodding my head. "Yep, I did too," Sion said casually as he snaked his arm around my waist. "So when you mark me," Connor began to say, but Gia cut him off quickly. If I mark you, then yes, you will be able to see them." I listened as Connor chuckled and he grabbed Gia's hand, lifting it to his lips. "I'm your Peter Pan Tinkerbell." "Oh, I have a joke. What do you call a fairy that doesn't like to shower?" "Stinkerbell." Logan started laughing and looked over at us. "Get it? You are so lame." Odell snorted as she walked ahead. "Well, I actually have heard there is a fairy princess who knows quite a few dad jokes," Logan said, and I tilted my head to look at him. "It is Rapunzel." He began to snicker as we all groaned. "Wow, that is so bad," Gia said as she looked over at Connor. "Sorry about him. We learned to put up with it." Connor leaned closer to Gia and then began to whisper something in her ear. "Whatever have your secrets. I'm thirsty. Anyone have any Sprite to drink?" Logan grinned as we all began to walk faster to get away from him. "Come on now, not even a smirk?" That was a good one. "You really should have more respect for the fairies of the world," Sam said as he walked beside us. "After all, it is because of the fairies that the Pax will receive a level of protection from the Nembrant glass." I didn't mean any disrespect, but I mean, let's face it, when it comes to brute strength, a fairy guardian can take out multiple lichens. "Care to try again?" Sam said with a slight smirk. "A guardian? Wait a minute. Are those bears? I remember hearing guardians were bears." Logan raised his brows as he looked over at Sam. "Once they become a guardian, they are instilled with fairy magic, making them part of the fairy world. A guardian isn't a guardian just because it is a bear. That power is fairy magic, a magic that it is its own life. It decides on its own how much power a guardian gets," Sam said as he looked at me. "The magic decides?" Logan looked at Sion and raised his brows. "It is complex." Sam shrugged as he looked ahead. A small smile reached his lips as we approached the river. Perfect. They got my message. I quickly looked forward to see what he was looking at. Near the river was a colossal black horse, and next to it was a gray seal with dark eyes. A seal? What was a seal doing near the river? "Now these fairies you can see." Gia laughed as she nudged Connor with her shoulder. "My cousin is part Selkie too. His name is Kurt. I can't wait for you to meet him. He is Uncle Sam's son and can shift from a wolf to a seal. Honestly, he is amazing." I turned and looked back at the seal. So that wasn't just a seal, it was a Selkie. So that would mean that the horse is a... I watched as the horse transformed into a woman with raven black hair. Her arms were folded and she looked agitated. "I met that one before. She is the one who pulled me from the river. Epona, I think." Sion muttered to me. "This is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm being subjected to this, all because Rowan ordered it." The woman huffed as she stared at Sam. "I require bloodshed and death." "Well, we are heading off to battle if you want to join us," Sam said, and I watched as the woman's eyes perked up. "A battle? I'm listening." Epona said with new vitality in her eyes. "We are," Sam began to say as the woman waved him off. "Actually, I don't care. Let's just do what needs done so I can leave." The woman's dark eyes moved to me and then rested on Sion. I watched as she grimaced and then she turned to the side and dry heaved. "Oh gosh, bad memories. Yeah, I can taste it again. Damn mutt," she muttered as Sion shook his head. "JM snap, all rights reserved." "So why are they here?" Odell asked, looking at the dramatic Kelpie. "To give us a land bridge for crossing the river." Sam's voice was curt and precise. "With an army this size, swimming across is out of the question." "So, you are familiar with the landscape?" Logan asked. "Of course. I am the beta of the Alpha King. It is my job to know the landscape surrounding the Pax." Sam then walked towards the seal, who transformed as soon as he got close. A woman with brown hair and blue eyes stood in front of him. "Mora," Sam said, nodding his head politely. "How is Renee?" the woman asked. "She is well." "We are planning a visit to Elysium soon, so we can meet up with your sister Merida." Sam spoke to the woman, and they seemed close. It was obvious he knew her well. "That is wonderful. I will plan to bring the family and visit also. You have heard that the powers are shifting to the new fairy queen, right? Her Majesty Queen Lily is stepping aside, and her daughter will be ruling in her place." The rumor is the queen has depleted much of her fairy magic to fight against the Nembrant glass, the woman said, and her blue eyes began to water. Yes, I was informed of this news. It is for the best. And Rhea will be a wonderful queen, not to mention she has a deity by her side. Sam was saying before Logan interrupted him. Time out! Time out! Time out! Logan said, holding his hands up in a T formation. I don't get it. A seal shifter is a fairy, a horse shifter is a fairy, and some bear shifters are fairies. So are some werewolf shifters, Gia said with a smirk, and Logan rubbed his temples. Is it just me, or is anyone seeing the bigger picture here? We all stared at him blankly as he gave us an exasperated expression. The fairies are taking over the world. Soon everyone will be part fairy. It is like one big conspiracy. You think, oh, look at the sweet fairies, and then bam, world domination. Okay, who gave Logan coffee? Connor said in a slightly annoyed tone. My lips twitched up and I found a smile making itself to my face. It was the first time today that my worries vanished. In his own dorky way, Logan was helping me calm down. All this time I always thought it was an exaggeration that wolves were brain dead. Yet Pluto here proves that some stories hold truth. Epona said as she waved her hand towards Logan. Who put your saddle on too tight? Logan snickered at his own joke. I guess he found himself clever. Oh, such a clever puppy. It's a shame all those fleas and ticks have drained your common sense. Oops, you were actually born that way, huh? Epona's lips curled upwards as Logan fixated his gaze on her. What did the horse say when she fell? I've fallen and I can't giddy up. Logan chuckled and I could see Epona's eye twitching. You have no idea who you are talking to. I am a high-class fairy of the Dark Court. Epona hissed at Logan, who let a small smirk rest on his lips. Logan began a slow, unimpressed clap, and I felt the tension thickening around us. Well, unless you have won the Triple Crown, you are just another horse. It's okay. We can repurpose you. Anyone need some glue? I swore Epona's eyes flickered black, but then she composed herself. I watched as she glided over towards him with a small smile resting on her face. I watched as she looked him over and sighed loudly. I guess I shouldn't expect much, not when someone hasn't been properly leash-trained. You know, Logan chuckled and stepped up to her. He was looking down at her as she stared back at him defiantly. I glanced at Sion for a moment to see he was watching the confrontation curiously. I guess I could say the same thing about you. You could be a good horse. You just need to be broken in. The way his tone dropped slightly left a not-so-hidden message, one we could all read loud and clear. My lips parted, and I could see the dark energy swirling around Epona. There was raw fury brewing from the Kelpie. I listened as Logan chuckled and grinned at her. We need to rein in your anger. Her eyes burned black with flickering embers, and her hands began to shake. Yet Logan stood there with a calm demeanor. He just continued to stare at her with a smug smirk on his lips. I felt like this was going to blow up soon. I must not have been the only one since Connor stepped up next to Logan, placing his hand on his shoulder. Logan didn't seem to notice. He was too focused on Epona. You know what, mongrel? Epona's voice was as smooth as silk, and I watched as Logan's lips twitched upwards. I've always meant to have a pet. I see you need some training, but nothing a few light slams can't fix. I've had better offers, but I'll take that one. Logan gave her a flirtatious wink, which resulted in her face turning an angry shade of red. Okay now, Sam finally said as he stepped in between them. Let's get the bridge underway so we can cross. Sam turned and looked at Epona, who snorted and glared at Logan. She continued to stare at him for a moment longer before she turned on her heels and dived into the raging river. Kelpies have such tempers. The Selkie, Mora, said as she chuckled to herself. Don't worry, Sam. We have enough of us here to help. Go ahead and send your army across. Thank you, Mora, Sam said, and I watched as the woman dove into the water, turning into a seal the moment she met the river. Whoa-y! I liked her. Logan grinned widely as Connor slapped him behind the head. Seriously, I bet she's a tigerin. Nadine snarled loudly and Logan laughed. No offense, but you know what I mean. Logan, your timing with these sort of things. Sion muttered and turned to look at me. Are you okay? You've been really quiet. I nodded my head and forced a smile. I'm okay. I watched as he stared at me and then pulled me closer against his side. Then he looked up at Sam. So what is the plan? They will form a bridge with their bodies we can walk across. This will be more efficient. Follow my lead. I watched as Sam walked ahead and stepped out on the river. He continued walking on top of the water, only he wasn't on top of the water. Just below the water's surface, you could see the backs of creatures. Then horse heads popped up out of the water further down. A bridge of creatures was made for us. JM snap. All rights reserved. I watched as the others swiftly followed, and then Sion led me over the bridge. It felt odd. You could tell you were stepping on a creature, but some, I wasn't even sure what they were. Only the Kelpies had their heads above the water. Sion kept his fingers interlaced with mine as he led me across. We just hit the other side when we heard Logan yell. I turned around to see Logan floating down the rapids. Then the next minute, a wave of water threw him on the shore. I watched as a black horse lifted its head above the water, nickering to itself as it swam back to the bridge. I was going to say something to Logan, but Sion began to pull me off to the side. Keep going. We will catch up. Sion pulled me behind him and behind the tree line. He walked up to a large tree and pulled me in front of him. My back was resting against the tree as his hands rested on either side of my head, imprisoning me against it. My eyes flashed up to his, only to see his lids close as his face came to mine. Then his lips were on mine, threatening to melt them with his heat. I was enjoying the kiss, but I didn't understand what he was doing. Sion, I mumbled against his lips as he growled against mine. He didn't speak. He only continued to attack my lips. This time his hands moved down my sides and he gripped behind me. His tongue plunged into my mouth and my fingers gripped in his hair. Maybe he needed this? Maybe I really needed this? In either case, I gave in to the temptation to enjoy his kisses. Just one small moment, one small blissful moment before we would meet chaos. Note, next update day will be posted in JAMP Snappers Society. The sparks from his touch reached my core, and there was a burning desire that was already growing. However, we both knew this wasn't going any farther than this moment. Reluctantly, our lips parted, and I instantly missed his contact and heat. Sion leaned his head against my forehead as our breaths beat against each other. We don't know exactly how things will turn out. We hope for the best and prepare for the worst, he began to say, and I stared into his warm hazel eyes. I have a job to do. We both do. I think it is important for each of us to trust in the other. We are going to make it through this moment, and then I'm going to love you like you deserve. Every day, I will fill it with my love for you. Our child, he rested his hand over my stomach. Our children will live in a loving pack with parents they know love them more than anything. I listened as he let out a shaky breath. I'm going to be honest. It is hard letting you go to battle, especially now that our son is growing inside of you. I'm going to keep you safe. I'll keep you both safe. Sion, don't take that on your shoulders. If something was to happen, that isn't on your shoulders. Because we are both strong, there might come a moment we need to divide our strengths. I've never been part of a war. Sure, I have fought in fights, but I know this is different. I gripped his shirt as he moved his arms around me. This moment is important for us. This has to happen in order for us to be whole. I know you are worried about me, and I am worried for you. Sion, don't be afraid to use your strength. I know you have united with yourself, but in case you have any fear of the darkness, I want you to. He smiled and shook his head. I don't. Not anymore, because I know that it is part of me. And even if I lose myself to it, I know that my queen can save me from it. His hot breath whispered across my cheek as his lips brushed my skin. And if something happened to you, I wouldn't want to be saved from it. Except that even if something happens to me, I'll just be waiting for you in the spirit realm. I teased as I felt his sweet rumbling vibrations from his chest. You are my everything. No matter what happens, I want you to know just how much I love you. We don't know exactly how things will go and how it will end. Sion, you are not going to lose me. We can't see the future. We don't know what our fate really means. If anything, we know that the gods like to twist words and mess with our lives. There are things in this life that are out of our control. I looked into his serious eyes as his lips formed a thin line. So, this is what I can control. It will always, only, and forever be you. If something happens, I will come for you. As long as there is some sort of life in this body, I will come for you. To hell with the consequences of the world. To hell with the deities. You are my only concern. You are my obsession. I stared at his eyes, and I lifted my hands to his face. I will come for you. As long as there is some sort of life in this body, I will come for you. To hell with the consequences. I watched as a small smile reached his lips. You are my obsession. No matter how dark things are, remember I am coming for you. You are mine for eternity. Let's get married and use these words as our wedding vows. I giggled up at him and then noticed his serious expression. Will you marry me? Seriously, I asked. I was mated to him and I captured his soul. I don't think things can get more binding than that. Marriage was something that humans did. It wasn't exactly a supernatural thing, though some did it just for an outward expression. And others who hid among the humans diet to keep their identity a secret. I want to do something special for us, a wedding ceremony combined with the merging of our packs, a special Alpha and Luna ceremony combined. What do you think? I watched as his eyes searched mine with a hint of vulnerability in them, as if I would say no. I think that if we are going to do that, we need to end this war immediately before this stomach of mine starts to grow. I want to wear an amazing dress and be able to dance without having people do the limbo under my stomach. I watched as his grin widened and he flashed me his white smile. I want to focus on our baby. I want to announce it to our pack. I want to enjoy this. Every time I picture you heavy with our child, I want to enjoy this happiness. He leaned forward, placing a light tingling kiss on my lips. He wrapped me against his chest, and I felt him sigh as he rested his cheek on my head. Sion? I could tell something was still bothering him. This is your first war. Even if everything turns out perfect, and they rarely do, there will be casualties. Some wounds stay with us. My parents, my fallen pack members, they are emotional scars I will always bear. I never wanted you to have to carry this burden. No one wants to carry a burden like that. This was when reality really hit me. If we lost pack members this time, Sion would see their souls. Their deaths would be a prolonged emotional experience for him. I didn't have this ability unless Sion showed me their souls. It was through his connection last time that I saw the girl who was burned in the fire. This was going to be harder on Sion than anyone else because of who he was. We will be there for each other, no matter what. We will get through it because we are not alone. Lean on me when you need to, and I will lean on you. I listened as he chuckled, and his lips brushed my hair. I am supposed to be preparing you and comforting you. You are worrying for me. I listened to his sweet voice and could tell he was smiling. I love you, Clover. I love you, Sion. We stood there for a quiet moment just holding each other. I listened to the calm, soft sounds of the woods. The birds were singing, the tree frogs were chirping, and the wind rustled the leaves lightly. This really was the last calm before the storm. When we pulled away from each other, my body shuddered. Maybe from the chill in the air, or just from the lack of contact. Sion kissed my forehead and then leaned down and lightly placed a feathery kiss on his mark. We need to catch up to the others. I nodded my head, and we began to walk in the direction of the chance pack. We didn't speak much. Our fingers and hearts were intertwined. Everything that needed to be said had been. A weight should have been lifted off of my shoulders, but instead, I felt the pressure building on my shoulders. I know that whatever happens, I will be okay. Sion was here for me, and I was for him. We would both come for each other. This wasn't what was bothering me. My stomach churned and sharp pains ripped across my chest. Something was wrong, but I stayed quiet and tried not to flinch. Dread was filling my insides and I wanted to scream. Why? I don't know. Something was wrong. Sheena paced in my mind and was also agitated. Maybe we were just nervous about our role in the war? No, it was something deeper. Something that I was terrified to examine further, yet had no choice. Sion looked down at me and I felt his fingers gently squeeze mine. I tried to offer him a smile, but the look on my face was more of terror. I couldn't hide my eyes from him. Something was wrong. Something terrible. Sion's eyes were no longer full of warmth. It seemed like he was upset as well. JM snap. All rights reserved. My mouth felt dry. Each step seemed to suck the air out of my lungs. I could see our pack just ahead of us as Sion and I rushed to the front. I watched as Sion glanced over at Sam, and I did as well. Sam didn't seem to be feeling whatever it was we were. "We are close," Sion muttered quietly as he scanned the forest in front of us. "The old oak should be just over that ridge." I glanced in front of me, and the air brought a familiar scent with it. I could smell the sulfur pack, yet it was the other scent that had me tense. The familiar pungent smell of blood stung my nose. I noticed the warriors' demeanor around us suddenly change. They were all on high alert. All of their faces became intense. Noses were in the air, and silence blanketed all of us. As we reached the top of the ridge, we stopped and looked down at the old oak below us. Sam moved in front of all of us as he held out an arm, telling us to stop. My eyes scoured the forest below until a familiar face stepped forward. Then more bodies moved into view. It was Alpha Scott and many of the Sulfur Pack members. But something felt wrong. I noticed some wolves had a green controlling glow, while others had a different light. Alpha Scott also had this different light. I pursed my lips and searched over the wolves. Where were Denny, Jude, and Joey? Where was Joey's mate Stacy, and where was Kai? I felt my heart racing as I tried to locate them. "It is good to see you again, Clover," Alpha Scott said with a fake smile plastered over his face. I listened as Sion quietly growled as he took a small step forward. His eyes were fixated on Alpha Scott. "What is going on here?" Sam's voice cracked through the valley as his authority boomed. "Your malcontent is thick. What do you think you can accomplish here? And for what purpose?" I blinked at what Sam said and then stared at Alpha Scott. Was it true? Was he here to oppose us? It didn't make sense. None of it did. Alpha Scott stood with his arms behind his back and his chest puffed out. A quirky smile was on his lips as he stared up at us. "We are going through some changes. I'd like to speak with Clover." "No." Sion snapped out his growling answer as his fingers squeezed into me. He didn't give anyone a chance to respond, even cutting off Sam. I could feel the fury radiating off of Sion's body. Black wisps of energy began to swim around him as Alpha Scott scoffed loudly. "You couldn't protect your parents. What makes you think you can protect Clover?" I heard a foreign voice come from Alpha Scott. His voice was rising, and a cruel smirk rested on his lips. "Clover, you were supposed to be a good girl and stay at the Chance Pack. Now look what you have done." He clicked his tongue, and I felt my stomach churn. "Where is Denny? Where?" I stopped as Alpha Scott chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't worry. Denny and his officers are safe. I had to lock them up, but I'll deal with them later. However, unfortunately, I couldn't extend this courtesy." Who was this man? Was this the Alpha Scott I always knew? Was this always him? Or was he being controlled now? I didn't know, but the evil smile that he held had a lump form in my throat. Oh gods, where was Kai? I watched as he lifted his hand out and something fell from the oak tree. A red wolf was suspended from a high branch by a rope, dangling side to side from being dropped. Its back paws were bound painfully tight together, the rope slicing through its fur and flesh. Blood dripped from its muzzle as his body hung limply, pointing towards the ground. Blood pooled between its fangs and dripped onto the ground like ruby tears. My heart clenched as my eyes filled with tears and my body shook with fury. I wanted to scream out in pain, but my words were blocked by my rage. Finally, a strangled cry reached my throat as I screamed out his name in despair. Kai. Note. Roll call. Who is still here? I was ready to go into a killing frenzy. I needed to get to him and cut him down from the rope. Sion grabbed me firmly, bringing me to his side. Easy. This is what he wants. He is trying to rattle you because he is afraid. Compose yourself. Look around you. You have to think of everyone. Is he? I asked, and Sion's eyes moved to look at me. His head was still straight, but I could see the slight frown form at the creases of his mouth. He is barely alive, but he doesn't look like he is going to make it. Sion's voice cracked in my mind, showing how much it was affecting him inwardly. He didn't show it on the outside, like a true leader. I took a steadying breath and leaned against Sion's side. I knew he wanted to race down there too, but I noticed the noses lifting as more sense hit me. There were others out there, including the Chance Pack. I could see Sion and Sam scanning the area, fully aware of the incoming presence. I understood them for not rushing to attack. However, I wasn't them. I didn't need to rush in there. I set my jaw as the anger boiled inside of me. He touched our gamma, Sheena growled, agreeing with what I was about to do. I glared at Alpha Scott and pushed myself forward. My aura struck his mind like a cobra lunging for its prey. I was there. I felt his mind. I searched for the controlling nembrant glass, the controlling injection, something. What I felt with stilts wasn't there. His mind felt clear, and yet it was different. I didn't understand it. My eyes narrowed on him as he fell to his knees, grasping his head. How could you? I growled in his mind. He cried out loudly as he shook his head. You never mistreated me. I never stopped your mistreatment. His voice snickered into my mind as he lifted his gaze up with a smirk. Do you think I didn't know? Why do you think you were mistreated at the orphanage? Did you really think it was because you came from the outside? I felt as if the air had been knocked out of my lungs. They were being squeezed as flashbacks of my childhood rippled through my mind. Everything that happened to me, who do you think ordered the attack on you? We needed to see what you were capable of. It was a disappointment, really. You didn't show us any powers, not like you are showing now. The Chaos Pact took my Luna. I was ordered by the Alpha King to care for you. I couldn't let anything happen to you, but I wasn't going to make it pleasant. Then I met someone who was looking for someone with Shea powers. I didn't know if you had it or not. When you didn't show them during the attack, I figured you were a dud. However, you ended up going to the Chance Pack, so it worked out. Since a special doctor was there and would find out the truth. You told Denny to take me as his Delta, to keep an eye on you. I wanted to see if your powers would show. Denny, I heard Alpha Scott sigh in my mind. Sentimental fool, too much like his mother and lacks vision. I talked with him and about the plan. He just needs time. So I had him locked up, along with the others who resisted. However, he turned his head slightly to look at Kai. I had no reason to keep this one locked up. When he tried to protect Denny, I took care of the trash. Nag! Alpha Scott cried out as I burned with fury. He held his head as I sent an angry wave through our link. This bastard. He was the cause of my pain. The reason the pack hated me was because of him. I was naive. I thought he didn't know. Not only did he know, but he encouraged it. Taylor, I said, stopping my mental assault. I made sure to free her from the cell before we cooked another wolf as a cover. It was perfect. With Taylor presumed dead. Hazel? He looked up at me, almost shocked, and then he scowled at me. You figured out Hazel? I stared at him confidently, as if I knew what he was talking about. What part did Hazel have in all of this? We knew she was helping Taylor out, but was there more? The disgusting Shea blood of yours allowed you to see what she is. His voice was dripping with disgust. I was angry. I was confused. I felt hoodwinked. I always thought Alpha Scott was a great guy. Here he was, the bane of my existence. He was also part of so much more. He was in cahoots with Dr. Snide. I was reeling inwardly. Clover, I heard Sion's voice as I kept a fixated glare on Alpha Scott. It was him. He was the one behind it all, behind all my pain. He was the one who freed Taylor. I whispered. The pack followed their alpha. I'm guessing those who didn't want to follow him were injected with a controlling substance. Those were the ones with the green glow, I guessed. There is more. JM snap, all rights reserved. You have gone against the Alpha King. Did you not think you would be punished? His beta is here. Do you think you can stand up to... He began to laugh in my mind. He was laughing. Hazel isn't the only one of her kind. Our Omegas were all changed and made stronger. They were all given demons. They were changelings. Demons took over their bodies as their own. So that is what he did. He threw away his Omegas for demons. He forced them to be changed. How disgusting. Maybe I could break some of them free? The ones with the green controlling glow. I don't know how, but I just knew what to do. I could feel myself connecting with all of their minds. I pulled a strange substance from each of them. It was different than the nembrant glass stilts had. This felt weaker and limited. Perhaps this was what this injection was? This is why they needed more nembrant glass. The injection wasn't as strong. I watched as the green glow dissipated. All that was left was the other glow that I wasn't sure about. I was still new to this, but I think it was a type of aura being emitted. I watched as the sulfur pack members that were being controlled started to glance around. They were glancing among themselves and up to us. Slowly, they started to clump together and separate. Alpha Scott growled and curled his lips up in disgust. So, you've learned to use your magic. This is why you are too dangerous to leave alone. No matter. We were prepared to fight against Ashea. I didn't like his tone. The Sulfur Pack members that were not being controlled made their way towards us. Alpha Scott seemed to not mind as he focused on another direction. The sound of twigs snapping had us all on alert. At first, I saw wolves begin to emerge from the trees. I felt Sion grow tense and Connor gasp. These were green glowing wolves from the Chance Pack, Sion's pack, and then a woman emerged behind them with a cruel smile spread over her lips. It was that Call Me Bree. I wanted her to feel the despair of her death and not be able to do anything about it. Her demise should be slow, and I wanted it to be excruciatingly painful. I would watch the life drain from her eyes as I dug my claws into her, jamming them deep into her abdomen, letting her intestines ooze onto the soil. With her body unable to move, I would throw her onto an anthill, letting her suffer through being gradually devoured alive by the infestation. Her screams would echo like sweet music in my ears as she wouldn't find sympathy from me. Yet, this moment would have to wait. Dr. Snide was looking too confident as she smiled up at us. No, as she smiled up at Sion, her gaze was fixated on him. I felt my blood boiling. On second thought, I would mentally cause her mind to combust. I hated her. I pushed my powers forward, ready for an all-out assault, and that was when hell rained upon me. Sharp, electric pains pulsated in my mind. I grabbed my head as I tried to stifle my whimper. Clover! Sion's muffled voice barely reached me. I clenched my teeth as the raw pain attacked me. I clamped my hands over my ears, desperately trying to block out the searing pain that threatened to crush my skull. Liquid magma coursed through my veins until I could barely stand. Whimpering in agony, I sank to my knees. Witch doctors? I heard Stilts yell, and then a light glowed around me, stopping the pain. Stilts' hands were shaking as he held his staff, glancing back at me for a moment. Sion wrapped his arms around me as dark, angry wisps emerged around him. We have to take out the witch doctors. We can't do anything until they are gone. They will target Clover whenever they feel her magic. I listened as an unworldly growl emerged from Sion's throat. I looked up to see his golden eyes as he stared down into the valley. Sion, I am so glad you have come back. We have missed our alpha. That wannabe Dr. said in her sickening sweet voice. You betrayed our pack. You betrayed me. Sion growled, still holding me against him as he knelt next to me. It will be okay, Sion. We are going to help you. You are being controlled, but we will save you today. As she spoke, the wolves around her howled in agreement. Today, I save my pack and send you to hell, Sion growled as his fangs elongated. Alpha Scott laughed, drawing our attention to him. You don't understand, young Alpha. His tone was condescending as he mocked the title Alpha. More sounds of twigs breaking sounded, and creatures began to emerge from the shadows. Creatures of darkness. I could see a group of pale blue-skinned creatures holding staffs. They had tusks coming from their mouths, and they seemed fixated on me. Those must be the witch doctors. The other creatures, I do not know, but I guess they were different types of demons. In an instant, the tides shifted, and what was supposed to be an easy battle was now a fight to survive. An army of voidless emerged through the woods, and I felt Sion's hand caress my skin. I gave him a small smile, and he helped me to my feet. His lips brushed over my forehead as he stared into my eyes, making sure I was okay. Once he was satisfied, he turned around to stare at the army confidently. No, I'm afraid you are the one who doesn't understand, Sion said, as a pulsating dark wave pulsated from him. I watched as the dark wave hit the voidless, and they instantly vanished. I could see the shock on Alpha Scott's face as his lips parted. Dr. Snide kept her greedy gaze on my mate. You are not fighting against the Alpha of the Chance Pack. Sion straightened up, resting his arm around my shoulders. You are fighting against Anubis. I have the power to extinguish your souls, and I intend to. Anyone who takes arms against me, know this, that you will lose your soul. I will snuff out its light and send you to eternal darkness. However, if you choose to walk away now, I will also look the other way. The choice is yours. Don't let him rattle you. This is what is known as a war bluff. Alpha Scott turned to the loyal wolves around him. We are prepared for this fight. Don't lose your nerve because of his tricks. I looked at Stittles and could see he was beginning to perspire from warding off the witch doctors. He wouldn't be able to protect me much longer. Sion seemed to have noticed too as he turned his head to look at Connor and Logan. We concentrate on the witch doctors. We need to allow Clover to work. I watched his eyes flash to Dimitri and Odell. They were standing at my side and they both nodded over at him. We will watch over her, Dimitri said as he looked out over the army. We must clear the air for Clover. This is an all-out battle, and we protect ourselves first. Subdue if you can, but this is war. I watched as Sam turned to look at Sion. I am sorry. I know you have pack members being controlled there, but we have to do what we have to do. Let's hope Clover can break their control before there are many deaths. Oh gods. I felt my stomach churn. I had to fight through the pain of the witch doctors. I didn't want Sion to experience more pain of losing pack members. I didn't want there to be any more deaths. If I had to exhaust myself, I would set them free. That way, at the very least, he didn't have to fight against his own. I felt hands on my face as it was being turned to look at Sion. He smiled at me as his thumb brushed over my cheek. It's okay, Clover. No matter what, I love you. He briskly kissed my forehead one more time before his hands dropped away from me. He shifted into his lupine form, and as if on cue, everyone shifted into their feral forms. Nadine's white tiger roared as she set her gaze on the army below. The tension was thick as the armies shifted. The sulfur wolves moved back to the side. They seemed unsure of what to do. They were hesitant to go against their previous alpha. Growls filled the air, and then Alpha Scott shifted, sprinting towards us. It was like the gun went off and the battle started. Two armies spilled into each other, clashing like two impeding trains. Clover, you've got an opening. You have to take it now. Stilts yelled at me as I snapped away from the chaos. I wanted to be out there fighting too, but first I had to save the chance pack. A fiery wolf appeared before us, and Odell leapt forward in a surge of courage. They tumbled down the hill in a furious tangle of fur, teeth, and claws. Their bodies were engulfed in the fray, disappearing from my sight. Desperation rose in my chest like a rising tide, and I drew in a deep breath as I strained to unleash my powers. I had to collect the scattered green light from the frenzied minds before me. Each silenced heartbeat was another death. Time was of the essence. I had to act and fast. I had to save them. The pressure built up inside of me as my desperation grew. The bubble in my mind reached another level, a place where I hadn't reached before. Panic bubbled up from the depths of my soul, a desperation seeking release as my mind raced to a place of unknown danger. My body felt drained as the green lights all collected together. They whirled around me like a raging tornado, blinding me to anything else as I took them away, freeing the wolves from control. Faster, faster, faster. The swirls reached a crescendo as the colors swirled in dizzying circles as I embraced them within me. I felt my legs tremble as they gave out. I wanted to brace for impact, but my mind seemed to close as its receptors shut down. I have the awareness that I am falling. I heard muffled sounds of desperation as I collided with the ground. I'm in darkness, but I can't stay here. As I struggle to fight against the darkness and open my eyes, the sound of Dimitri's clashing swords and roars of fury fill the air. With a sudden burst of strength, I forced my eyelids open, revealing a horrific scene. A towering demon battled against Dimitri, but my attention was stolen away by a hulking wolf stalking towards me. His fangs bared and eyes blazing with hunger. Its sharp fangs glistened in the light as its menacing gaze locked upon me. Alpha Scott. Note: for next update news, join JM Snappers Society. Stilts moved in front of me and held out his cane protectively. A light flickered from his cane and then another light attacked his. My arms felt frail, but I managed to push myself into a sitting position. Sheena was frantically trying to heal my exhausted body. I couldn't shift, not like this. We were both tired. I couldn't feel any of my Shea magic. I think it was depleted as well. I sat here on my own as Stilt struggled against an unknown force. Scott's wolf paused for a moment. This was when a small, red-skinned creature with horns and tusks came into view. A glow emitted from his fingertips as he stayed locked on Stilts. Damn it all, an imp. Stilts growled through his teeth, glancing back at me nervously. He was in no position to protect me. I struggled to my feet and tried to back away. Alpha Scott moved around the imp and Stilts, proceeding towards me. I heard the feral growl from Sion rip into the air. I glanced towards the sound of my mate. Briefly, our eyes met. I could see he wanted to get to me, but couldn't. In front of him was a monstrous fiery hound, the likes I had never seen before. Was that a hellhound? I have heard rumors how even guardians have struggled against those creatures. What the hell was all of this? It was as if the gates of hell opened up right here. Clover. Sion's frantic voice entered my mind as the hellhound blocked his every move. I'm okay. Concentrate on your own fight. Sion didn't know how I was feeling right now. He didn't know I couldn't shift. I didn't need him worrying about me, especially if that was a hellhound he was fighting against. I'd figure this out. I just needed to stall and buy myself some time. I couldn't connect to anything. I couldn't shift to Sheena, and I couldn't use my powers. Everyone was busy with fights of their own. I watched as Alpha Scott bared his teeth at me as a low growl escaped his throat. We only need you alive. We don't need you unharmed. His unwanted voice crashed into my mind as his feet shifted. He was now in an attacking stance. I would have to try to dodge his attack if I could. My limbs felt unresponsive, and I knew I was in no shape to even evade him. This was going to hurt. The massive wolf lunged at me, and then a streak of gray clashed into him. My mouth parted as the gray wolf came to stand in front of me protectively. Denny, he turned his head slightly, and our eyes met. Are you okay? His eyes searched mine as I nodded my head. I'm okay. I just exhausted myself, but I'll be ready to fight soon. Clover, I'm sorry. This man isn't the father I know. Maybe I never knew him. Alpha Scott growled angrily and started pacing to the side. More wolves made their way up to us, emitting the strange glow. I didn't know what this color meant, but Scott had it too. Denny curled around me protectively as the wolves' eyes fixated on me. I knew a conversation was going on between Denny and Scott. I hate that I didn't know what was being said. I could tell by Denny's growl that he wasn't happy. Then more wolves arrived, only they came next to my side. Joey, Jude, Andrea, and the other wolf must be Stacy. I wanted to know what happened. I wanted to ask them how they were here now, but suddenly ferocious growls ripped into the air. Denny charged forward and the other wolves collided with a brutal force. My muscles quivered with rage, aching to join the melee. Yet I remained still, a powerless witness to this raging inferno, as Denny and Scott's wolves toppled down the hill in a wild heap of fur and fury. The two massive beasts rose like towers of fur and muscle, claws outstretched as they clashed. They bellowed a throaty roar, their duel shaking the ground as they pounded each other with relentless strikes from their deadly talons. Sparks flew in the night air as the two alphas collided, neither willing to relent until one was defeated. Scott's wolf had the advantage of size, but Denny's wolf was quicker. Denny's wolf was in his prime and the stronger wolf. As they exchanged blows, at first it was clear Denny would win. However, Scott's aura began to glow. What is that? I murmured in horror, watching Scott's wolf begin to dominate over Denny. Demons, Clover? I turned my head to see Stilts fighting with several imp-like creatures. That pup doesn't stand a chance. That is demon power. He grunted as he pushed his cane forward, sending the demon creatures flying back. He panted and glanced back at me. Some of those wolves have been given demon power. He needs help. Stilts spun around as a wave of red lightning attacked him. His cane trembled in his hands as he tried to hold off the incoming attack. I knew I was overexerting myself when I was freeing the Chance Pack members. I was so focused on freeing them that I didn't think about after. Right now, Denny needed my help, and I couldn't do anything. I watched powerlessly as Scott's wolf lunged at Denny, knocking him to the ground. Out of nowhere, Jude's brown wolf slammed into Scott. Scott's wolf wasn't even dazed as he turned his frenzied assault on Jude. Scott's wolf charged forward, his teeth bared and eyes burning with fury. In an explosive collision, Jude was thrown to the ground and pinned beneath Scott's powerful wolf. Jude fought for his life, but his effort was in vain. With a savage growl, Scott's wolf clamped down on Jude's neck and shook him violently. He then flung his limp body into the side of a tree. The The sickening chock of bone echoed in the air as Jude's lifeless body slunk to the ground. My eyes watered up as a silent cry reached my throat. My hands trembled as I stared at my dead friend. Denny dove back into his father with maniacal savagery. I can't sit here and wait any longer. I have to fight. Sheena, I called out to my wolf. We are good enough to shift, but that's all I need. I answered as my fist balled together. I needed my feral form, and the rest I would figure out. I could feel my powers starting to stir as they reacted from Jude's death. I clenched my eyes together and tried not to think about it. I didn't want to think about Jude being dead and that Kai was on the verge of death. Oh gods, my friends, my family, I was losing them. I wanted to crumble to my knees and scream out in agony. I felt like I was being strangled as I tried to bury the pain. I promised them both my chocolate chip pancakes. I could see their smiling faces, and I wished this was all a bad dream. I wished this was a nightmare, and it would all end. But with the metallic scent of blood in the air and the loud sounds of fighting, I knew it was real. And this was because of someone I trusted. Someone who had betrayed us. My eyes snapped open, burning with blinding fury as I looked down the hill. There wasn't time to grieve now, but I could take this burning anger out on the one who caused this. This poisonous rage bubbling inside of me demanded to be released. Like molten lava coursing through my veins, this dangerous anger demanded to be unleashed. My fists clenched as I hoped I had enough strength to defeat Scott. Once my alpha, no, he was never my alpha. He was always a demon in disguise. Even now, he attacks his own son. I couldn't save Jude. I couldn't save Kai. Pain ripped through my heart like an electric current. I failed them. Now I watched as Denny fought for his life. He was fighting in this battle because of me. He defied his father and took up arms against him for my sake. I couldn't lose him too. Please, I can't lose more of my family. In a flash, silver fur wrapped over me. Finally, I was able to connect with my wolf. My feet shifted on the ground as I tested my strength. Vengeance was coursing through my veins as I fixated my gaze on Scott. It was time to end him. As fast as I could, I moved through the chaotic fray of wolves as I made my way towards the one responsible for this pain. Careful, Clover, we are still tired, but we have our life, and we are not hurt. We can't sit by and wait any longer. Clover, this isn't your fault. This is because of evil, so don't put that burden on your shoulders. I understand what Sheena is saying, but this raging storm was brewing out of control inside of me. I glanced around, looking for the others. Claws, teeth, fur, blood, and bodies were all a blur as demons continued to pool in. There was no sight of anyone familiar besides Scott and Denny. Everyone else was busy fighting their own battles. I knew Sion was capable, but a hellhound was a terrifying monster. They were the gatekeepers of hell for a reason. If that was what he was fighting against, was he strong enough? The air around me seemed to crackle with electricity as I felt his presence, yet I could not see him. I was at a crossroads of indecision until I heard Denny's panicked yelp. His fierce growl resonated through the air as he courageously held his ground against his father. The smell of copper and the sight of his blood dripping on the ground had me refocused on where I was needed. The air around me seemed to freeze as I gazed into the wild, murderous eyes of Scott's wolf. His own son stood before him, but he was ready to take his life without hesitation. The wolf's fur was standing on end, and every muscle in his body tensed as he stepped forward, eyes blazing with an indomitable will to make the kill. His sharp teeth were visible as he snarled, ready to devour his prey. His son. With a mighty roar, he lunged forward, his eyes never leaving his prey. The force of his heavy body knocked Denny to the ground. Scott's wolf followed up with a furious attack. I saw Denny's eyes widen in pain, his teeth bared in warning, but he could not fight back. His muscles tensed with desperation as he struggled against the unbridled savagery of his father. He was fighting a losing battle, struggling to stand against the ferocity that was about to take him, but he had already been crippled by his injuries. I could see the blood pooling beneath him and knew he didn't have anything left. Scott stared at his son with a hateful glint in his eye, letting out a menacing growl. No compassion or regret was present in his gaze, and it was obvious who the real monster of this world was. Scott might be a werewolf, but his soul was darker than the blackest depths of hell. His very soul deserved to be eradicated. He lunged forward and clamped his jaws around Denny's neck, piercing his skin with razor-sharp fangs. JM snap, all rights reserved. The ground trembled beneath my feet as I galloped, the force of each step propelling me forward with such ferocity that my body began to hum. A zing of electricity stirred in my feet and sizzled up my legs, the sensation pulsing through me until I was overcome with a burning desire to get to Denny. I slammed into Scott's wolf with such force that his body soared through the air, only to crash land several feet away. In an instant, he was on his feet, eyes burning with rage as he glared down at me. He viewed me as a mere ant that had wandered in his path. But I was never made to be Denny's Delta. I was born to be a leader. With unshakable confidence and unwavering courage, I stood my ground as his wolf snarled menacingly, preparing to attack. "This is all your fault." His mental link spat out in my mind. "I've had to kill my own pack members and family because of you. You know what? I don't care. I am not keeping you alive. I don't care what the Demon King wants. I'm ridding the world of you." Did he think his words held any value to me? There was nothing he could say. Nothing. "Clover, run." I heard Denny's weak voice enter my mind. My tail wagged slightly as I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. He was laying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. His wolf looked exhausted and weak, yet he was worrying about me. "I won't run. I'm sorry, Denny, but I'm going to kill you, Father. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to do it myself." "Shh, rest, Den. I've got this." The tip of his tail thudded lightly as he rested his head on the ground. I didn't like the way his wolf looked. He needed help. He didn't look like he was healing. My chest squeezed as I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. I couldn't lose Denny too. Please let him be all right. I wasn't willing to accept the prospect of losing Denny. Prayer was all that was left to me, so I begged to any higher power for mercy, for Denny's sake. Perhaps it was for my own sake too. With my eyes trained on Scott, my ears focused on Denny. The sound of him struggling to breathe had my heart shattered. He wasn't just a friend. He was my family. My eyes narrowed as I focused my gaze on my opponent. My entire body bristled with tension. I was ready to attack, ready to take him down. I released an angry snarl, pushing my wolf to the limit, ready to take down my prey. Scott's wolf growled, saliva flying as his lips curled over his fangs. In a split second, we both hurled ourselves towards one another. Our formidable creatures collided with a powerful boom that reverberated through the air. The ground shook beneath us with a deafening crash, and the air was filled with the frenzied cries of battle. In a matter of moments, all would be decided, and only one of us would emerge victorious. Note: join JM Snap, Snappers Society, on SSS. Our bodies moved like raging bulls, muscles straining with each powerful thrust. I dug my claws into the ground, desperately seeking firm ground as a lifeline. My fate hung in the balance. One misstep, and I'd lose the fight. We pushed off from each other, and I bared my teeth at him, letting out a menacing growl. I watched as his ears twitched, and it seemed like he was checking on Denny's condition. I couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking. Was he concerned for Denny's well-being, or was he merely assessing whether the job was done? I didn't know how this man felt anymore. Hell, obviously I never knew anything about him. Despite his feelings towards me, I'm still stunned to the core at how he viciously attacked his own son. Was this the same man? Or had the insidious power of the demon filled him with an unquenchable thirst for blood? Denny was his son, his beloved only child and heir. My claws dug into the mud as a murderous intent seized me. How could he? This man didn't deserve to live. How could he cause so much pain, and for what? Was it really for revenge, or was it something deeper? I looked over and caught Denny's wolf's eyes with mine. At one point, I was going to be sworn in to protect him. Seeing him like this now, I will never forgive Scott for this. There was so much concern in Denny's eyes for me, and I felt guilty that I couldn't protect him. With a savagery I didn't know existed in me, I dashed at Scott. I jumped out of the way of his gnashing teeth and sank my fangs into his side. His blood splattered on the ground beneath him as a sweet, painful yelp escaped his throat. The cry soon turned into a murderous growl as he turned to me. Scott lunged towards me, his hulking frame pushing against mine with the force of a charging rhinoceros. I moved with the blow, my reflexes on fire as I used his strength against him. But he was prepared for this. All the years I lived in the Sulfur Pack, I have never seen Alpha Scott take part in our training. He trained separately, but he was always there watching us, watching me. He knew how I fought, and I didn't know anything about him. He knew that I would use his own strength against him. Suddenly, our fight halted, and he rolled beneath me. Before I had time to react, I felt his sharp fangs sinking into my hind leg, and I let out a howl of surprise and pain. The dirt drank up my blood, turning the ground into a muddy mixture. I twisted and growled to get out of his grip as Scott's fangs ripped into my flesh. I couldn't let him win. I wouldn't. Sheena wasn't at full strength, but I knew we were stronger. I dug my claws into the ground, ready to pull myself forward, even if it meant I would injure myself more. With a violent thrash, I managed to break free. My blood spilled into a steady stream as it mixed with the mud. I was going to have to face him head-on and with a lame leg. Scott wasn't going to give me a moment to recover. He was a killer and knew now was the time to take me down. Relentlessly, he dove back into me at full speed with his jaws agape. My heart raced and rage surged through my veins as I reared back to lunge at his throat. All I wanted was a fraction of a second to grab the vulnerable flesh to sink my jaws around it like a vice. Once I got a hold of the weak, soft tissue, I wouldn't let go until his body quit moving. I knew I couldn't move fast enough to escape the blow he would inflict on me, but hopefully, I could take him out with me. Right before his teeth were to sink into me, a body leaped into his jaws. The sickening of bones and painful yelps had me frozen. In shock, Scott released the gray wolf, who fell down at my feet. Another wolf dove at Scott, and they tumbled away from me as I scrambled to Denny's side. "Denny!" I screamed and nuzzled his muzzle gently. The noise around me seemed to vanish as I focused on Denny. I watched as his eyes opened to look at mine. Blood was oozing from his mouth and his chest heaved with labored breaths. "Clover, are you okay?" "Thanks to you. Denny, please don't go. Please." I pleaded with him as I shifted back to my human form. I cradled his head in my lap and watched as the werewolf transformation wore off from Denny's body. I gripped his hand tightly as tears streamed down my face. "It's okay, Clover. I'm just happy it wasn't you." His words were forced out as he coughed on the blood filling his lungs. "Den, you'll be okay. Everything is fine. It is going to be just fine." I lied to the both of us. He offered me a bloody smile, and I could see he knew better. "A moment of truth," Denny whispered out. "I love you, Clover. Even without Andrea, I couldn't take you as my mate because I view you as my sister, my sweet, feisty sister who makes the best chocolate chip pancakes that I wish I could taste again." "You will, Denny. I'll make them for you. You are going to make it. Please, please don't go. Please, I'll do anything. Just don't leave me." My voice was a strangled whisper as I wiped the blood from his mouth with my hand. I tried to put on a brave face, but my voice cracked with a sob as I begged him not to leave. I ran my hand over his cheek, trying to keep him in the moment, and pleaded with him to stay. "You can make it, Denny. I'll do anything for you to live. Just don't leave. Please, I love you too, Den." Despite my best efforts, I felt my emotions running wild and my heart shattering as I realized that he was going to die. "Live, Clover. Live for us both," Denny whispered as his eyes closed shut. I took in a shuddering breath as his body began to convulse as the life left him. I held him tight against my chest, my arms wrapped around his neck and body. Tears rolled down my cheeks, mixing with Denny's blood, spilling onto the ground that drank it greedily. His body stilled. His beautiful eyes stared up at the sky as his body went limp. I leaned down and kissed his forehead, gently holding him close. My arms were shaking as my vision blurred. He was gone. The man I loved like a brother was gone. The first family I had, a piece of me died with him at that moment. I would never be the same again. A mighty scar formed over my heart. I was dazed as I stared at Denny's lifeless body. My mind was numb, and I couldn't make my thoughts process. I wanted him to come back. I wanted Denny to jump up and tell me it was a joke, that everything was just fine. It wasn't. I tried to swallow back the lump that was forming, but couldn't. I let my tears freely fall as I clenched my teeth furiously. Scott, all of this was because of that damn bastard. He killed his son. Anger surged through my veins and boiled to the surface. I was injured and needed more power. Black wisps began to form around me as my body shook, demanding vengeance. Somehow, subconsciously, I was tapping into Sion's powers and flowing them with my own. It helped refuel my Shea powers that had been depleted. "I'm so sorry, Den. It wasn't supposed to be like this," I whispered as I laid his lifeless body on the ground. I squeezed my hands into angry fists as I snapped my head in the direction of Scott. Pure fury blinded me as I screamed out in pain and power. His wolf flew into a tree as the black wisps of energy encircled him. A thundering boom cracked in the air around us as the earth shook under my feet. Pink and black energy wisps frenzied out of me, wrapping around Scott's wolf. I watched in perverse delight as his body writhed in agony, his fur peeling off like molten wax. He screamed in pain, a deafening soundtrack to the macabre show. The fur that remained on his body was now drenched in his own blood, charred, and blackened by the energy wisps. "You killed him," I heard myself say in a voice I didn't recognize. "You killed my brother. You killed your own son." I shrieked, my body trembling with fury and anguish. His eyes met mine, and in them I saw an eternity of sorrow and regret. Yet it was as if these emotions bounced off of me. I didn't care. Regret? How dare he have regret? "I didn't mean to kill him." Scott's voice reached my mind as my body shook with the exploding anger inside. "You didn't mean to kill him? You didn't mean to kill your only son?" My voice was a hoarse shout that reverberated my anger and grief. "I didn't mean to kill him. It was supposed to be you. It was always supposed to be you who died." He growled in my mind. His eyes narrowed on me, clearly blaming me for this incident, blaming me for him killing Denny. My body moved on its own volition, and a primal desire took over. It was as if something imploded from inside of me, and it all unleashed upon Scott. The sound of his bones cracking filled the air as his body distorted. Howls of agony ripped from his throat. The wisps of black and pink energy raced around him in a frenzy, and suddenly his wolf exploded. A mass of flesh and fur flew in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Globs of teeth, muscles, and his organs littered the ground where he once was. I was hoping I would find some sort of internal relief. I didn't. Instead, I wanted to curl up and cry. I wanted to puke. I wanted anything but this. I wanted Kai to be okay. I wanted Jude back. I wanted Denny back. I turned and took a few staggering steps back to Denny and fell to my knees. I cradled him in my arms. His body was cold and limp. My body shook violently as my tears spilled down my cheeks. "Den," I whispered. I'm sorry." I felt a hand land on my shoulder, and I looked up to see gentle hazel eyes staring down at me with worry. "Sion," my voice cracked as he knelt down behind me, scooping me in his arms. "Kai." Logan took him away from the battle. His voice trailed off, and I bit my quivering lip. "He is in bad shape." I turned my head to look at Denny's body. "He died protecting me. This is my fault." "Shh," Sion gently cooed into my ear. "This isn't your fault. This is Alpha Scott's fault, and this is Breanna Snide's fault." The sound of that woman's name lit a fire inside of my heart. I lifted my gaze from his chest and stared at him. "Where is she?" I growled. "She ran away after I defeated the Hellhound." Sion's warm hands were holding me delicately as if I was about to break. "Then it's time to finish this," I growled as he nodded his head slowly. I watched as he lifted his gaze from me, and I turned to see Connor laying Jude's body down next to Denny's. Sion gripped my waist tightly, and I went to say something, but then my breath caught in my chest. The colors of the world changed, and then I could see them. Through Sion's power, I could see Denny and Jude's souls. They were standing there with a faint smile on their lips, watching me. The living world vanished as I rose to my feet. I took a small step away from Sion, and then I ran into Denny's arms. Jude's hand came to rest on top of my head as I began to sob uncontrollably. "What are these tears for?" Jude chuckled as Denny held me tight against his chest. "Clover, it's okay. Don't cry," Denny said, and I lifted up to look at his face. Then I looked over at Jude. "It's not fair." I hiccuped as I wiped my tears from my face. I watched as Repus appeared behind them, and I shook my head. "It isn't fair." "Clover, life isn't fair. You know this better than anyone." Denny rested his hand on my shoulder and gave me a reassuring smile. "We are re-entering the life pool. We are going to give this living thing another shot. Maybe this time I'll be born with powers that are able to shred a soul." Jude chuckled, and I looked at him, clearly missing something. Alpha Scott, you, shredded both his living body and his soul. My lips parted in shock. Even his soul was corrupt, Clover. It is hard for me to grasp, but at some point, my father changed. He chose to take in demon power. The power didn't change him, though. This was the person he was. I just didn't realize it until it was too late. Denny gave me a small smile and leaned his head down to look into my eyes. You are okay. Everything is okay. You have a new pack and a mate who will love and treasure you. You have a family now. You don't need me anymore. I still need you, Denny. I still need you both. Warm tears trickled down my face. No, you don't need us. We needed you. Jude said as he placed his arm around my back. Keep an eye on Joey for me. Tell Joey to take over as the alpha of the Sulfur Pack. He will be a great leader, and the Sulfur Pack needs a new face. Tell him this was the final order from his alpha. Denny glanced up at Sion. Maybe help guide him. We will, Sion said as I hugged Denny and Jude in one last embrace. I wish I could keep you both with me. I sniffled as I felt my heart being torn apart. We will always be with you, Clover. Denny said as he tapped my forehead. We are in your memories, and we are with you whenever you think of us. So, remember all my cool moments. Don't replay any of the dumb ones. Jude said, roughing up my hair as he stepped away. Tell Andrea she will be okay, and when she is ready, find a new mate, to live her life to the fullest. You too, Clover. If there's anyone that deserves happiness, it's you, little sister. It's time. I'll escort you to the life stream, Riapa said, and Denny stepped away from me. At the same time, I felt the heat of Sion's chest on my back. There was nothing I could do. I wanted to reach out and stop him, but knew I had no choice. Hot tears trickled down my face as I looked between Denny and Jude. Don't cry, Clover. This was the way it was meant to be. Denny gave me a crooked smile. I'll see you in my next life. Take care. I love you both, I whispered as I watched them fade away with Repus. It was both a blessing and a curse being able to say goodbye. It was not long enough. It would never be long enough. Who was ever ready to say goodbye forever? A lump formed in my throat as I realized that this was the last goodbye. The tears came hard and fast as I fell into Sion's arms. I wanted nothing more than to let go of my pain and allow the sorrow to finally overtake me. But I knew I had to push it down for now. There was a battle that still needed to be won, and no time for mourning. I knew time was of the essence, but I needed this tiny moment to release some of my pain. In spite of the agony, I had to move forward. We had a fight to finish. I felt Sion's grip tighten around me, crushing me against his hard chest. The realm we were in seemed to pause, as if time itself was waiting for us to take action. Sion, it's time to go and finish this. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you from this agony, he whispered in my ear. I understand the ache and desolation that you feel all too well. It isn't your fault. It is just too raw right now. I didn't want to think about it. I just wanted to pretend it didn't happen. This was when Sion tilted my chin up to look at him. I just want to get the fighting over with. I'm ready to fight and end all of this madness, but I am not going to leave you in this darkness alone. I'm not going to let it swallow you up. It almost did me. I won't allow it to happen to you. I can't bear to see your sorrow. I wish I could take it away. I can't. However, I will be here with you. You aren't alone. Sion, I sighed and gave him a small smile. I'm hurting, but it isn't going to consume me. It just doesn't feel real, and I honestly don't want to think about that reality, not when there is a battle to face. I pursed my lips together and stared into Sion's eyes. Denny and Jude knew what they were getting into. We all did. It was naive to think we wouldn't suffer casualties. My voice cracked and I paused for a moment. I hope their next life is good to them. They deserve real happiness, and maybe this time a proper fated mate, Sion said, and with my eyes downcast, I sadly nodded in agreement. Though I wanted them to stay here with me, in my heart I knew that a new life would be the best thing for Denny. He had been through so much horror with his father, and I only wanted him to find peace and love in the next life. As much as it pained me, I had to accept that they deserved the chance at happiness, even if it meant being apart from me in this life. Though it did make me think a little bit. Sion. I lifted my gaze to him as he brushed his thumb over my cheek. He hummed gently. Do you think they will remember any of this? I looked at him as his brows knitted together. I don't think everyone is given the choice. Sometimes it is chosen for them, and some are never granted rebirth. Most who are reborn have no knowledge of the previous life. Sometimes they have dreams of their past life, but it would only seem like a realistic dream to them. Are you worried about them remembering what happened, or remembering you? Sion asked, and I shook my head. It was neither. I didn't want them to have any previous memories because this would only cause them pain. I was just curious, and it made me wonder about my parents. I wonder what my parents chose. I whispered, and I watched as Sion slowly nodded his head in understanding. I have wondered this about my own parents too. It is silly, I said as I glanced around the dark realm. I used to wonder if my parents were out there watching me grow up. I wondered if they were proud of me or if they ever thought of me at all. Sometimes I wondered if they were still alive and just waiting for me to find them. I felt Sion's hand caress my side, and I smiled up at him. I can ask Riapis what they chose to do. I shook my head. No, honestly, it doesn't matter. Whatever choice they made, that was theirs. Even if they were reborn, those people aren't my parents. They are new people with lives of their own. I think it would be better not to know. I wouldn't want to risk finding them and somehow jolting a memory of their past. Sion stared at me, drilling me with his hazel eyes before he slowly nodded his head in agreement. Maybe, but you don't have to decide anything for certain. Perhaps one day you will ask, and maybe you never will. Maybe when our mortal existence is over, it will be something you want to know. Or we could always walk in the in-between realm and see them undetected. I just want you to be happy, he said, and I realized he was telling me not to make any absolute decisions. He wanted to give me room to change my mind in the future. You don't have to decide now. Sion kissed my forehead. We have time, and we have other priorities. You are right. We need to take care of the rest who are responsible. Well, yeah, I wasn't exactly talking about that. I was talking about carving out a life for us and building a home for our children. Clover? Sion paused and let out a quiet sigh. I just want to say one thing, and I want you to tuck it inside of you. Understand that Denny made the ultimate sacrifice so that you could live your life to its fullest potential, not live with a hidden weight inside of you. I know this is all too soon, but remember this. Denny and Jude's death should not be felt as a crushing burden, but rather a reminder to celebrate life and make it count. Live your life fully and freely. Do not allow their deaths to be in vain. Remember their sacrifice and live your life to its fullest potential in honor of them both. He was right. It was too soon to say all of that. Thinking of Denny sacrificing himself as a gift of life to me made me feel ill. I couldn't look at it like that right now. I know Sion was trying to help because he hated seeing me sad. Sometimes you just need to grieve. There were no bandages or quick fixes. I just needed time. Time to come to terms with the loss and to mourn them properly. No amount of time would ever heal this wound. I would carry their loss with me forever. However, in time, I know I will be able to smile when I think of them. Right now, I stopped and closed my eyes. I slowly filled my lungs with the thick air and looked back at him. Everyone deals with pain differently. The best thing for me is to fight. I need to take this helpless frustration out on the enemy. I don't care if it is healthy, it is what I need. I felt the corner of my mouth lift slightly. It will be therapeutic. You know, the best way to find peace in the middle of war is to fight, to concentrate on the physical pain and not the emotional. But to be honest, I am not even sure if I want peace. I want these bastards to suffer. I clenched my fists and let out a savage snarl. I want them to feel the same pain Denny and Jude did. I want them to feel each bone break and feel the life drain out of them. I closed my eyes for a moment and took in a shaky breath. I want to hear their screams so I can replay them as my lullaby before I sleep. The curves of Sion's lips twitched up as he leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I understand. I need this too. I need to kill the one who slaughtered my parents and pack members. I think I also need this so that I can find peace. But Clover, let's be clear. We do want peace. We want to destroy those responsible. But after that, we don't want to be consumed by the dark. We will want to live a quiet life with our children. His hands cupped my cheeks as I stared back at him. I nodded my head. Of course I wanted this, but could he just let me hold on to this anger for now? I just wanted to kill and think about that. I didn't want to think any further ahead than that. But for now, he murmured, brushing his thumb over my cheek, we can do both. We can fight for the sake of revenge and peace. I let out a small sigh and then slowly gave him a small smile. So I get to shred, call me Bree. I said her name in a mocking tone and watched as amusement flashed in Sion's eyes. I never used my mental nickname for her out loud before. Call me Bree? He chuckled and smiled at me. Yeah, remember that is what she said, to just call her Bree. It sort of stuck. I shrugged and he laughed. I'll be with you if you need me. I won't, I said, smirking up at him. He pulled me hard against his chest and rested his head on top of mine. What would I do without you, Clover? You'd be all right. You're strong, I said in a teasing tone, and I felt his chest vibrating against me. I pulled back and took a step away from him, but before I could take another, I felt his hand grip my waist. He gently pulled me back against him and stared at me with a serious expression. I'm nothing without you. His eyes pierced into mine and brushed his nose over mine. No matter what happens, I want you to know that I love you, he said softly as his hot breath pelted against my skin. I love you too, I said as he leaned forward, pressing his hot lips gently into mine. No matter the pain, no matter the devastation, I know I can continue to move forward as long as I have him. We have one more big fight to finish, our last hurdle, and then life could hopefully slow down for us. Together, we would help heal our emotional wounds. The world around us began to shift and the air was suddenly lighter. The colors faded back in, and we were back in the land of the living. The fighting was over. I looked around, seeing everyone tending to the wounded. I heard sobbing behind me and turned to see Andrea sprawled over Denny's lifeless body, a bitter reminder of the devastation this battle had caused. Her painful wails made me clench my fists in anger. Sion's hand rested on my arm as we both stood there looking at Andrea, who was beside herself with grief. My eyes teared up as I glanced towards the night sky. The moon shined above us, striking the dark. The darkness of our current journey was almost blinding, but I know that the light of our future was waiting for us, just like the moon was always there to greet the dark. We just had to keep moving forward and never forget to look for the light. Clover. I turned my head to see Joey's red, swollen eyes. Stacy was at his side, holding his hand. I gave him a small smile, trying to hide behind a brave face. He sacrificed himself for me, I murmured. Andrea doesn't want the responsibility of the pack. She has relinquished being the Luna, Joey said quietly. Denny must have already known this would be the case. He told me to tell you to take over as the alpha of the Sulfur Pack. He said you will be a great leader for the pack. My voice cracked as I cleared my throat. I was able to talk to them after. My throat seemed to close off and I couldn't say anything else. We will help you get established and you can lean on us for support in the future, Sion said, taking the lead. Right now, you need to gather your pack members together and establish yourself as their leader. They just had a traumatic experience and you need to calm them. Take care of the pack first. You can take care of yourself after. I watched as Joey nodded his head in understanding. In that moment, he still needed some direction, but I was confident he would be a good leader. With Stacy by his side, they walked away to gather the pack together. What Denny told me to tell Andrea, I would, in time. But right now wasn't the moment for it. She wouldn't want to hear it. I would allow her the rawness of her grief. Sion rubbed my arm as I blinked away the tears that threatened to fall. Sion, I snapped my head in the direction of Connor, who had a grave look on his face. It's Kai. My heart felt like it was going to implode as I scoured his wide eyes and downturned mouth for any sign of a silver lining. The tension in the air seemed to thicken with each passing second. The weight of my despair was heavy on my chest, like a granite slab crushing me down. Each thud of my heart seemed to echo off the walls, each beat drumming in the fact that hope was draining away. I was almost grateful for Sion's grip on my shoulders. It was the only tangible acknowledgement of how hard the situation was to endure. I felt like my heart might implode from the pressure, our hopelessness now a physical force bearing down on us. My eyes brimmed with tears, my vision blurring until the entire world around me seemed to dissolve into a wave of despair. I gritted my teeth in a futile attempt to contain the tide of emotion inside me, but I could feel hope slipping away with every passing second. Kai. Connor choked out, his usually strong voice barely a whisper. He won't wake up. It's like his body is frozen. I think he's fading. I felt as though I was shrinking inside, but I tried to find the strength to stand tall. I turned to look at Sion. What? My heart was pounding in my chest, and I had to fight to get the words out. What do we do? We had a fight to finish, but I couldn't bear to leave Kai. Kai is our priority. He is our family. We will check on him before we plan the next move. Sion said, and I bit my bottom lip, nodding my head. Good. I needed to see him. Connor led us through the dense undergrowth and into a clearing illuminated by the bright moonlight. Large, white tents had been hastily erected to form a makeshift hospital, with beds and medical supplies spilling out from their openings. The smell of antiseptic and magic hung thickly in the air. The Chance Pack wasn't far from here, and their hospital would be better suited for caring for everyone. There are still wolves in the pack that may still be controlled, Sion said, as if he assessed my thoughts. I hadn't thought of that. I wanted to save my energy to fight. I nodded my head slowly as Connor pulled the tent flap to the side for us to enter. Gia nervously sat at the edge of the tent, her gaze fixed on the bed at the far end. Logan hovered nearby, his body tense and his eyes unreadable. I tried to swallow the fear that had risen in my throat, but my mouth was too parched for even a drop of saliva. My feet flew across the room faster and faster as I neared Kai's bed. The anticipation weighed heavy on my heart, aching for what I was about to see. My mouth hung open as my eyes scanned his body. His skin was a ghostly white, and his usually fiery red hair was limp and lifeless. His shallow breathing came out in faint, quavering breaths, and his body looked so frail. I reached out and placed my hand on his. His body felt so cold that it burned my skin. I didn't flinch away, but gripped him tighter, hoping my heat could help. A chill ran down my spine as I felt the coldness emanating from him, like a gust of wind in the dead of winter. What the hell was this? We need healers, Sion commanded as he placed his hand over Kai's forehead. They already tried. Gia shook her head as she stood up. I'm going to get my Uncle Sam to look at him, she said as she reached out to pat Connor's hand. I'll be right back. I felt her presence disappear but didn't dare look away from Kai. We will find a way to save him. Sion's baritone voice grabbed hold of me, forcing my eyes to look at him. His warm hazel eyes were determined as his gaze stayed fixated on me. We will do whatever it takes. We aren't going to lose him. I pursed my lips together as my nose burned. I nodded my head, unable to speak. This was my fault. Kai would never have gone to the sulfur pack if he had never met me. He wouldn't be lying here with his life slipping away. I heard a slight ruckus behind me and glanced back to see Gia, Sam, Stilts, and an angry Epona. I don't do charity work. Epona snorted out as she stomped our way. Her eyes landed on Kai, and I watched as her lips pulled down. Stilts reached out and hovered his cane over Kai's body. We have to link her now if we want him to stand any chance. I haven't exactly agreed to anything, Gramps. Epona snorted, but her eyes looked at Kai in sympathy. What are you planning? Sion asked, looking up at Sam. There is a way to transfer energy from one person to another, Sam said, glancing over at Epona. The thing is, it is risky for most of us in Kai's situation. This energy is poisonous, he said, pointing at Kai, for all of us except a Kelpie. Will transferring the energy help him? I asked and watched as Sam shook his head. No, but it will keep him alive, Sam said, looking at me. It will give time that he doesn't have right now. What exactly is this? Sion asked, and I watched as Sam shook his head. I don't know, but I could feel the energy as soon as I entered the tent. As soon as Gia mentioned what was wrong, the little man here appeared dragging Epona with him. He looked down at Stilts, waiting for him to explain. There isn't time. He doesn't have time. Stilts growled and poked Epona with his cane. You can't force me. Do you understand what this will do? I watched as she talked through her teeth. I am well aware, little pony. Who do you think you are speaking to? Would you see him die? Stilts snapped and Epona let out a dry chuckle. The Kelpie's eyes flashed with rage, her voice ringing through the air. Now who do you think you are speaking to? I am a Kelpie, not a simpering light fairy. Killing and death are my thing. Why should I suddenly have a change of heart? Because his life is important to someone else. I watched as her face twisted, as if she was agonizing over something. Do you think I can just wave a wand and it will all be all right? I can't purify this with my blood. This is no mere poison. You know this. This is like a demonic curse. There is only one way I can save him. Please, I felt my voice plead despite myself as my eyes met hers. I expected her to turn away in disgust, but her gaze stayed fixed on me as she looked deep into my soul, searching for answers I wasn't sure I had. Epona's lips curled down as she closed her eyes. Damn it, she spat between her teeth. There is only one way I can link my energy to him and allow him to live. I have to claim him. She paused and then looked at me. I will, she started to say, and then Kai's body began to twitch. I turned to him mortified as small tremors ripped over his body. They are losing him, Sam yelled as Epona muttered curse words beneath her breath. Bloody hell, I gaped as Epona bulldozed past Sion and flung herself towards Kai. Her hands were shaking as she reached out for his, their fingers entwining. A subtle blush crept up her pale cheeks, whether from exertion or something else I couldn't tell. Her brows pinched together as she stared down at Kai. Quit fighting me. I watched as she placed another hand on his forehead and closed her eyes. Epona's body trembled as she began to chant under her breath. The words were unfamiliar and seemed to echo with a deep force. Her voice was low and guttural, almost like a growl. I felt the air around them thicken, and the hairs on my arms stood up in response. I could feel the energy building up around the two of them, crackling in the air like lightning. It was a raw and powerful thing, something primal and ancient. Epona's face was contorted in concentration as beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her breathing grew heavier. She clenched her fingers over his skin and gritted her teeth, the effort of whatever she was attempting apparent in her strained expression. He is really weak, Epona muttered as she lifted her finger up to her mouth. She pricked the skin and a small round ball of blood formed. I watched as she moved it with her finger, and it turned into a hardened ball. She moved the ball to Kai's lips, pushing it inside of his mouth. What are you doing? Sion asked as he moved next to me. His hand reached for mine, and he grasped it tightly. He needs strength and energy. My blood is pure and powerful. It will help sustain him. Epona's voice was strained as she spoke. Her legs trembled slightly with the effort of holding her up. I was just about to get her a chair when Logan quickly pushed one up behind her. I watched as she gave him a tired smile of appreciation as she sank to the chair. She moved and interlaced her fingers with Kai's, and I could see the color returning to his face. He seemed to revive under her touch. His body was now warmer to the touch, too. So, is he good now? Logan asked, and I watched as Epona shook her head. No, this is all I can do for him. I will stay by his side and continue to offer my energy to him. He needs help. Epona lifted her gaze to Sam, who nodded his head, as if some unspoken communication was spoken. I'll send a messenger out immediately. We will need to take Kai, he said, his voice strong and determined. My eyes widened as I snapped my head to look at him in surprise, expecting him to have a different plan. He needs to go to Elysium. If anyone can help him, it is the royal fairies. You are taking him away from us? Sion asked, and I glanced up to look at his concerned face. I tightened my fingers with his and looked at Sam. Yes, this is the best chance you can give him. Sam's gaze softened when he looked at me. He may be there for some time, but don't worry, he will be in the best of hands there. He will be in the hands of the only ones who can do something, well, someone that can help. I doubt you can find a high-ranking demon to help us here. Epona said as she looked back at Kai. How will you transport him? Connor asked. They will probably fly him out, either with hippogriffs or maybe one of the dragon shifters will come. Sam looked from me to Sion, studying our concerned faces. He is no longer in imminent danger. Stilt spoke up and I looked down at him. You have a job to do, and then you will need to unite the packs. Kai will be safe in Elysium. They can send messenger fairies to keep you up to date on his condition. My stomach twisted and churned when I realized there was no other option. We couldn't help Kai. Right now, he was staying alive through Epona. My brows furrowed as I thought about what she had done. "What exactly did you do with Kai?" I asked warily, my brow creasing. Epona lifted her heavy gaze to meet mine. "That will be a discussion for Kai and I to have once he has recovered." The intensity of her stare left no room to argue, and I knew something big must have happened. It was more than saving his life. I couldn't think about that, though. He was alive and would be getting the help he needed. This is what was important. "Kai," I said, squeezing his hand, "if you can hear me, we love you. You had better keep fighting. Sion and I are going to put an end to all of this. So when you have recovered, you have a place to come home to." I noticed Epona shifted uncomfortably, but she didn't say a word. I stood to my feet and released his hand from mine. "Please take good care of him," Sion said, his voice strong and firm. Epona nodded her head silently. "Let's finish this," he said, his gaze turning down to me. We left the room with a heavy feeling in our hearts. Kai was fighting for his life, and Epona was the only one who could help him. We couldn't do anything to help him, except wait and hope for the best. He had to leave us, and we weren't sure when we would see him again. Sion grabbed my hand firmly, tugging me into his embrace, his strength radiating through my body. I looked up at him and saw a fire burning in his eyes. There was something we could do, though. Fight. We need to talk about our next move. Logan's voice cut through the silence, low and full of authority. He and Connor had caught up to us. Their eyes were dark with rage and their faces hard-set in determination. I could feel the anger radiating off them as they stood there, no doubt eager to do something to avenge Kai. I watched as Sion stared at the two of them. The creases of his lips pulled down as his brows knitted together. He let out a heavy sigh and ran a hand through his hair. I knew what he was thinking, and I didn't blame him. I could feel the tension in the air, thick as molasses. We all knew that things were about to get ugly, and we were terrified of losing more people. However, the moment his eyes flickered down at me, I could tell he had decided. I set my jaw, already anticipating I wouldn't like what he was about to say. "The plan is for you guys to stay with Clover and protect her." Yep, that was exactly what I thought he was about to say. But I didn't even get a second to respond to that when another voice interrupted from the side. "That is our job," Dimitri said with Odell by his side. "Your officers should stick by your side. We will stay near Clover." Well, at least that makes more sense. I listened as Sion sighed loudly. "We are wasting time. You planning to rally the troops? No, right? It will take too long in that bit. Hosh will slip away from us. Whether you think you need us or not, we are coming," Connor said with a low growl. "It isn't that I don't want you to come with me. I plan to take down the fire demon and can't risk losing any of you." Sion pursed his lips, his face falling into an expression of worry. I smiled and gently leaned into him. "That is the way we all feel. We aren't losing anyone else," Dimitri promised as he looked at me. "I would also feel better if Connor and Logan were with you," I said as I looked up at Sion. Sion's expression softened as he looked down at me. "Are you sure, love?" he asked, his voice gentle. I nodded again, giving him a reassuring smile. "I'm sure. I'll be safe with Dimitri and Odell." Sion leaned down and gave me a quick kiss on the forehead. "Okay, if at any moment you need my help." I snorted, my head thrown back arrogantly, and lightly pushed Sion's shoulder. "Against sinister snide? Hardly. You just let me know if you need my help." Logan snickered quietly in his throat, trying to muffle his laughter. Sion's eyes lit up in amusement as he squeezed me tighter against him. With a small smile playing on his lips, Sion leaned his head down against mine. "I'll need your help later," he promised me as his lips gently kissed the tip of my nose. "All right then," Sion said as he straightened up. She fled in the direction of the chance pack. Let's see if she was foolish enough to stick around. Logan and Connor both nodded in agreement, their expressions still hard and determined. "We take down the doctor and we take down that fire demon, no matter what it takes," Connor said, his voice low and fierce. Sion led the charge as we made our way through the dense forest, each of us keeping our wits about us as we moved stealthily towards our destination. The mood was tense as we walked, We were all lost in our thoughts. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart pounding with each step we took. My veins simmered beneath my skin like molten lava, each step bringing me closer to the end of whatever lay in wait for us. I desperately hoped that it would be a resolution, but I knew better than to get too confident. We were on the brink, the unknown looming before us like a beast ready to consume. Soon enough, we'd see what fate held in store. I felt Sion's body tense as the chance pack came into sight. The last time we were here felt like a lifetime ago. So much has changed. I looked up at his conflicted hazel eyes. This was his home, and he was about to reclaim it. The soft gray light of early morning broke through the trees as if welcoming our return. We made our way closer to the pack, our pace slowing down as we approached the outskirts. Sion gave us a quick glance, a signal to be ready, before he led the way towards the pack's territory. We moved in a tight group, our steps silent as we navigated through the dense foliage. Sion's eyes scoured over the land as his nose took in gentle whiffs of the breeze. I could smell the doctor's scent. She was close. There was another scent, though, one of sulfur and smoke. The amber glow of Sion's eyes alerted me that his beast was on edge. It only took us seconds, but it felt like an eternity before we reached the main entrance. We crept quietly, keeping our footsteps light and measured. We stopped abruptly as a gust of cold air filled our lungs. It was Dr. Snide, but not from within the building. Her scent was leaving. The trail was heading away from the pack. So, she decided to run after all. No words were spoken. Instinctively, we all sprinted in that direction. Our hearts raced as we dashed towards the scent. Our breaths were hot and labored, as if a noose was tightening around each of us. We could feel an invisible force pushing us, urging us forward faster and faster. So many emotions were racing through me. I kept thinking about Kai, fighting for his life, and I couldn't help but think about Denny and Jude, how I would never see them again. These thoughts fueled my growing anger. Like a raging tempest, it was bashing against my insides, demanding to be released. Confusion washed over me as we dashed through the forest. The trees blazed with a yellow light from thin cracks in the canopy. The air was cold at first, then hot and humid before turning unbelievably cold. Confusion grew until it was nearly impossible to breathe. It felt as if someone had punched me in the stomach, my muscles seizing up, making me doubt my own instincts in a heartbeat. I shuddered violently, despite Sion's grip around my waist. Having broken through the trees, we burst into an open field where the smell of sulfur would soon overpower every other scent that could be perceived around us. Despite the sun hiding behind the clouds, the sky was a pale yellow, an eerie combination of yellow and golden. There was something off about all of this that made me feel uneasy. Scanning the area, there was no sign of the doctor. Her scent was lost in the bitter stench of sulfur. It was thick, so thick that it shocked me. It was as if someone had poured a can of yellow paint on the ground, and the more we walked through it, the deeper the sulfur seeped into our flesh. Seconds passed. Sion's body stood tense and rigid in the clearing. My heart pounded against my chest. I could feel Sion tensing and relaxing as he struggled to control his animal side. His amber eyes gazed towards the horizon, shimmering with an intensity that pierced me to the core. A low growl escaped his lips, a warning to anyone who wanted to start this fight that he didn't plan on backing down. There was no turning back now. The wind blew in our faces, covering my skin with a thin layer of sulfur that felt like dry ice. There was no sign of the doctor, but we all knew she was near. We knew it by the way the air was suddenly charged with tension. This is disgusting. I can taste it in my mouth. Logan grimaced and smacked his lips together. It's like I am swallowing fart. Shut up, Logan, Odell hissed as Logan smirked at her. Want to come over and make me? I looked over at Logan in exasperation. Did every moment have to turn into something like this with him? Shh! They are near. Sion's voice instantly silences Logan. I looked up and tried to look around. My eyes were stinging from the sulfur. My nose was burning. All of my senses were messed up. Which was their plan? They knew we were coming. They were trying to get the jump on us. It was hard to see as we slowly walked ahead. I noticed the ground began to look different. The grass was blackened and charred, as if it had been set on fire. The trees were bare, as if they had been stripped of their leaves by some unknown force. It was as if we had stumbled into an entirely different world. An orange glow suddenly caught all of our attention. Near the far side of the field, a monstrous creature came into view. The ground below the creature turned into boiling lava. It bellowed loudly in the air, and flames erupted from its mouth. It looked like a monstrous wolf, only one made of lava and fire. Its hair crackled and sparked around its head as if it were ablaze. The glint of gold in its mouth was dazzlingly bright in comparison to the rest of its body. The tips of its fur emitted embers that burned bright orange, fading out into red and yellow at the extremities. A burst of flame arched out from around the beast, promising to devour anything in its path. "That is the one," I heard Connor whisper, and I glanced up to look at Sion. His eyes flashed to amber and were fixated on the fire demon. A menacing chuckle echoed through the air from the opposite side of the field. We swiveled our heads toward the sound, squinting through the thick haze to make out several figures emerging from the shadows. My heart seized in my chest as I recognized Taylor and Hazel, but then my eyes landed on her, Breanna Snide, the conniving bit, Shetch, who tortured Kai's wolf aces and usurped control of the Chance Pack. The same woman I had vowed to kill. This was it. The moment I'd been planning for had finally arrived. A cold realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I shuddered at the thought and looked away from them, my eyes drawn to the demon at the far end of the field. With a sinking heart, I realized that our worst fear was coming true. They wanted to pull us apart. They want to separate us. I whispered, and Sion's eyes immediately met with mine. I could see his worry as his golden eyes flickered back to amber. They want to make it easier for themselves, Sion growled lowly. I nodded, my heart beating faster with determination. We had come too far to let them win now, not to mention we still had an ace up our sleeves. You haven't fought as Anubis. I smiled up at Sion. They won't be expecting a death god. His eyes didn't change, however. He was still looking at me heavy in contemplation, which meant he was worried about me. Looks like we can't fight this one together. We are going to have to believe in each other. Sion's eyes softened at my words, and he leaned down to press a gentle kiss to my forehead. I believe in you, Clover, he murmured, but promise me you'll be careful. I will, I whispered, pressing a quick kiss to his lips before stepping away from him. His eyes locked onto mine, an unspoken understanding passing between us. You can't send your two strongest in the same direction. We had to split up. It was time to end this. It was time to start our lives with this as a memory. I love you, Sion, I said as his eyes changed to yellow. I love you, with my everything. He smiled at me as he took a step backwards. I watched him as he turned around, heading towards the fire demon. We will keep him safe, Connor said as he and Logan trotted after him. I watched them for a second longer before I turned and walked in the opposite direction. Dimitri and Odell were with me in an instant, their eyes burning with determination. We marched towards the three women, our fierce resolve resounding in the air. They might have brought demons, but we were the ones who would be bringing them hell. Note, this is a one-chapter sort of week. I'll be traveling Sion. My eyes were fixated on the demon. The closer I got to it, the further away I got from Clover. It burned me up inside that she wasn't by my side. She was capable and strong, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that she should be protected at all costs. This transformation into Anubis had brought out something new in me. I had become a possessive beast, one who would do anything to keep her safe. Anubis and I are one, but we also aren't. It is like I took on a new personality that wasn't my own. His presence is a looming shadow in the back of my mind, menacing and sinister, threatening to break out at any moment. I haven't said anything to Clover about this, but maybe she already knows. After all, it is her light inside of me that stops the darkness from taking over. Her light is strong, flickering brightly even in my darkest moments and reminding me of who I really am. I need her. She is my obsession. She is carrying our child. It is so hard to just let her walk towards a fight. I desperately want to wrap her in a cocoon of protection and hide her away until the fight is over. However, I can still rationalize that this is the best decision. The sane part of me knows I can't smother her. I know I need to have faith in her abilities. We each have a battle that we need to win. The weight of worry and overprotectiveness pressed down on me like a boulder, suffocating my resolve. But I couldn't let it stop me. I had to trust my mate. I couldn't fight worrying about her the whole time. The overprotective side of me clashed against me. I had to will myself to move forward. The memory of my dead parents and fallen pack members drove me forward. I would avenge them today. As I approached the demon, I felt Anubis's power surging through me. I couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration and fear all at once. This was my first time fighting as a death god, and I didn't know what to expect. But I was ready for whatever was thrown my way. I have accepted this new side of me and knew I needed it for this battle. I kept my eyes ahead, taking in the beast before me. I could feel its heat radiating off of its body, the flames licking at my skin. The claws sparkled in flames as lava-like saliva dripped from its mouth. I felt my skin begin to sizzle, and my body was now constantly regenerating my skin. I halted and turned my head to look at Logan and Connor. Their skin was boiling and charred. Their faces were contorted in agony from the excruciating pain, but they didn't dare make a sound. I couldn't allow them to come any further. They couldn't help me with this fight. This is as far as you two can go. Stay back. I told them, and their determined gazes told me their answer. This is why I loved my officers. They didn't know the word fear. Their loyalty and devotion knew no bounds. They would die just to stay by my side. Who could ask for better friends, better family? I hated to do this, but they left me no choice. I would protect them the only way I could. They'd give me hell for it later, but at least they would have a later. Connor, Logan, I order you both to stand down. Protect our Luna. Protect our future Alpha. I watched the emotions on their faces change, from anger to complete shock. Are you saying? Connor gasped as he winced in pain. Even in pain, I watched as a smile reached both of their lips. Surprise. We planned to tell everyone after this was over, but given the circumstances, I needed you two to know. I am ordering you to leave to protect my mate and child. They both nodded, understanding the gravity of what I had just told them. Their faces were a mixture of happiness and concern. I know they hated to leave my side. This is why I gave them extra motivation. I could have just commanded them, but this way was better. We won't let anything happen to her, Logan said, his voice firm and unwavering. Don't think about her at all. Worry about your own fight, because if anything happens... Connor stared at me, and I gave him a small nod in understanding. I'll see you when this is over. I watched as they both turned around and sprinted in the direction Clover had gone, leaving me to face the demon alone. I watched them until the haze began to blur them out of sight. Then I turned my attention back on the demon in front of me. The fire demon seemed to be sizing me up and looked at me confidently. The fool had no idea what it had just awoken. A dark force that was about to explode like a volcano, wreaking havoc and destruction. It was finally time for me to shift. I let out a primal roar, my body transforming in a cloud of shadows. My body grew. A light layer of black fur covered my skin. My clawed fingers came into view, and I straightened my back, showing my full monstrous size. I felt my power coursing through my veins. I was no longer the human Sion. I was Anubis, a death god. The demon's eyes shone with a new, wicked glint. It shifted on its feet, and I could see there was now a sense of unease. The flames around the beast grew higher, as if it was trying to scare me off. The beast let out a deafening roar that shook the very foundations of the earth, its eyes blazing with an infernal light. Things will go differently this time. You killed my parents and members of my pack. This time, I will claim your life. I growled, my voice echoing across the field. It took my words as an instant challenge. In a fiery flash of dust, it charged forward. It moved with a speed that would have seemed impossible to follow for most. I moved quickly and dodged its fiery claws as they swiped by. The fur of fire attacked my skin. The smell of burnt fur and flesh filled my nostrils. A cloud of black smoke burned my eyes as the demon's claws slashed towards me. Clover. I walked towards the three women who stood there, as if they had conquered the world. The looks on their faces made me want to choke slam all three of them. Taylor's body had a red glow around it. It looked like she had also taken demon energy. Hazel was different, though. She seemed to have the ability to mask herself. There was a presence around her that was not of an Omega wolf, and judging by her confident face, she was a lot stronger. An Omega wolf that was given a demon changeling. How strong was she? I guess we would soon find out. Though I wasn't worried. I would be able to use my Shea power to control them. Of course, Breanna Snide would know this, so why did she look so confident? Well, there is a face I had hoped I would never see again. Taylor snorted, folding her arms over her chest. I glared at her. How did she get involved in all of this? I never quite figured her part out. Did she just hate me so much? As if she was reading my mind, her lips curled up in a smug grin. I had hoped my cousin would have been able to deal with you. Oh well, I guess now I get to witness your demise. Breanna Snide was part wolf and part witch. It never occurred to me that she was related to Taylor on her wolf side. Well, why would it? I never heard them talk about outside relatives. As far as I knew, all her family was in the Sulfur Pack. Well, we aren't really preparing for her demise, Taylor. Only her friends will die. I know of someone else who would want the little Shea. Call Me Bree gave me her sickening sweet smile. Someone else is approaching. Hazel growled as her eyes glowed, looking behind us. I heard the sound of feet pounding against the ground and turned my head slightly. It was Connor and Logan. I looked at them, confused, as their eyes met with mine. We are here to protect our Luna, Connor said, just as a guttural roar shattered the quiet in the field. I knew the sound of my mate. He didn't sound like he was in distress, but was waging war. My eyes moved to the distance. I wish I could see him. I had hoped that Connor and Logan would be near in case he needed help. Knowing Sion, he sent them back to me. Maybe he needed this in order to concentrate on his fight. I turned my gaze back in front of me. The women still didn't look nervous. This had me a bit on edge. They were definitely up to something. It's a shame you had to show up at the chance pack. You ruined Sion. We would have been great together. He would have been a great alpha. Call Me Bree said, and I scoffed loudly. He is a great alpha, and you could never have been great with him. I listened as she clicked her tongue and shook her head. Such a waste of life. Darcia will make quick work of him. I wouldn't count on that. He isn't the same Sion that you know. He is much stronger. A smug smile reached her lips as she tilted her head to look at me. Whatever power you may have given him won't be enough. I wasn't talking about anything I had given him. I shrugged. It doesn't matter to you anyways. I didn't come here to chat. For what you did to Kai, to the Chance Pack, to the Sulfur Pack, for Denny and Jude, I am going to kill you. My voice was cold as I focused on what needed to be done. It was time for me to play judge, jury, and executioner. I took a step forward as power began to surge through me. I was going to make them all pay. Suddenly, the world began to shift and my body was shifting with it. I was standing in the air and now looking down at my panicked friends. Clover, where did they go? Dimitri shouted as I watched his feet dance around sporadically. I listened as Call Me Bree chuckled as she hovered in the distance. And now you can watch the fun, safely in an area where you can't use your powers. So this was her plan. Clover, Odell shouted. Will you shut up already? Min, Hazel growled. Why don't you give Clover a show? Give her a going-away present she will never forget. Taylor's ugly grin had me curling my hands into a fist. She can see us? Connor asked. She can see and hear you. My cousin has the power of astral plane manipulation. Right now, Clover is in a place where she can't help you. All she can do is watch. Taylor turned her head to Hazel and nodded. I watched as she transformed into a dark blue monstrous creature. It was a nightmare. Her eyes were filled with blood and several wicked horns crowned her head. Her mouth opened wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp triangular teeth that glinted in the dim light. With a thunderous roar, she flung her head back, sending a fierce gust of air across my friends. I watched as my friends shifted quickly into their beasts. I frantically dropped to the ground and crawled, feeling for any cracks or crevices on the invisible solid floor beneath me. My hands waved violently over the invisible solid, searching for a weakness. I needed to get down there and help them. I watched in horror as Hazel charged towards them, her long claws outstretched towards my friends, Clover. My friends scattered, barely avoiding the demon's claws as they slashed with fury. Odell leapt into the air, spinning and somersaulting before she landed gracefully on the beast's back. Without warning, she chomped down hard on its neck, and I felt a surge of pride for her courage. Dimitri roared with ferocity as he lunged forward with his sword, while Connor and Logan swiped their powerful claws at the demonic creature. The air filled with the sound of ripping flesh and angry screams. The battle had begun, and it was unrelenting. It bellowed loudly in the air as it fought to get Odell off its back. Hazel made contact with her claws and tossed Odell across the field. Her body skidded off of the ground, but instantly she was back on her feet, charging back towards the beast. The demon reached its claws out to scatter my friends, but I could see what it was doing from my aerial view. "Look out!" I cried as I watched the demon's spiked tail flail around, piercing into Logan. His loud yelps filled the air as his blood spilled onto the ground. With a violent whip-like action, the demon sent his body flying through the air. He landed with a loud thud, and I watched as his body shook as he laid there. One down. "Call me Bree," said with smug satisfaction. I scoffed and snapped my face in her direction. "It will take more than that to end him," I growled, but watched her lips curl upwards with a cruel smile. If it was an ordinary wound, he would be fine. Hazel is a miasma demon. Her spiked tail is something like what a scorpion's would be. My eyes widened as she shrugged and sighed. She gave me a fake look of pity. "I'm afraid Logan isn't going to make it. So sad." She then threw her head back with laughter. The sound of her cackling voice was ringing off of the walls like nails on a chalkboard. "This is so much fun." "Logan." I heard Dimitri's panicked voice, and I looked below me. Dimitri was at Logan's side, and I could see the defeated look in his eyes. "No, please, I can't lose anyone else." I began digging my fingers into the barrier below me. It was like I was scratching an impenetrable barrier. Frantically, I clawed at the ground, getting nowhere. My fingers began to bleed from the intensity of my digging. "Damn. Knit." I heard Dimitri bellow as he clenched his fists tight, the veins in his hands bulging under his skin. His jaw locked shut, and he shook his head fiercely, a wild fury sparking in his eyes. "Don't let the tail hit you," he yelled out as he left Logan's side. I heard my pulse pounding in my ears as I stared at Logan's wolf. His wolf was shaking and twitching. His breathing looked to be strained and irregular. At this rate, water began to pour from my eyes. I felt my heart break into a million pieces as I stared down at him helplessly. He began to gasp for air, making a gurgling noise, the sound of blood filling up his lungs. His paws began to shake and thrash about. "Logan!" I cried out, and I heard my voice. "Please, you can't leave us." I begged the wolf below me. "Watch out!" I heard Dimitri's enraged shout rip through the air. My gaze shot from Logan to the fight, my heart beating so painfully it felt like it would burst from my chest. The demon's tail thrashed wildly as it pummeled Odell across the room. With inhuman speed, Dimitri managed to grab her before she could crash into the ground, holding her tightly in his arms as he raced away and gently deposited her near Logan. "Damn, Knit." His face twisted with agony as he was forced to turn away from her. He sprinted back to Connor, but all hope had already been extinguished in his eyes. My rage reached its boiling point as I watched them. It felt like a white-hot fire had engulfed me, and I could no longer contain my fury. With a guttural roar, I charged towards Call Me Bree, but like a brick wall, a mysterious force barred my way. The power that contained me only fueled my hatred further, and I was driven wild with anger. "Do you really think it will be that simple?" she sneered, her lips curling in a malicious grin as she stared at me, gloating. Her eyes sparkled with venomous disdain, and her voice dripped with a mocking undertone. I was unable to move through the realms like Sion. This wouldn't be a problem for him, but I could only do it with him. This was another plane. It was like another viewpoint of the world that existed alongside it. I pressed my fingers into the invisible barrier. It felt different than the one separating me from my friends. Of course, it must be different. After all, she can see me, and we can communicate. I pressed my fingers on the invisible barrier, this time searching for the energy that created it. There had to be a connection somewhere. I was going to find it, and I was going to kill this bit. Sion. The air sizzled around me as I faced the demon, my skin already blistering from the intense heat. Any mortal would be reduced to ash in seconds, but as Anubis, I can withstand this inferno. Still, even for me, the fire feels like 1,000 suns burning through my veins. I approached with caution, ready for any tricks or traps lurking within the flames. The demon looked like it only had fire attacks, but I couldn't let my guard down. Every step closer sent waves of heat crashing against me, like ocean waves in a storm. The demon seemed confident, cocky even, as it lashed out at me with waves of searing heat. But I was too quick for it, slipping and dodging around its attacks with ease. As I struck back, however, I realized my mistake. My hand connected with the creature's skin, and the pain was unbelievable, like plunging into molten lava. My flesh charred and blackened before my eyes, leaving only bones behind. Thank goodness I had fast regeneration. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, as I realized that physical combat was useless against this beast. It's not just fire, it's pure destruction in corporeal form. I needed another plan if I wanted to survive this encounter. The demon let out an ear-splitting roar, its breath bursting forth with a river of scalding flames that seemed to consume the world in its heat. I swiftly raised my hands, sending out streams of inky darkness towards the inferno. The spirals whirled and twisted around each other, cutting through the fire like a hot knife through butter, shielding me from the hungry tongues of flame. One of the black spirals made it to the demon. As it hit the demon, it carved itself into its body. A putrid dark liquid oozed from the wound as the creature howled in agony. Suddenly, the demon charged towards me again with full force. As it got closer and closer, its body began to morph and twist until its fiery form became a cluster of razor-sharp needles aimed straight at me. I knew I had to react quickly. I extended my hands forward and sent 2 black clouds of pure energy straight at the demon. The waves hit it head-on, and the demon's body exploded with a force that almost knocked me off my feet. I glanced over to see the demon's mangled remains lying on the ground. It was clearly dead, or so I thought. A black cloud of destruction began to rise around the remains of the demon's body, coalescing into a monstrous form behind a veil of flames. The cloud grew larger and larger until it was about 20 feet tall. With a piercing shriek, the cloud of destruction released a powerful blast of fire straight at me. I was instantly blown backwards at high speed. It was like a giant lava cannonball had collided with me. I could smell the burnt hair from my boiling skin. A heat wave radiated around me, making everything momentarily blur. The creature before me was like nothing I had ever seen before. It seemed infinitely more powerful than I had anticipated, radiating an aura of pure darkness that engulfed my senses. It had the power to summon its essence from its physical corpse and imbue it with its power. Of course, the demon had died. This was an instantaneously powerful, vengeful spirit. I guess there was no asking it if it was ready to move on. It was well aware of who it was staring at. Did they already know I was Anubis? Was this why they felt confident about me facing the demon? It was a mission, the fools. I stared defiantly into the eyes of the fire demon, its piercing gaze searing through my soul and igniting a flame of determination within me. I saw its wicked clouds of smoke advance towards me, ready to pierce through my flesh and suck out my life in a single blow. But no matter how daunting the spirit's strength may have been, I refused to accept defeat. As Anubis, a death god, I held power over all spirits. No force could take me away from my mate and unborn child. With determination burning within me, I faced the demon head-on. The winds howled around me as the pillars of black smoke approached. It was ready to strike. Yet, I held my stance and narrowed my eyes to the demon's spirit. I saw a split second of hesitation within its crimson orbs, a momentary faltering of its confidence. Its arrogance had blinded it. It had underestimated me. As the smoke neared me, wisps of black energy swirled around my body. I raised my hand, and a powerful gravitational force pulled the demon's smoke back. With a loud hiss, the spirit's cloud twisted in midair, destroying itself in the process. The demon spirit cried out in agony, but the sound was cut off abruptly as I unleashed my fury upon him. My hand shot towards the demon like a whip, and with it came a thunderous rumble of dark lightning that engulfed the creature in a seething rage of pure energy. Its eerie wails tore through the air as relentless chains of black lightning crashed into its body, ripping it apart with each successive wave. The force of my attack threatened to tear the demon to shreds. My assault continued without mercy until its tortured howls finally came to a stop. The air began to clear, and the spirit of the demon was eradicated from this world and the next. I shifted back to my human form and took a steadying breath. This fight was over. I had avenged my parents and fallen pack members. It felt surreal that something I had wanted for so long had finally happened. However, there wasn't time to dwell on this moment. I turned my head in the direction where my friends and mate were fighting. I could feel Clover, but her presence was altered. I knew Clover was there, but I couldn't pinpoint her location. I tried to reach out to her mentally, but it felt like my communication was jammed. I didn't like this. Something was wrong. Connor, I mind-linked with my cousin. It went through to him, and I knew it wasn't the location that was the issue. Sion, we are in trouble here. Logan is, and Clover was taken. His voice was jumbled and panicked. I felt the darkness swirling inside of me as my anger swelled to the surface. I'm on my way. I'll be there in seconds, I said and shifted into my lupine form. With a ferocious roar, I dug my feet into the ground, charging in the direction of the fight. Note: who wants another chapter tomorrow? Leave me your comments and thoughts. Clover. My blood dripped down the invisible barrier as I continued to press my fingers against it. I don't know if she brought us to this plane or created it, but something told me if she was dead, I would return. I just had to reach her. I listened as she began to giggle. She stepped closer and stared at my face. What do you think you are doing? You can't break through this. However, I am enjoying watching you try. Her head tilted lower, so that she was looking up at my face. She was giving me no choice but to look at her. You just had to come and ruin everything. Her face turned taut, and her eyes narrowed at me. I watched as she curled her fingers together tightly and set her jaw. It was almost perfect. I had been watching Sion for years. I had been by his side, patiently waiting. Everyone wanted us to be together. We had a good relationship. He was supposed to be mine. I scoffed and glared at her. You really think Sion would just sit by while you controlled his pack? Yours? He was yours? I snorted and shook my head, which looked like it pissed her off. He was never going to be yours, not by his own volition. He didn't want you. Yes, he did, she screamed as her brows knitted together. He wanted me until he found you. Imenshea controlling the mate bond. I didn't. Yes, you did. You are too naive and don't understand your powers. You created the mate bond with Sion. It wasn't there before. You fastened yourself to him. You sank your hooks into him. Subconsciously, you wanted him and claimed him. You are the one who forced him. You are the one who didn't let him decide. He became drunk with the mate bond. Only it wasn't. Her lips curled up in a sickeningly sweet smile. She traced her fingers over the invisible barrier and pressed her face closer. You see, she whispered. You and I had the same goal in mind. Claim the alpha. Only you are better at manipulating than I am. I have to use engineered stuff, but you are manipulation itself. You choreographed your mate bond. I shook my head. That is not true. When Sion showed up, I couldn't even feel the mate bond. He was the one who sought me out. He was the one who... It wasn't your first time meeting him. She stood up and looked at me like I was a disgusting insect. Your mate was Denny, right? How did you... Of course. Alpha Scott must have told her. She continued talking like I didn't say anything. It would have been ideal for you to have accepted your mate. We could have kept you nicely under control. You would have stayed by your mate's side, who would have ended up under our control. We still weren't sure if you had any powers at that time. After the rejection, you planned to leave the Sulfur Pack. You didn't have your wolf to fight, and you would be easy to take. Darcia was waiting for you to leave so she could bring you to me. She stopped and glared at me, but you decided to sink your hooks into what was mine. It didn't happen that way. That was the first time I had seen Sion since we slept together. He said he knew I was his mate then. I chewed on my inner lip as I mulled over our first time together. Before we slept together, he didn't act like we were mates. Could I have done something? Did I want a relationship so much I forced a connection with him? No. Even Sheena recognized him as our mate, right, Sheena? I felt the mate bond. I didn't like how she stopped, but I said as I swallowed the lump in my throat, "It doesn't matter, Clover. We are mated and are mates. It does matter." I screamed at her through our mental link. "Could I manipulate the bond even for you?" "Yes, you could have willed me to feel the bond. I'm sorry, Clover. I don't know if you did, but we are mates now. We are having his pup. Sion loves us. Maybe he only thinks he loves us. Clover, don't overthink this." "Please don't, Sheena. I wanted to have a family so badly. I wanted to belong to a pack. I wanted love." My breath halted as I realized what I could have done. No matter what Sheena was saying, if I had willed Sion to me, the idea hurt. My throat closed and a sharp pain shot through my chest. I lowered my head and looked down at my hands. What had I done? I stared at my fingers, desperate for the truth. Did I really force a bond with Sion? Could my subconscious have been pulling the strings like a puppet master, guiding Sion towards me, even if I hadn't known? A wave of nausea and guilt washed over me as I stared at my trembling hands. Call Me Bree tried to make him hers. Did I do the same thing? "You are not like her." I heard Sheena bark angrily in my head. Maybe not exactly, but if I forced a mate bond, then Sion's true mate is still out there. He loves you. Because I made him think he loved me. My lips parted as I looked down at the demon below. What if Hazel really was his true mate? I know Riapus said he manipulated the mate bond to help guide us, but I felt so confused. I suddenly felt very lonely. What if all of my relationships were because I willed them? Denny, Jude, and Joey. What if I willed their friendship? Logan, Connor, and Kai. How could I ever know what was real? The witch in front of me cackled. "You finally realize it. You're just like me. You manipulate and control everyone around you. You're not special. You're just a pathetic little she-wolf who will do whatever it takes to get what she wants." I gritted my teeth and pushed against the barrier with all my might. "That's not true. I love Sion. I didn't manipulate him. I would have never done that on purpose." The witch just laughed harder. "Love? Ha! You don't even know what love is. You're just a selfish little creature who wants everyone to adore her. That Ashea is a terrifying creature. They bend the wills of everyone around them. People are nothing more than puppets to you." I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes. Was she right? Was I really that terrible of a person? I shook my head and took a deep breath. No. I knew what love was. I loved Sion with every fiber of my being. I don't know if I manipulated Sion, but my feelings for him were real. I couldn't think about this right now. I would figure it out later and what that would mean moving forward. Right now, this bitch needed to die. I pushed harder on the barrier, determined to break through. "Sion!" I glanced down, hearing Dimitri's deep voice. Sion had his head bowed low towards Logan and Odell, but immediately his eyes were drawn to me like two electrified magnets. His head lifted skyward, as if he was hunting for something. Someone. Me. He could sense I was here. His golden eyes seemed to lock with mine in an intense, enigmatic gaze. I wasn't sure if he could actually see me or was just able to locate my presence. "Tsk." I heard Call Me Bree hiss. How could Darcia have lost? Sion's body seethed with energy as he morphed into Anubis. His voice carried like a clap of thunder, reverberating through the air with unyielding vigor. "Dimitri, Connor, stay back!" He strode towards the demon with unparalleled confidence. I had no doubt that they would be safe now, but I couldn't help but wonder what would happen next. So the rumors were true. Call Me Bree began to laugh, and I turned my gaze to her. It is hilarious, isn't it? He ended up dying and becoming a soul collector. He is like the garbage man of souls. Look what you have done to him. He was a respectable alpha and had everything going for him. Now he is a slave. He is powerful. He isn't a slave. It isn't like that. The witch cackled again. You really are delusional. He is a host for Anubis now. He is no longer the same Sion. He is tainted. A soul collector for Riapus. He is a lapdog for death. Call Me Bree sneered at me. All thanks to you. I can see how you are good for him, she said in a mocking tone. I gritted my teeth, refusing to show her that her words had gotten to me. I don't know if it was so much that her words got to me, or if it was because of my own self-doubt. I began, but Sion's furious growl interrupted our conversation. He had reached the demon, and the two of them were now locked in a fierce battle. Sion moved at lightning-fast speed, his movements fluid and precise as he dodged the demon's attacks, and launched his own. The demon was larger and more brutish, relying on sheer force to overpower her opponent. Sion, however, seemed calm and collected, as if the battle was already won, and he would win. I already knew that. It was obvious by looking at the battle. I glared at Call Me Bree with unbridled fury, my nostrils flaring in anger. No longer would I stand helplessly while someone else got the honor of claiming the kill. The taste of her blood was already on my tongue, and I was not going to let it go. I focused all of my energy on breaking through the barrier, feeling the strain on my muscles as I pushed and pushed. Sweat dripped down my forehead and my breathing came in short gasps, but I refused to give up. I watched as white cracks formed at my fingertips. Call Me Bree stepped away from the barrier and shook her head. Impossible. She muttered as intense pressure built up in my body. I was pushing past my limits, but I didn't care. I was going to end this. With one final burst of energy, I broke through the barrier and surged forward towards the battle. She tried to run, but I was too fast. My claws elongated as my fangs grew in anger. I pounced on her, my claws digging into her flesh. Blood splattered over me, the metallic scent filling my nostrils. She was using all of her power to hold the astral plane and had nothing left to fight against me. My teeth bared as I growled ferociously, sinking them into her flesh. Blood flowed from her wounds, but I didn't let up. I continued to attack, fueled by a powerful rage that burned within me. This changes nothing. You are just like me. You have done the same thing. She screamed, and then a pulsating energy flung me away from her. Her body shifted into her sandy-colored wolf. She was going to fight against me in her wolf form. This fight was already over. I shifted into Sheena, and our two wolves stood adjacent to each other. I snarled and raced towards her, my fangs bared. She attempted to strike me with her front paws, but I had no intention of letting her. Her left side was now open. I rammed into her body, and she spun around, the momentum throwing her off balance. She spun around. Her large, sharp teeth grazed my flesh, and she bit into my shoulder. Her movements were so fast I barely registered that she was coming towards me until I felt the pain. She must have enchanted herself. There was no other explanation. I attempted to attack her, but she had already left. I crouched and sprang forward, ramming my body into her. She tumbled across the astral plane, her body colliding into an invisible force. It was clear that this was a strain on her body. She couldn't keep it up. Knowing she was being depleted, I continued my onslaught. I didn't give her a chance to catch her breath. I tore at her body, ripping into her flesh and relishing in the feeling of her warm blood dripping down my chin. I pinned down her body, my paws wrapped around her neck, and I squeezed as hard as I could, not letting up as her eyes bulged and her body twisted frantically. Her blood spurted across the astral plane. Her eyes widened with fear as I glared back at her. With a final snarl, I ripped her throat out, silencing her forever. Her body crumpled to the ground, and I stood over her, panting heavily. I felt a sense of satisfaction wash over me, knowing that I had finally taken revenge for all the pain and suffering she had caused. I sank into the invisible barrier, feeling my body crushed by an unseen force. The area around me seemed to crumble away, as if being slowly consumed by some unseen darkness. I peered down to see Sion slice through the neck of the demon, severing its head in one swift and fierce movement. Blood sprayed up in a gruesome arc, splattering over Sion's face before he threw the head away in disgust. His gaze then lifted to the sky, once again searching for me. I stayed there quietly waiting for the magic to diminish. The battle had been won, but I had lost something inside of me. Note, do you want another chapter tomorrow? You know what to do. Leave me some comment, love. Clover. I shifted back to my human form and assessed the blood on my body. Most of it belonged to the witch, but some was mine. My wounds were almost healed when the world around me began to warp. One moment I was above everyone, and the next I was back on the ground. Clover, Sion said, jogging over towards me. He had shifted back from Anubis, and his eyes were wandering over me, making sure I was okay. I noticed Connor had a hold of Taylor. Looks like she gave up without a fight after Hazel went down. My eyes moved back to Sion. I had a lot of emotions bottled up inside of me, but right now wasn't the time. I turned away from him and ran towards Logan and Odell. Dimitri was kneeling next to both of them. His face was crestfallen as he looked up at me. He shook his head. "I'm sorry, Clover," Dimitri said, and I skidded on my knees next to them. "They aren't going to make it." I felt Sion kneel next to me. He placed his hand on my back to offer me comfort, but it didn't. Everything was wrong. We won. The battle was over, but I couldn't stand the pain of losing anyone else. I didn't feel like I deserved Sion's touch. I scooted away from him on my knees. I didn't dare look at him and kept my eyes focused on Odell and Logan. "Please, you two have to make it. I can't handle losing anyone else." I watched as their chests rose and fell with deep, labored breaths. Their eyes were closed, and they remained unresponsive. "Clover, I know it is painful, but," Sion began to say, but I shook my head. "No, I'm not accepting it. Why didn't I have more power? Why did I have to keep losing people I cared about? I don't know if I forced them to like me, but I did like them. Of course, Dimitri and Odell were different. They both came to me without my influence. Maybe they were the only ones whose feelings were real." My head swiveled sharply towards Dimitri, my only living relative. He had been my guardian angel since before we even met, never expecting anything in return. He cared about me before he knew me. I didn't take advantage of him. I didn't force his feelings. I could feel rivers of tears pouring from my eyes as I realized what a true gift this was. I knew that Dimitri's feelings were real and not something I manufactured. I didn't want to let what Call Me Bree said affect me, but there was truth in her words. If I manufactured these feelings, even if I didn't mean to, it was wrong. No matter how much I loved Sion, it was wrong if he didn't choose me on his own. I was petrified of how the conversation would go. I was certain he wouldn't listen to anything I had to say, regurgitating all the words that would make me feel loved and protected. A false sense of security, since my own emotions were in disarray. And with me carrying his child, this event became an even more tangled web of lies and deceit. I didn't know what was real, or how to determine what was true. I needed Sion's comfort, but I couldn't accept it right now. I reached out and placed my hand on Odell's paw. She didn't even stir. It was as if she was in a coma while her remaining life drained from her body. "What should we do with this one?" Connor said as he pulled Taylor with him. "She is a member of the Sulfur Pack. She is theirs to deal with. I am sure Joey would love to deal out her punishment." I heard Sion's voice from beside me. He was staying close, but didn't try to touch me again. "What is that?" I heard Connor's voice, "Thad," and I looked up to follow his gaze. Two giant shadows cast down on us from the sky. Outlines of two monsters slowly came into view, making my lips part in shock. They were dragons. An enormous red dragon landed on the ground, and next to it, a dragon with crystal scales and a white mane. I wasn't sure what to expect and was getting ready for a fight when Dimitri's hand landed on my shoulder. "They are friends," he said calmly. I watched as the crystal dragon eyed Logan and Odell. Without a sound, she leapt into the sky and began to fly in a circle. The wind began to pick up until we were all inside of a cyclone. The pressure pulled at my insides, and I felt a hand grip around my waist. A second later, I was being crushed against Sion's strong chest. His heady scent filled my nostrils as his body's warmth encompassed me. I wanted to cling to him. I wanted so badly to forget everything that the witch had said. The wind began to slow down, and I pushed away from Sion. I glanced up at him to see his eyes darken. He didn't say a word. I expected to see confusion, but instead I saw anger. I stared at him for a moment until I heard a noise behind me. "What? The fight is over." I heard Logan's voice. Both him and Odell had shifted and were sitting up. "You two are okay," I shouted and wrapped my arms around Odell. I felt stupid as I began to sob. My emotions flooded out of me, unable to hold them back. "Clover." I felt Odell pat my back softly as my tears fell on her. "Brian, you two came in the nick of time." I lifted up my head and watched as Dimitri trotted over to two people. A man with dark brown hair and hazel eyes stood with his arm around a beautiful woman. She was stunning. She had pale ivory skin with shining silver hair. Her light gray eyes were mesmerizing and staring directly at me. "I haven't met this one yet." "This is Bella. She is my mate. We were asked to come here with some others to pick up a wolf. Shiva specifically asked Bella to come along. You know how they work, always pulling the strings." Brian squeezed the woman next to him. I lived with Shiva, so I understand her subtle hints and meanings. I knew I would need to help someone here, and this you will find that all of your wounds have been healed. The woman's voice was light and tranquil. I looked down at my own body and was surprised to see that she was right. Everything looked completely healed. Her eyes were still on me as she gave me a small smile. You must be Clover. Stilt said we would find you in this direction. Our friend Riker has taken your friend to Elysium. The Queen will look him over. I have experience with removing curses, but your friend is in a fragile state. It would be best if the Fairy Queen did it. I rose to my feet and wiped the dampness away from my eyes. I was a Shea and belonged to the Fairy Kingdom. I wondered if the Fairy Queen would be able to tell me about myself. Maybe she could tell me how I could tell if I was manipulating someone's emotions subconsciously. Can I come back with you? I asked, and the man beside her chuckled. Actually, you have to come with us, so it works out that you want to. The Queen wishes to see you. Brian said, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was hoping she would have some real answers and advice for me. I'm coming with her. Sion's voice struck like a thunderbolt, leaving no room to argue. His tone was razor-sharp and electrifyingly cold. His dark gaze bore into me like a lance. There was a possessiveness that seemed to capture me. It was as if he knew I was putting up a barrier and he wasn't going to allow it. I felt my body shiver under his gaze. I longed to be in his arms, but was denying myself his comfort. Is it okay for her to travel in her condition? Logan asked, making Dimitri and Odell look at me curiously. Condition? Dimitri arched his brow and studied my face. I guess that was why Sion sent Logan and Connor to me during the battle. I looked at Sion. He continued to stare at me quietly. We were going to wait to tell. I mumbled as I thought about the child growing inside of me. Oh, my water donkeys, you are pregnant, and you let her fight. She gave Sion a lethal glare and snorted. This is why we have to know everything, Dimitri. We must be the brains. Odell shook her head in irritation and waved her hand in the air. That's it. No more fights for you. You are on break. I smiled and nodded my head. I can assure you that she will be quite safe with us, and Elysium is the safest place on Earth for her. Brian said as I felt Sion step closer to me. I could feel his energy swirling next to me. It was as if it had an invisible grip on me, making sure I didn't go anywhere. Clover, are you all right? I heard Dimitri ask, and I looked up at his concerned face. I guess I was acting more tense. I was trying to process everything. I wanted to be selfish, but it wasn't right. I wanted to pretend everything was great now and enjoy my mate. I wanted to get excited over our new family and combined packs, but I couldn't. Sion and I might be mates, but that didn't make it right. If I manipulated him, it was still wrong. Yeah, I'm okay. I gave him a faint smile that I knew didn't reach my eyes. When we get to Elysium, I am hitting the shrooms. I need a moment of good relaxation. Odell stretched her neck to the side as Dimitri grunted. Odell? What? Like the fire lizard said, we are safe in Elysium. This will be one of the last times I can really let go, so I'm going to. I watched as Dimitri shifted to his human form and walked over to Brian. I don't know what he said, but the dragon began to chuckle and nodded his head. I need to deliver this one to Joey, Connor said, and I looked at Taylor. She was quiet and looked to be in shock. She was most likely terrified. She knew what was going to happen. We all knew. She would be executed. I'll stay with Connor, and we will rally the pack for your return. We have our pregnant Luna to introduce. Logan beamed at me happily, which only made me feel nauseous. I wanted so badly for this to be my home, for this to be my life. I fought hard to get to this point. As badly as I wanted it, I couldn't just claim it. If I did manipulate San, what did this mean now? I was carrying his heir. However, Sion could still have his true mate out there, and it wouldn't be fair of me to keep her from him. I wasn't that person. I loved Sion and wanted what was best for him. Are you coming? I heard Odell say and looked up. I must have been spaced out in my own little world because I didn't even realize the two dragons shifted back into their beasts. Girls on the white dragon, she said, leaping onto her back. I heard Sion growl lowly behind me. He followed behind me quietly, and I could feel his anger radiating off of him. Clover. Before I could comprehend what was happening, his strong hands were already encircling my waist. spinning me to face him. His gaze pierced right through my soul, revealing a deep and possessive hunger that made my insides shiver in delight. I wanted this look to be real. I wanted him to really feel this way about me. I watched as his eye color flickered from almost black back to hazel. His eyes then softened, and he leaned forward to rest his forehead against mine. The sparks and tingles ignited from my body. I did feel this before when I first discovered we were mates. If I manipulated the bond, would I still feel the sparks? It is a short flight. You'll see her when we get there. Odell snorted in agitation. A low growl reverberated from Sion's chest as his eyes studied mine. With an irritated sigh, he lightly pressed his lips against my forehead. "I love you," he whispered against my skin, making my eyes water. When he looked down at me, I could see he looked shocked to see my tears. "Let's get going." I leapt out of Sion's grasp, my feet already running before I'd taken more than 2 steps. I jumped onto the dragon's back with a powerful thud. "On your marks, get set, go!" My voice tore through the air, and Bella responded with an energized roar that echoed in the air. She seemed to enjoy the idea of a race. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sion take off on the red dragon, and my gaze locked with his for an instant before he disappeared in the clouds. His eyes were fierce and unyielding, filled with a darkness that was ready to challenge me. I turned around and tried to change my focus. I was flying in the air on a dragon's back. I should be thrilled and enjoying the moment. However, Sion was tugging in the back of my mind. The dragon flew through the sky at an ungodly speed. It felt like no time at all, and we were already making our descent. As we got lower, we passed through something. I guessed it was some sort of barrier, but different. I could feel the energy in it. It had a will. It was alive. Odell jumped off before Bella even landed. "The air in Elysium is always so clear and fresh," she said, inhaling loudly. I laughed and hopped off as well, just as the red dragon landed. "The women are victorious," she boasted as Sion jumped down and marched straight towards me. His dark gaze was fixated on me, and with lightning-like reflexes, he grabbed a hold of me. "We will be back. We need a moment." Sion growled, and instantly the world changed. He had taken us to the spirit realm, only it looked different here. It wasn't all dark. Here in Elysium, it was still bright and colorful. The scenery here was dazzlingly vibrant, with colors that defied description, an explosion of hues and shades unlike anything I had ever seen before. I wanted to marvel at the way this realm looked, but Sion grabbed my chin, forcing me to look at him. "All right, Clover, what is going on?" Note: how about one more chapter before the dance competition this week? Leave me some comment, love. He gripped my chin firmly, putting pressure with his thumb. His gaze was like fire, searing into me as I was held captivated in its embrace. Black wisps of energy began to ensnare me, holding me in place. The grip was firm but not rough. "Sion," I gasped, seeing the hurt in his eyes. "Are you upset with me for decapitating Hazel?" he asked, his eyes searching mine. "Did you see me fight as Anubis and change your mind? Did I scare you? Because I would never hurt you. You know that, right?" "Sion, it isn't anything like that." "Then what is going on?" I listened as he sighed and turned his head to the side. "You can't change your mind, Clover. You can't. I'm sorry. I won't ever let you leave me. It's impossible for you to leave me. I've already claimed you as my queen. That can't be undone." I felt his hand tremble on my face as his pained eyes came back to search mine. I pursed my lips together and looked away from him. I couldn't stand to see him like this. I was going to have to try to talk to him. What if we weren't supposed to be together?" I mumbled, and his eyes turned dark. His hand wrapped around my back, ensnaring me, and he leaned his head closer to mine. "You are mine," he growled as his possessive eyes locked with mine. His eyes wandered over my face, and then suddenly he smashed his lips against mine. I tried not to respond because I didn't want to keep taking advantage of him. I felt his teeth bite down on my bottom lip in frustration, and the moment I opened my mouth, he attacked. His tongue invaded like a war general and conquered without mercy. My mind was spinning with desire and confusion. I wanted to pull away, to resist his advances, but my body was betraying me. I moaned softly as his hands roamed over my body, exploring every inch of me with a fierce hunger that left me breathless. As his lips trailed down my neck, I found myself gasping for air, drowning in a sea of pleasure and lust. His hands were everywhere, tracing the curves of my body, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. I felt like I was losing control. I was being overwhelmed by fiery sensations. But even as my body was consumed with desire, my mind was still reeling with uncertainty. I loved Sion with every fiber of my being. But what if he did have a true mate out there? It wouldn't be fair of me to keep him from her. If I manipulated this relationship, it wasn't fair of me to keep him, no matter how badly I wanted to. If I have to reclaim you right here, I will. Sion growled into my lips, nipping my soft skin with his teeth. You can't deny what we have, Clover. What if it isn't real? I finally shouted, and confusion settled in his eyes as he held my gaze. How isn't this real? I watched as he leaned back on his heels, still keeping a grip on my waist. What if I manipulated the bond? What if I wanted to be with you so badly I made you think I was your mate? What if I manipulated my wolf into believing you were our mate? Sion sighed and stared at me. Where is all of this coming from? The corners of his lips curled up in a tired smile. Sion, I am serious. What if I manipulated the relationships around me because I wanted a family? I watched as Sion raised his brows, looking at me as if I suggested trying to lay an egg. Seriously, where is this coming from? Did Dr. Snide say something? I pursed my lips together, and he moved his other hand to rest on my waist. So you just decided to make us like you? You didn't use your power on the whole pack? Just us. And when your powers were still dormant, you were able to manipulate me into thinking you were my true mate? I blinked at him and then just slowly raised my shoulders in a shrug. Furthermore, Clover, my love, you can't control me. I blinked at him and then my brows knitted together. Yes, I can. No, you can't. Yes, I can. Have at it then, Clover. Control me. Sion smirked and gazed down at me. But in the bedroom when I let you, he said in a simple tone as he searched my eyes. I can feel your will and what you want. I allowed you to have control, my love. I'd do anything you ask, except to let you go. His brow arched as a sly smile spread across his face. But once I transformed into Anubis, even if I had been under your influence before, there was nothing left to control. I died. We were disconnected and worlds apart. Even with all of your might, you had no dominion over a death god. It was only through my own will that I reclaimed you. We chose each other again and again. And I have marked you as my queen. Even if you die now, you will remain by my side. You are mine for eternity, and nothing can change that. My heart pounded in my chest as I listened to him. I absorbed his words as I stared at him quietly. The bond was real. I had let Call Me Bree nuke my mind with treachery. She made me doubt my relationships. She made me doubt what was real. However, Sion was right. I didn't have my Shea powers when we first met. I didn't start to develop them until after I had lost Sheena. I then folded my arms over my chest. You let me control you? I listened as he chuckled, pulling my waist closer so that I was touching his chest. It is hard to explain. I trust in our bond enough that I submit to your powers. I could choose not to, but why would I? I can't be manipulated, Clover, but you are allowed to do whatever you want with me. I will always submit to you, my queen. His hands moved over my sides, sending sweet tingles through my body. I sobbed, fresh tears cascading down my cheeks. No matter how hard I try to have faith, no matter how hard I try to believe in Sion, the scars of my past remain with me. Years of being treated as worthless has left its mark on me. Having Sion as my mate is too good to be true. I want him so desperately that it is hard to believe that this is real. It was easier to believe that I had manipulated it all. My bottom lip quivered uncontrollably as I uttered the words, "It's okay for me to keep you." His hands moved to cup my cheeks, and he lowered his head to mine. Clover, is it okay for me to keep you? I'll never be good enough to deserve you. Do you know how terrified I was? I thought she finally sees me for the monster I am. She doesn't want to be with me anymore. I smiled through my tears and looked up at him. How could I ever think that? You are everything to me. We have some work to do on ourselves. We never feel like we are good enough. I'm not good enough, but that doesn't matter. You make me better. Your light is what saves me. And no matter what, I need you. I may never deserve you, but I need you. I'll never let you go. There was so much passion in his words as his possessive gaze looked over me. My heart shattered into a million pieces at his words. The sensation of his heartbreak ripped through my soul, and I threw my arms around his neck, sobbing uncontrollably. "I love you, Sion," I whispered against his lips as I kissed him, my tears falling freely as he held me close. His scent surrounded me, and I drank in his essence. Sion was everything I had ever dreamed of. He was the one and only man I wanted to spend eternity with. As our hearts beat in unison, I fully realized that this was real. It was okay to be happy. I could finally look to the future and enjoy the present. "I love you too, Clover, forever and always." His words were a promise as he continued to kiss me. Sion was wrong, though. He was my gift. I have never been as happy as I am with Sion. He has helped me to become the woman I was always meant to be. I will always be grateful for the way he loves me. He is so gentle and caring to me. He knows what I need without me asking, and he gives it to me. I felt dumb for doubting our bond. I need to remind myself it is okay to be happy. I can be sad about those we have lost, but it is still okay to live my life. I deserve to enjoy my mate and our family. "I'm sorry for doubting us," I said as Sion pecked my cheek tenderly. "It's okay. Just never doubt us again," he said, kissing my forehead, and I nodded. "And what exactly did you think you were going to do? You are pregnant with my heir. Did you think I would just allow you to leave?" A playful smile spread over his lips. "It is not like I wanted to ever part from you. I love you so much that I couldn't stand the idea of robbing you of something precious." "Then don't. You are what is precious to me, our child. I already love him so much. Nothing is more important than you. Do you really think, even through manipulation, that you can create this? My love, this isn't just bending someone to your will. You can manipulate what someone thinks, but the level of these emotions." He shook his head. "Even with love spells and potions, that person is just completely consumed and blinded by emotions. What we have is so much more." Sion let out a shaky breath as he closed his eyes. "When I thought you might want to leave me, Clover, that part of me is terrifying. The things I would do to keep you." His eyes opened to look at me. "It doesn't matter, Sion. Don't think about it. I'm sorry. I won't ever doubt us again. I'm never leaving you. I am not the same as when we first met. I am more possessive, and there are times it is all I can do to allow you to walk in another direction than me. You are everything I need you to be. I'll always be with you, Sion, all the way up until I take my last breath." I watched as he smiled, and he rested his forehead against mine. "And even after that, I will remain with you until that last breath, and then I will stay with that body, taking you with me to the spirit realm. We will never be apart again." "Promise?" I smiled as he chuckled. "It is an everlasting vow." His lips brushed over mine gently, this sweet, caring side he reserved for me and our family. "You are going to be a great father." I watched as his eyes lit up and a wide grin spread over her lips. "I'm excited. I can't wait to decorate the nursery. I want to do all the fun, normal stuff with you. I want to stay up late watching movies with you, sleep in late just so I can hold you longer. I want to chase our children around the house and make sure they know how much they are loved. I want it all." I nodded my head. "Me too." Everything he said was what I wanted. We were going to be a family. I was going to be a mother. His lips pressed against mine again, and this time a greedy hunger came over him. A low, possessive growl hummed from his throat as his tongue caressed mine. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw several figures come into view. 2 were very tall, broad men, and next to them was a woman with silver hair. I pulled apart from him and turned my head to get a better look. "Sion," I whispered, and he followed my gaze. "Are they spirits?" I asked, but they felt different. There was so much life in their energy. "No, they are not dead. They have chosen to exist in this realm." He nodded his head to them politely. "Fairy magic is intriguing," he said as he pulled me deeper in his embrace. My heart pounded with anticipation as his breath grazed my ear. "We can go back now," he whispered, his voice low and menacing. "But later." He exhaled in a ragged growl, conveying an unmistakable promise that I would not soon forget. "Later, I will make sure you understand exactly who you belong to." Fear and excitement coursed through me as I imagined the consequences of my moments of doubt. I leaned my head against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "Should we talk to them first?" I asked quietly, looking at the people in the distance. No, they are not here to talk to us. They were checking us out. We need to leave them to do their job. A moment later, I felt the air around me change. The brilliant colors of the world returned to normal, and we were back in the living realm. Odell and Dimitri were standing there talking to the two dragons. Finally, okay, so you guys are good now. I'm going to go enjoy myself. Odell's voice rang out like a gong, her hands slicing through the air as she declared that she was on her personal time now. She's on your watch, Dimitri. Is everything okay? Dimitri asked with a small smile. You look much better now. Yeah, I just needed to clear my head. Sometimes I am my own worst enemy. I'm lucky that I have Sion to help sort out my nonsense. I smiled up at him and he kissed the tip of my nose. That's what having mates is all about. They are the part of us we didn't realize we were missing. They help with our doubts. Bella said as she interlaced her fingers with Brian. I looked at the two dragons and could see the love reflecting in each other's eyes. The half we try our hardest every day to deserve, but will always fall short. Brian said as Bella shook her head. You never fall short. I guess for a lot of mates this was normal. The feeling that you didn't deserve the other because of how wonderful they were to you. More proof that Sion and I were true mates. I'll take you to your friend. The queen should be with him now. Brian said, and I nodded, feeling Sion's fingers grip around my waist. We were both anxious to see Kai. We knew he wasn't in any danger anymore, but it would be a relief to see him awake. We followed behind the dragons as they led the way towards a beautiful shining building in the distance. Welcome to Elysium. Note, Dr. Luna readers, you know who they saw right. Also, Lunaverse readers prepare to see more familiar faces. My eyes were drawn to the building like a siren's call. The sun glinted off the top of the ivory top, making the castle look like it was a shining star. It was like looking at a beacon of hope. Maybe that is what the fairy castle really was. As I took in the beauty of the majestic building, I was struck by feelings of familiarity and confusion. The smell of Elysium was like a warm welcome to a place I had never been before, yet it seemed almost homely. The castle itself stirred a forgotten memory. I've seen this place before, but it was in a dream. At least I thought it was a dream. Maybe a part of me was always called to this place since I was part of the fairy kingdom. Brian and Bella led the way, and the guards lowered their heads in respect and stood to the side. I knew dragons and fairies were close, but this sort of reverence seemed extreme. I wondered if they were important people in the dragon kingdom. My breath caught in my throat as we stepped inside, like I had stumbled into an alien world. Everywhere I looked was blindingly bright and beautiful. The white marble floor shimmered like a lake of glass beneath us, and the crystal-clear windows magnified the sunlight pouring in, casting an otherworldly glow around us. I was transfixed by the surreal beauty of it all. As we approached a long hall, a tall, muscular man stepped forward to block our path. He had brown hair and amber eyes that seemed to settle on Sion and me. "Halt," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the courtyard. "State your business in Elysium." "Dad, quit being weird. What are you doing here anyways?" I heard Brian say as I looked between the two men. "I came to pick up our crystal shard. Lily has finished making all the detectors. We place them in our kingdom, and they will alert us if anyone has Nembrant glass. I'm not sure of all the details, but this is a start to fight against this." The man's eyes then moved back to me. "Who are they?" "Rhea asked us to bring them here." Brian began to explain, but the man he referred to as Dad interrupted him. "If Rhea asked for them, then get moving. They are all in the dining hall." The man with amber eyes looked at Sion and seemed to study him for a moment before continuing. "I'm the Dragon King of the West. You can call me Titus. If he was the Dragon King, then Brian was the Dragon Prince. Why did such an important dragon come and bring us here? And on the Fairy Queen's behalf?" "Sion." Sion answered, and then pulled me against his side. "This is my mate, Clover." I smiled, and the man nodded at me. "From the Sulphur Pack," Titus said, and my eyes widened as he chuckled. "I've heard about you." He turned and then nodded his head down the hall. "Shall we?" he said, and then started walking without waiting for a response. Either my aura isn't what it used to be, or you two are very interesting people. I glanced up at Sion, my shoulders tense with confusion, his brows furrowed in response, not comprehending what Titus had just said. My father and I have incredibly powerful auras, Brian stated, observing our confusion, so strong that only higher-level dragons and a select few can handle being near them. I felt a sudden surge of intrigue, wondering what it should feel like to be in the presence of such power. It was like a secret world was opening up before me, full of hidden abilities and unimaginable strength. Maybe, because Sion was Anubis and I was his queen, their auras didn't bother us? As we walked down the hall, I noticed the intricate carvings on the walls and the rich tapestries hanging from the ceiling. Everything was so ornate and delicate, it felt as if we were walking through a museum of priceless artifacts. The decor was unlike anything I had ever seen. The walls were covered in tapestries that depicted scenes of the fairy kingdom and fairies in battle, and the chandeliers were made of pure crystal. I could hear voices as we approached the end of the hall. As we crept near the entrance, the hum of excitement grew louder. The voices surged in a feverish crescendo, clapping and shouting in pandemonium. A long table stood empty in the center of the room, while all around it were huddled figures, enthralled by a tall, broad figure looming near the side. Beside him stood a beautiful brunette woman with her chin raised high and pointed ears. "You lying old bear! I can't believe it. You had a woman the whole time? You should have said something. I am so happy for you. This makes everything perfect," a woman with blonde hair said as she hugged the large man. "Welcome to the ranks, old-timer. I just hope you are able to still perform for the woman. Hope those hips aren't too fragile and old." A broad, muscular man teased as a woman with dark hair swatted at him. "Cody," the woman hissed, "you are going to make Cassie think we are all like you. There is only one bear like me, and you best remember that," the man said as he wrapped the woman in his arms. "Little cub, anytime you want to challenge my strength, I will gladly oblige." A deep, intimidating rumble came from the man next to the brunette with pointed ears. "After your daily dose of aspirin, Uncle Tristan, I'll happily accept," the younger man teased. Another couple moved into view from another hall. The woman was a perfect beauty, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders like a glittering waterfall. Accompanying her was a man with dark hair, his cool blue gaze captivated and mesmerized by the sight of the woman next to him. His gaze seemed to follow her every movement, like a hawk seeking its prey. In her arms, she cradled a sleeping infant, snuggled close to her warm chest. As they stepped further into the hall, the world shifted around me. It seemed as if time had frozen around them, a breathtaking moment that shone in all its unfathomable glory. There was something about them that made my heart begin to pound. The sound of my blood pumping drummed loudly in my ears. My focus wasn't on the couple, though, but on the child in the woman's arms. Strange whispers hissed in my ears as the couple moved towards me. I kept staring at the child as a wave of nausea attacked me. I pursed my lips tightly together as I felt Sion's hand come to steady my shoulder. "Clover?" I could hear Sion's voice, but I couldn't look away from the approaching infant. Suddenly, Sion shifted my body behind him and growled at the approaching couple. The woman grew silent, except for the sound of the man next to the woman and infant. A soft, threatening chuckle escaped through his lips. "Young death god, be very careful. No one growls in the direction of my mate." The man's voice was calm and low. In his tone was the promise of a swift death to anyone who crossed him. "Lee?" The woman's sweet voice rang out as she instantly calmed the man next to her. "He is just defending the woman behind him." Her blue eyes met with mine, and she offered me a gentle smile. "Don't mind him." "Yeah, a lot of people find him scary, but not to us. He is a feared Tier 1 deity, Leviathan, but to us he is family. He is like my older brother, Levi to me and Lee to our sweet fairy queen Rhea," Titus said with a playful smirk resting on his face. Wow, I was meeting more and more gods of the world. Unfortunately, I couldn't even relish in the moment of being in the presence of a god and fairy royalty. My gaze was focused on the infant. "Careful," Rhea said, and my eyes moved up to meet hers. "Little Beryl here has an intense history. Looking into it will leave an imprint on you." I didn't really have a choice. I didn't know how to control the visions that began to pour into my mind. Soon the world vanished. and scenes began to play in front of me. It was as if I was there. I watched as a little girl stabbed a man with an injection and then ran to a cloaked woman nearby. The woman patted the child and told her how proud she was of her. Beryl. The little girl was the same as the infant. As I stared at the woman, I realized she looked familiar. She wasn't just familiar, but was the same. Only she looked more alive in this vision, but I knew it was Meryl. Another vision came into view, and I watched from a hidden door as Meryl was stabbed in the chest with a dagger. I watched tears stream down the little child's face as Meryl died. Beryl didn't say a word, but I could see the hatred in her eyes. The memories of Beryl's life played like a movie in my mind, highlighting every tragedy and bitter injustice she had faced until her final breath. She was the casting agent of her own sorrows, never accepted nor loved by anyone. Except Meryl. Suddenly, a crippling pain stabbed through my chest, causing my body to shudder with unbearable grief. Agony, torture, sorrow, and despair clawed at me mercilessly as tears pressed against the back of my eyes. I gazed, transfixed, into a void of pure darkness. The walls were oozing black tar that the souls of the damned Ned clung to in despair. A scarlet current swirled and snaked its way through them, leeching away their life force until all that was left were empty husks. Suddenly, I recognized one of the faces among them. It was Beryl's soul, trapped in this hellish realm, calling out for help. Meryl, the Nycrops, swooped in and brought salvation to Beryl as if sent from the heavens. An immense swell of gratitude consumed the soul, and I was overwhelmed by its presence. Meryl promised the soul a new chance at life, that this time she would grow up in the fairy kingdom. She would be reborn and given an opportunity to rain destruction from within Elysium with a strong new power. The vision ended as abruptly as it had begun, leaving me gasping for air. Sion had his arms wrapped around me, his eyes filled with concern as he looked down at me. "Are you okay, Clover?" I nodded weakly, still reeling from the intense emotions I had just experienced. I saw so much: Beryl's life, her death, and then Meryl. She saved her soul from damnation and promised her a new life in the fairy kingdom. Sion's face twisted in confusion. "Who is Beryl and Meryl? You mean the Nycrops?" I explained everything I had seen to Sion, feeling a sense of relief wash over me as I spoke. It was as if the weight of the vision had lifted just by sharing it with someone else. As I finished speaking, the room fell silent. Rhea and her companions had been listening intently to our conversation. "Beryl is a special case," Rhea said softly. "Her past is a tragic one. She was born and taught hatred in her first life. She continued down that path, and it ultimately caused her destruction. This is a new life for her. She has been given a rare second chance. She is here with us now, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure she's safe and loved." I stared at the child and pursed my lips together. She is a trap that was sent by Meryl. Meryl told Sion and I that she left a problematic pack with the ultimate bundle of joy. We know this is what she intends. However, I believe that with the right foundation built upon love, things will be different. Rhea's blue eyes met with mine calmly. She has her past memories. My words hung in the air like a thick fog, settling over the room like a blanket of dread. Every eye turned to the small figure resting peacefully in Rhea's arms. I could feel the collective breath caught in their throats as they thought about what this would mean for the baby and her tumultuous past. Not a sound was uttered in the room until at last a whisper broke the silence. "She has her past memories?" I glanced up to see a woman with beautiful blonde hair walk up to the front, stopping next to Rhea to look down at the baby. I didn't know who this woman was, but it was obvious she was someone held at great importance. A man stayed close to her side and was analyzing the child with her. The two of them seemed to be communicating together seamlessly. It wasn't like mind linking, but they seemed to just know the other's thoughts. The man I saw earlier, Tristan, I think they called him, came to stand slightly in front of the blonde woman. He had an accusing gaze as he stared at Sion and me. It was clear he didn't trust us. The woman's green eyes were full of compassion, and her voice was soft as she spoke. "I am Lily. I am the queen of the fairy kingdom, but am no longer the ruling queen. This is my husband and mate, Tyler." I watched as her eyes moved up to the tall, brooding man, And this untrusting man is my guardian and dear family, Tristan. The woman looked at me, and I could feel sincere warmth coming from her. Meryl has made a mistake. Honestly, it is the best thing that her memories were left intact now, instead of returning to her later. As an infant, these memories will not stay as strong and vivid. We will love her and care for her. We will create new memories for her filled with love and acceptance. These will be the memories that will be the most fresh. She will be given a real chance at happiness. She deserves to know real love and not conditional. I watched as her face grew serious as she glanced up at Rhea, who was still holding the baby. Unfortunately, there are those whose memories will return, and we can only hope that with his new life, he can overcome his haunting past. I wasn't sure who they were talking about, but both women nodded and then looked back at the baby Beryl. Lily reached out and brushed the baby's cheek with her finger. "Let love heal your heart, little one. You are safe here." I hoped they were right. Meryl was still out there, and she would be waiting to sink her claws in Beryl when she is older. She is our daughter now. This is her new life with a clean slate. Rhea said, and as if confirming her words, her mate reached out and embraced the child, cradling her with a loving tenderness. My gaze lingered on the deity. His features softened with such profound love that it was clear any malice of the past had been forgotten. He had taken the child into his embrace as his own, reflecting an unconditional bond between father and daughter. I can't explain how much it touched me to see them love a baby like that who had once caused them pain. Honestly, it was emotional for me. I was an orphan baby and was never given parental love. At the time, I had thought this was normal. I understand it more now. I know that Alpha Scott had allowed my mistreatment, but still, those pack members did not have to treat an innocent child like she was a monster. So this was how it was supposed to be. Because of my past, I was able to see this moment from another perspective. I could empathize with an innocent baby and understand she needed a fresh chance, one that wasn't judged from the past. I listened as Sion sighed, and I lifted my eyes up to his. "I'm glad she's found a home where she'll be loved and accepted," he said softly, but I could see something else in his eyes. "What is it?" I asked, and everyone's gaze shifted to my mate. I watched as his hazel eyes met with the blue eyes of the deity, Leviathan. "Her life force has a black cloud in it," Sion said. He then looked down at me with a solemn look. Meryl already anticipated possible betrayal. She has implanted something in the child. I can't see what, but I know it disrupts the lifeline. I am guessing if she doesn't do as she is told, she will use it to obliterate her. My lips parted with a gasp as I shook my head. "Can't you do something?" I asked, and he shook his head sadly. "I can't do anything. She is a living soul right now. Is it a curse? I can cure curses," Rhea said, and I watched as Sion shook his head. "Not a curse, Rhea." Lily finally spoke with determined eyes. When she gave the child a new life, she bound it with something, like a blood crystal. If the crystal is shattered, so is her life. It is similar to how you and Levi are bound. Your lives are connected. So how do we undo it? I could hear the desperation in Rhea's voice, and I felt her pain in my chest. Everyone was looking at the child quietly until a soft cooing sound broke the silence. I watched Beryl stare up at Leviathan with wide, curious eyes. A smile spread across his face as he spoke to her, his voice gentle and reassuring. It wasn't fair. Beryl either does Meryl's evil plans or she will be killed. Her choice is evil or death. "Surely there is a deity who can fix this," I said angrily. "There are, yes, but most of the deities have taken a step back. Those who still interfere do so through manipulation. Directly interfering can cause the black hole to move again," Lily said as I furrowed my brows. "The black hole? It is an existence that moves on its own. It once threatened to swallow this world up but was stopped by Endymion. He was stuck in the black hole until Rhea and my son Wyatt went in and saved him. If the world is thrown out of balance by interference, it will awaken again." Lily and her mate Tyler looked at each other as if they were in deep thought. "Who is Endymion exactly?" I asked, hoping to hear more about the deity who tricked me. The Lord of the Earth is what he is called, but he is not a man. He is the deity of the fairies. He is responsible for both light and dark fairies. Some say that fairy magic is actually his essence. The will is actually his, but I can't say that for sure, Lily said, and I snorted. He is sneaky. He manipulated me into giving up my firstborn daughter to the Diamond Pack. I watched as Lily nodded her head, as if she already knew this. Yes, your child will unite with my kin, and it will be their line that the fate of the world will rest. The moon goddess uses tricks as well in order to manipulate the future. It seems the two of them do things similarly. Lily smiled as she looked at me. Don't worry, your child will choose their fate, and the Diamond Pack is very dear to my heart from the moment I met my alpha mate. We have to kill Meryl in order to protect Beryl from her fate. Whoa, Tristan finally spoke with tension lines on his forehead. It will be a tough battle, but one the Guardians can handle. Should we task Alexis and Micah to handle it? Rhea asked, and Sion cleared his throat. I can also end her if she shows herself. The Nycrops is an existence of death. She isn't dead, nor is she alive. Sion was staring at Leviathan as if he was waiting for an answer from him. The problem is, she will not show herself. She will go into hiding now and wait. Sending Alexis and Micah on a wild goose chase isn't the answer, especially with Aiken. I watched as Leviathan sighed and shook his head. He doesn't exactly handle things with class. Lee, Rhea hissed. Don't talk about our son-in-law like that. Leviathan let out a low groan, as if the word son-in-law curdled his stomach. I couldn't help but feel a bit of amusement at the tension between this man Aiken and Leviathan. It was clear there was some interesting history there. He is just stating facts. I heard the Dragon King, Titus, say from behind me, but maybe we should release the Kraken. He snickered and then cleared his throat. We can't let Meryl win. We need to come up with a plan, something that will keep Beryl safe, like Meryl's death. What if? I looked up at Sion and then back to the baby. Meryl won't know that we know about the crystal. What if we bind her life to something else? Can we do that? Maybe. Maybe I can try to. Rhea was interrupted by the gentle chuckle of her mate. I watched as he shifted Beryl in one hand while the other curled around her. My fairy, you aren't trying anything. He pressed his lips against her head. Your safety comes first, and I know how reckless you can be. But Lee, it is not going to happen, Rhea. Messing with life energy is dangerous, and you are not going to risk it. Not again. Not ever. His words were final, and there was no room for negotiation. Despite his stern voice, I could see the warmth and affection for Rhea in his eyes. It was clear how smitten he was with her. I watched as Rhea's brows folded, clearly unhappy with her mate's decision. Her mate stepped forward and attempted to appease her, his voice softening into a soothing melody. Don't be upset with me, Rhea. I watched as Rhea lifted her gaze up to meet with his. Her eyes softened, and she leaned into his embrace, letting out a small sigh. I just want to protect her, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I know, my love, Leviathan replied, his voice full of understanding. But we will find a way to keep her safe. We have all of us here to protect her. He gestured to the room full of their strong allies, all of whom were staring at the baby with varying degrees of concern. We will talk to Kali and see what she suggests. She will know more about this stuff and what our options are. The way their eyes looked at one another was on a different level. I can't explain it, but you could be blind and feel their connection. It was powerful. I will also speak with Olga. She knows about this type of magic well. It is how she saved Cody's life. Lily's voice drew my gaze away from the beautiful couple. We will take over this situation from here. You have come here for your friend, and we have kept you waiting. Is Kai all right? Dimitri asked, and a dark-haired woman from behind them snorted. He will live, but he isn't happy. He is awake? I asked and watched the raven-haired woman nod her head. Lily removed what was left from the demons. He will still need some time to recover, but he will be fine. Kelsey, perhaps you should explain to them before we go see Kai, Rhea suggested. I glanced up at Sion as I felt him pull me closer to his side. Kelpies have a unique ability. They can claim a life that is on the verge of death. This is how Epona saved Kai. The thing is, Kai is now bonded to Epona, and she does not wish to move to the Chance Pack. However, she did agree that they would eventually move to the Diamond Pack. She understands how important pack life is for a wolf. I understand that he was one of your officers. Kelsey looked at me, and I nodded my head. I'm afraid he won't be returning to your pack. I grew up visiting the Diamond Pack often, and I can tell you he will be part of an amazing pack. Epona has family in the pack, which is why she has agreed to live there. I felt a pang of sadness at the news that Kai would no longer be a part of my pack, but at the same time, I was relieved that he was alive. I'm just glad he's alive. He's a good officer, and I'm sure he'll do well in the Diamond Pack. I tried to sound positive, but there was a hint of disappointment in my voice. Kelsey nodded her head. I know it's not what you wanted to hear, but he will be in one of the best packs. Epona is feisty, like most Kelpies, but she has a good heart. He's lucky to have been claimed by her. She gave me a small smile. I nodded, feeling a mix of emotions, but mainly relief that he would live. I could still visit him, and if my daughter ended up in the Diamond Pack, I know he would be there to watch over her. We should go see Kai, Sion said, giving me a gentle nudge. I'm sure he'll be happy to see us. He will need our encouragement. It is never easy to leave your pack. Sion was right. Kai needed our support and strength right now. Please take us to Kai. We trailed a small entourage through the winding corridor, my heart pounding in anticipation. I didn't know what to expect. The last time we saw Kai, he wasn't conscious. We arrived at a room and Rhea nodded towards the door. He is in there, Rhea said, and then looked up past me. Dimitri, I would like to discuss some things with you if you would come with me. I watched as Dimitri nodded his head. It would be a pleasure. I kept my gaze on Dimitri as he stepped past me. I didn't know these people, but he seemed to be completely at ease. Still, after everything, I felt nervous about him not being by my side. I felt Sion's hand move on my back, applying slight pressure, ushering me towards Kai's room. I smiled up at him and nodded my head. It was silly of me to be nervous for Dimitri. I took a deep breath and reached for the door. The moment it opened, I could hear a noise from inside. The soundproof room was undone with just a slight opening. You are seriously sticking with that? You can't be serious. I heard Kai's voice and felt instantly at ease. Listen, I need time to adjust, mentally. And Epona's voice quipped as a gentle laugh came from Kai. I glanced up at Sion, but he didn't make any move either. We were both curious about their conversation. You don't need time to adjust mentally. You are worried about your image taking a hit. Kai, that's not fair, Epona protested, and I bit my bottom lip, feeling guilty listening to their conversation. Of course, not guilty enough to shut the door. Epona, you saved my life, but you didn't do that for anyone else. You saved me because you felt something more. We both know it. You are a strong Kelpie, and you are worried about what others will think because you claimed a wolf, because a wolf is your mate. Kai stated, his voice trailed into a soft whisper. My mouth dropped open as I processed what he was saying. Kai, I get it. I mean, most women want their mate to be stronger than them. They want to feel protected. You can defeat a small pack of wolves on your own. I am not stronger than you in our feral forms. You are embarrassed by me. That isn't it. I don't care about that. If anything, I like the dynamics of us. Her voice stopped, and I could tell she was struggling to say what was on her mind. Sion's grip on my back tightened as we both listened in shock. Epona and Kai were mates? That was unexpected. I could feel my heart racing as I tried to process the information. I knew that Kelpies and wolves didn't usually mate, so this was a unique situation. I don't know what to say, Epona stammered, her voice laced with uncertainty. You don't have to say anything, just know that I'm here for you, Kai replied, his voice filled with sincerity. I am afraid of this connection, Epona admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I've always been a loner. That is why you are nervous about being part of a pack. Kai's voice was warm and kind. He wasn't upset and was understanding. I was still a bit in shock, but really happy Kai had found a second chance mate. I know, Epona, but you don't have to be alone anymore. You have me and I would never hurt you. I don't know what having someone means. I could feel the weight in her words. I understood this in my core. I grew up not having anyone, and it was scary to let someone in. I leaned into Sion's front and smiled. It was the best decision I ever made, though. You don't have to figure it out all at once. We can take our time, Kai said, his voice soothing. You know, After. After my first mate was killed. I didn't think I ever wanted to have someone again. I didn't want to feel that type of pain, but you know what? Loneliness was more painful. I felt a lump form in my throat as I listened to Kai's words. He had been through so much, losing his first mate and then nearly dying. I really wanted Epona to be good for him. I know what you mean, Epona replied, her voice softening. I don't want to be alone anymore either. I don't want to deny this bond. It is a double bond, so I'm stuck with you anyway. I could hear a playful tone in her voice. So, mates, you are okay with finally being honest with everyone? I heard Epona click her tongue and laugh. You are a persistent wolf, aren't you? Kai chuckled. I have to be if I want to be with you. My heart swelled as I listened to their conversation. It was clear that Kai and Epona had found something special in each other. I felt like I was intruding on a private moment, but I couldn't bring myself to leave just yet. You know, I was never going to deny us being mates. I just wasn't sure about telling everyone until I figured out what that really meant. Those who have mates know exactly what having a mate means. They will understand us, this instant connection, the person who can soothe the other's souls. But if you need more time, it's just people will know I am off the market if I have a mate. I could hear the sly tone in his voice and my lips twitched upward. Okay, mates it is, Epona relented, her voice filled with amusement. But this is an equal partnership. No one lords over me. I don't want anyone to think I am soft. Kai laughed loudly. You're a feisty kelpie. No one's going to think you're soft. Besides, they all know you are stronger than me. Now, there is one other issue. What is that? Placing my mark on you. But that will have to wait. We have guests. Oh shoot. Busted. I looked up at Sion wincing as he grinned and pushed the door open, revealing the scene inside. Kai was lying in the bed looking much better than the last time I saw him. Epona was sitting next to him, her hand resting on his arm. They both looked up as Sion and I entered the room. Hey Kai, how are you feeling? I asked, trying to keep my tone light. I knew my face was completely red with embarrassment. Kai grinned at me. I'm feeling much better, thanks to Epona. I watched as he grabbed her hand when she tried to remove it from him. My mate. She cleared her throat and then looked away. She was acting uncharacteristically shy, but it was a sweet moment. I take it we won? He chuckled, pulling her hand up to his lips. Of course, we won. We still need to unite our packs, but it is finally over. Sion smiled and then looked over at Epona. Sorry to interrupt, we just wanted to check in on Kai. It's all good, man. I'm just happy to be alive, Kai replied, still holding on to Epona's hand. And speaking of the pack, there's something I need to address. We looked at Kai, waiting for him to continue. Epona and I will return to the chance pack for a little while. We haven't worked out all the details yet. Eventually, we will move to the diamond pack. I smiled and nodded my head. Actually, that is reassuring, I said, and he looked at me curiously. Through some agreements, my firstborn daughter is promised to go to the diamond pack. If we have a daughter, that is the plan. Right now, our focus is on our son, Sion said, beaming proudly. I watched as Kai's confused face lit up. You're pregnant. Then instantly he scowled. And you fought. Hey! Epona jerked her hand, but his grip didn't allow her to tear her hand away. Just because she is pregnant doesn't mean she can't fight. Of course not. It has nothing to do with her abilities. You can't predict what happens in battle. Kai started to say, but Epona snorted. The same goes for anyone, pregnant or not. It is no one else's decision. Fighting is our choice to make. If we feel capable, then who has the right to tell us no? Not when fighting could be the key to victory. Yeah, I really liked Epona. Kai grinned, clearly amused by Epona's fiery response. I stand corrected. He then turned his gaze to Sion and me. I'm happy for you both, and I hope our children can grow up together as well. I watched as Epona's face changed to beet red. She turned her face away from us, and Kai chuckled at the sight. I think she's embarrassed, Kai said with a smirk. Epona glared at him playfully. I am not embarrassed. I just don't want to talk about it. Kai chuckled and gave her hand a squeeze. Sion and I exchanged a look, both amused by the dynamic between Kai and Epona. It was clear that they were meant to be together. As we all chatted, I couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. The war was over, and we had won. Plus, Seeing Kai and Epona together warmed my heart. They would be coming to stay at the Chance Pack for a while, and I was happy I would get to know her better. As the conversation continued, I couldn't help but notice the intense chemistry between Kai and Epona. It was like they couldn't keep their eyes off each other, even when they were talking to someone else. I smiled to myself, happy that Kai had found a mate who was so perfect for him. Sion's voice pushed into my mind. We should give them some privacy, love. He was right. They still had some marks to attend to. Well, we need to be heading back. We still have a lot of work to do, Sion said, and Kai nodded his head. Of course, Alpha. We will be joining you guys again in about a week. Epona has some things she needs to settle first. Kai's eyes met with mine, and I gave him a warm smile. Take your time, Kai. We'll be waiting for you and Epona when you're ready, I said, trying to convey my support for his new relationship. Kai beamed, his eyes flashing with appreciation. Thank you, Luna. We appreciate it. He looked back at Epona, who nodded her head. We will see you guys soon. I looked between Kai and Epona and felt so much relief and happiness. Kai was alive and had found his mate. They would be coming back to the Chance Pack for a short time, and then he would be there in the Diamond Pack if I ever had a daughter. The chemistry between Kai and Epona was truly captivating. The mate bond was something special. Well, at least most of the time it was. I was just glad that it turned out this way for Kai. Sion wrapped his arm around my waist as we walked out of the room. We shut the door to give them the privacy they probably needed. Usually, marking was an intimate moment and happened soon after finding your mate. The hallway was empty as we walked back towards the dining area. I was curious about Dimitri and was wondering how Odell was getting along. Suddenly, without warning, Sion spun me into his embrace. His searing lips crashed against mine in a passionate explosion, igniting a fire inside of me and stealing my breath away. In that moment, the world melted away, and all that remained was the warmth of his kiss. My body melted into his, responding with a fiery passion that matched his own. Sion's hands roamed over my body, leaving a trail of goosebumps in their wake. I moaned against his lips as his tongue tangled with mine, seeking dominance. But this was no fight, it was a dance of passion and desire. Finally, we broke apart, panting and gasping for air. Sion's eyes were dark with desire as he gazed down at me, his hands still resting on my hips. I love you, he said, his voice husky with emotion. I love you too, I replied, leaning in to kiss him again. His hands wandered over my body and finally a frustrated growl escaped from his lips. Soon, somewhere more private. He promised as a big, toothy smile spread over his lips. It's over, Clover. We did it. We can concentrate on us now. On our family. Let's inform our pack of their new little alpha. It is time to celebrate. I nodded, feeling a sense of relief and joy wash over me. The war was finally over, and we could focus on building a better future for our pack. Let's do it, I said, smiling up at him. Finally, we could focus on ourselves and having a family. A real loving family. I was more than ready for this new journey in our lives. Note, almost done. I think one more main chapter and then bonus epilogue chapters. We started to walk back down the hall when we saw Dimitri walking back in our direction with the fairy queen, Rhea, and her mate, Leviathan. Is everything all right? Sion asked, keeping a watchful gaze on Leviathan. Yes, I just had some questions for Dimitri, since the centaurs have a village near the mountains and the Shriek Woods. Rhea started to say when her mate Leviathan chimed in beside her. Speaking of Shriek Woods, that is something you should be taking care of in the near future. Leviathan's cool blue eyes rested confidently on Sion. Lee, Rhea hissed out and turned her head sharply to look at her mate. Let them breathe. Sorry, he really is a sweet guy. He can just get very businesslike sometimes. It would be a great help to us if you could take care of the Shrieks, though. Either my brother or nephew is going to need to travel to those woods soon. I would be happy to help after I get my pack in order. Tell them they can reach out to me when the time comes, and I'll travel with them. Sion said, and I cleared my throat. We will travel with them. I smiled sweetly up at Sion, who pursed his lips together as he looked at me. Clover. Sion mumbled under his breath, but I could tell from his tone he wasn't a fan of the idea. I wasn't asking, I said and listened as Rhea giggled in front of me. I felt slightly embarrassed, and I shifted my gaze back to her. Mates can be overprotective, can't they? Rhea grinned, and I watched as she bumped into Leviathan's side playfully. Especially when they are pregnant, Sion muttered, and Leviathan snorted. At least you know about it. My mate put herself in danger while she was pregnant. I didn't find out about it until after. You would have locked me away, and I wouldn't have been able to help anyone. Locking her away, not a bad idea. Sion smirked and looked down at me. Try it and see what happens. I challenged back and watched his smile grow. Sion leaned down to whisper in my ear, "You know I would never do that to you." His hot breath sent shivers down my spine as I leaned into him. Leviathan chuckled. Ah, the joys of being mated, but we wouldn't have it any other way, would we? I remember those days with Rhea. Heck, sometimes I still have those days. Except you most certainly would lock me up. I watched as Rhea folded her arms over her chest as her mate pulled her to his side. I would have. I won't pretend I wouldn't. I have promised you several times that I would lock you away, and I meant it. I will protect you, even if I have to protect you from yourself, despite the guilt and heartache I would have suffered. The thought of you being disappointed in me, hating me for my choices. With just a disapproving look, you can break my heart. You are everything to me, my fairy. I watched as Rhea's eyes softened and she turned her head up to Leviathan and smiled. I watched as she reached her hand up to stroke his cheek, his head leaning into her touch. He closed his eyes, clearly relishing in her touch. I wouldn't change anything about you. You are my everything, my Lee. The moment was so simple and sweet, but there was an intimacy there that made me feel like I was watching something erotic. So, what about the Shriekwoods? Sion said, interrupting the moment. I glanced up at him and could see he wanted more answers. Why will they need to travel there? What did you need my mate's beta for? Sorry about that, Rhea giggled as she tapped Leviathan's nose playfully and turned to face us. It seemed there was something promised in the little touch, and we all know what that was. There is a pack of werewolves there that have become quiet. We haven't had any word from them. I was curious if Dimitri had heard anything from the other centaurs, but he hadn't. My brother has been planning to visit them, but now it seems he can no longer wait. The Children of the Moon needs to be addressed. We need to know whose side they are on. I watched as her blue eyes moved to look at me. They are purists. They are a pack that doesn't mix with other species. They also have an extreme hatred for vampires, which is why my brother hasn't visited them yet. He has vampire blood in him, and so does my nephew. Sheas have very unique abilities. It isn't just mind control. You have the ability to calm crowds. You can give people the chance to think rationally and without heightened emotions. I felt Sion's fingers clench around my arm as he pulled me more into his side. So, you are saying you planned for Clover to go the whole time? His voice was very agitated, and I could feel his angry waves surrounding me. Lee, Rhea whispered, putting a calming hand on his arm. My eyes darted in his direction. His blue eyes were slightly glowing, and it was clear he was fully prepared to confront Sion. I had hoped for this. This is why I wanted to see Clover. This isn't a trap. I wanted to ask her if she could accompany my family. You see, we are strong enough to completely destroy this pack if they are a problem. That isn't the issue. We don't want to do that. We want there to be peace between the packs. Clover can help. We don't want her to use mind manipulation. We just want her to calm the pack so cooler heads can prevail. I placed my hand on Sion, feeling him calm under my touch. This is also what Rhea did with her mate. I guess we use similar methods to calm our men. I don't really know how. To be honest, I don't know a lot about myself. Rhea smiled sympathetically at me. That's okay. We can help you learn. And if you're not comfortable with it, we'll find another way. We just wanted to explore all possible options before resorting to violence. Sion relaxed his grip on me, but I could sense that he was still uneasy with the idea of me going to the Shriekwoods. I understood his protectiveness, but I also knew that I couldn't sit back and let others put themselves in danger. If there was a way for me to help without resorting to violence, I wanted to try it. I'll do it, I said firmly, looking at Rhea. I'll go with your family to the Shriekwoods and try to calm the pack. Thank you. I'll send word to my brother. They will reach out to you. In the meantime, I'll have someone come and help you learn." "She has stilts," Dimitri interrupted, and I watched as a smile spread across Ria's face. "He is feisty, but he would be able to help with this. Thank you for your willingness to help. I am sure you both are anxious to get back and get your pack settled. Brian and Bella will take you back when you are ready." I nodded my head and smiled in appreciation. I wanted to explore the fairy kingdom, but this wasn't the time. Sion and I were both ready to finally go home. "Dimitri, can you find Odell? We really need to address the pack." "I'll go and retrieve her," Dimitri said as he turned and left. "Before you go," a woman's voice said from behind us. I turned to see the shining blonde hair of the previous fairy queen, Lily. She held out 2 clear crystals and placed them in my hands. "You can see nembrant glass at work in someone, but others can't. This will detect anyone who has nembrant glass or essence at work. There is one for your pack and one for the sulfur pack. Place it in the pack house where it will be safe. It will automatically form a radius around the pack lands. Anyone who enters the territory that has been tainted will be able to be detected. The crystal will shine to notify you. It will also make the person with nembrant glow, similar to how you can see them. The person affected won't know, but everyone else will be able to see it. This should help keep the pack safe. Also, as we speak, nullifying scales are being distributed to the packs. Think of it like a vaccine. It will protect each person from being controlled by nembrant glass." She gave me a kind smile and patted my hand. "You are always welcome in Elysium. We would like for you to visit so we can know you better. You are practically family, and soon our families will be joined." I stared at the woman whose eyes told the story of a future I have not seen. I have heard that the fairy royals have the gift of premonitions. I wonder what futures she has seen. Suddenly she reached out to me and wrapped me in her embrace. My eyes widened in shock as she leaned close to my ear. A sound that was barely audible to me came out. "You are going to be a fantastic mother." I felt my eyes water as I pulled back to look at her. It was as if she knew my biggest fear, that I would fail as a parent, that my future daughter would hate me for the agreement I made. Right now, staring into the fairy queen's eyes, I felt relieved. It was a feeling I can't explain, but there was a warm light that seemed to embrace me. For the first time, I felt completely at peace. "Thank you," I breathed out as she stepped back to the side of her mate. Sion pulled me back to him, his intense gaze upon me as he held me close with protectiveness emanating from his grasp. His hands tightened around my body, and there was no mistaking the concern that coursed through him. His hazel eyes looked me over as they searched for an answer. He was ready to defend me if he felt there was a need to. It was hard to believe that I had found someone who loved me like he does. I never imagined I would have someone like him. He was protective and possessive, but also allowed me to do what I needed. He wouldn't lock me in a tower to protect me. Instead, he would become my tower and try to act as my protection. A flood of emotion swept over me as I stepped in closer and embraced Sion tightly. His strong arms, wrapping around me, filled my body with an intense warmth that permeated through every corner of my being, sending chills all over my skin. His heady scent engulfed me like a blanket, reminding me of the journey it had taken to get here. All the pain and suffering had paid off for this moment, when I could revel in the safety and the security of the arms of my love. We stood there for a few more moments, wrapped up in each other's embrace, completely oblivious to the world around us. I felt his lips press against my temple, his breath warm against my skin. The sweet mate tingles rushed over my body as I closed my eyes, relishing the feeling. Finally, I pulled away from him, our eyes locked in a deep gaze that spoke volumes without words. Our journey was far from over, but we would face it together, no matter what came our way. I knew with Sion by my side, I could face anything. There would be challenges ahead, but we would overcome them, together. "Let's go home." Sion's voice rumbled through his chest as he leaned in to press a soft kiss to my forehead. I smiled up at him, feeling a sense of contentment wash over me. With his hand in mine, we nodded our goodbyes and made our way down the hall. Bella and Brian were waiting for us by the doors along with Dimitri and Odell. "So ladies together again?" Odell asked, and Sion instantly growled. clinging to me tightly. Not a chance. Sion growls with conviction, his voice laced with possessiveness. He pulls me flush against his front, his arm wrapping tightly around my waist like an unbreakable chain. His eyes bore into mine with a dangerous intensity, daring anyone to try and take me away from him. I can feel the hard planes of his chest against my front. The overwhelming scent of his musk fills my nostrils as he leans his head closer to mine. He buried his nose in my hair and inhaled gently. I need her close. I listened as Brian chuckled, and he turned to wink at Bella. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? He said as he grabbed her hand and walked away with her to shift. Odell snorted and rolled her eyes. Mates, she mumbled, shaking her head. Bella and Brian shifted into their dragons. Sion led me over to Brian and helped me onto the dragon's back. As his wings began to flap, Sion pulled me tightly against his chest. I shivered as I felt his nose rub against my skin, sending an electric jolt through my body. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he reveled in the comfort of having me near. I understood it since I felt the same way. We were finally heading back. The chance pack was safe and we were going home. Sion leaned in closer to my ear, his voice husky and low. I'm never letting you go, my love. After the pack is settled, we are locking ourselves away for a couple of weeks. We have some catching up to do. I smiled, feeling my heart swell with love for this man. That sounds wonderful. I leaned my head back and rested it against his chest. I listened to the sound of his heartbeat and relaxed under its gentle rhythm. Sion's strong arms held me in a blanket of support as he soothingly rubbed my arms. Clover? Sion's tender voice hummed out. Yeah? What did the fairy queen say to you? My lips curled up in a content smile as I stared out over the vast forests and mountains we were flying over. She said that I would be a fantastic mother, I whispered. I felt Sion's lips brush over my head, and then he nuzzled his nose into the crook of my neck. Of course, you are going to be a fantastic mother. Anyone with a heart like yours wouldn't be any less. You are compassionate, Clover. You have empathy for others. You are a beautiful soul. I stared out at the clouds and shrugged slightly. It was something that I wasn't so sure of. You know, I mentioned before I didn't have a mother figure in my life. I am afraid of failing. But it's strange how her words helped me rationalize everything. Her words were simple, but I felt them. I reached up to my chest, thinking of the warm light I felt. I know we won't be perfect parents, but we will do the best we can, and I'm going to try not to worry anymore. I am going to love my children and protect them. And in a world that is often cruel, we will be their safe haven, just like you are mine. I turned my head to look into his hazel eyes. My heart raced as I felt his arm pull me in closer. His hazel eyes glowed with intensity, their warmth radiating through my veins like a wildfire consuming everything in its path. His embrace tightened, and I felt myself dissolving into it, melting into him like molten wax. There was no denying the power of our love as he closed the gap between us, and his words filled my heart with a joy beyond what I ever imagined possible. I am so happy right now, Clover. We are heading back home, and we are going to have a baby. I love you so much. I looked up at him. I loved him so much. I was so lucky I would be sharing my everything with him. I love you too. His lips met with mine in a sweet and tender kiss, filled with all the love and passion that we held for each other. The kiss was slow and gentle, but it held a powerful promise of love and commitment that we both shared. Our bond was unbreakable, and we knew that we would always be there for each other no matter what. Note, so I didn't finish. Haha, another chapter after this one, and I think a bonus chapter or two as well. Brian and Bella dropped us off and immediately left, which was fine with us since we were busy. Sam was waiting for us when we arrived and told us everyone had been given nullifying scales. He offered one to Sion, who shook his head, turning it down. He said he didn't need one any longer. I didn't need one either, but Dimitri and Odell each took theirs. I am heading back now. Everything is under control here, Sam said as a group of men started moving out. He must have mind-linked them. Thank you for your help, Sion said, nodding his head respectfully. So, you will be coming back shortly to see your mother? I heard a voice from the side and turned my head to see Adam talking to Gia. He looked a bit sad and reluctant to leave her. Yes, my place is by Connor's side. After things are settled here, the two of us will make a trip to the Diamond Pack, Gia said as Connor walked up to her side. You and your mate will always be welcome, anytime you want to visit, Connor said, reaching his hand out to shake Adam's. I watched as Adam then pulled his daughter into a full embrace. His eyes closed tight as he squeezed her gently. If you ever need anything, your mother and I will be there for you. Thanks, Daddy. I watched as Adam and Sam walked away together. Sam patted Adam's shoulder and seemed to be giving him the extra nudge he needed. We watched them until they shifted and then disappeared into the woods. How is Kai? Logan asked as he ran up to us. I could see the concern in his eyes. Kai is good. There are some changes. He will be returning to our pack but won't be staying there. He will eventually be moving to the Diamond Pack with his new mate, Sion said, and then smiled. Mate? He has a mate? Connor asked, and I nodded my head. The Kelpie who saved him was his mate, I said, and listened as Logan began to chuckle. He is going to have his hands full with that one. Logan laughed and then turned his head. The packs are waiting, and I think Joey is just waiting to talk to you before they leave. His eyes met with mine, and I nodded my head. I looked in the distance and could see Joey organizing the sulfur pack. It looks like they have accepted him as the new leader. I'll just be a minute. I turned and started to take a step when Sion's hand locked onto my arm. We will just be a minute, he said with a faint smile. His eyes looked at me nervously, and I could see he was concerned about me. I was okay, or at least I thought I was. That all changed as we walked closer to the sulfur pack. On a cart were bodies of the fallen, and on a separate cart were two others covered by a sheet. My vision blurred as silent tears cascaded down my face, a physical representation of the anguish and sorrow coursing through my body. My nose burned with each ragged breath that I took, desperate for air. The sight of the covered bodies was too much to bear, and agony sliced through me like a sharpened blade. Gone were Denny and Jude's hearty laughs and light-hearted jokes, leaving behind nothing but an aching void in their wake. Even though their souls had returned to the life pool, part of me would always feel their loss. There was an emptiness left inside of me that could never be filled. I felt Sion's arm wrap around me as my body trembled. It was all still too fresh. I had pushed it back in the depths of my mind. While I was busy fighting, I could ignore this pain, but it was there. Clover. I heard Joey's gentle voice, and I lifted my gaze up to him. He looked tired, but there was also a new aura around him. He was trying to be the strong leader he needed to be now, yet I could see the anguish in his eyes, the pain from losing his closest friends and his alpha. At least he had his mate Stacy. She would remain close to his side and be his biggest comfort. I stepped out of Sion's embrace and stepped into Joey's. His hand came around my head and my back, pulling me into his chest. He leaned his head down to mine, and he let out a shaky breath. I don't know where to start. I don't know how I will live in the pack house. It will be so empty. I can't believe they left without me. His voice broke, and I felt his wet liquid run down my cheek, mixing with my own. I felt his hands shaking as he tried to swallow back his choking sobs. I'm going to make him proud. I'm going to lead the pack right. But right now, you need to mourn. Sion's voice said, making us look back at him. His sad hazel eyes were looking at me and then back to Joey. The whole pack needs to mourn. Declare a time of mourning and take a week to have a proper memorial for your fallen pack members. You are not alone, Joey. We will help you rebuild. We'll help you find new officers and restore your pack's strength. Sion's words dripped with empathy and sincerity as he continued to address Joey directly. His eyes would flicker at me, but then go back to Joey. You might find it helpful to remodel the pack house. Have a crew change the upper level where you all stayed so that you don't continue to live with the ghosts of the past. Denny and Jude are moving on. They will have a new life. And you should too. Keep their memory close and remember their sacrifice, but don't live with their shadows. Joey nodded his head, taking in everything Sion had said. His grip on me loosened as he wiped away the tears from his eyes, regaining his composure. You're right. We need to move forward and honor their memory. Joey said, his voice still hoarse but determined. Thank you, Sion. It means a lot. He would need to stay strong for his remaining pack members and lead them through this difficult time. And we would all be there to support him. Stacy stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Joey to offer him her support. I felt Sion's hand land on my shoulder, pulling me back into his chest. "Are you okay?" he murmured into my hair. I took a deep breath and slowly nodded my head. "I am, or I will be. It's just hard. It's raw." "I know," he cooed gently. "I'm here, and I'm going to help you." I looked up at Sion, grateful for his unwavering presence and support. "I'm here too. We can help each other," Joey said, and I nodded my head. I am sure there will be times he will need to talk with someone who understands his pain. "What happened with Taylor?" Sion asked, and my eyes darted around. I didn't see her anywhere. Andrea stepped down as the Luna, and as her last duty, she killed Taylor. Her judgment was death, and it was fitting that she got to deliver it. Andrea has chosen to leave the Sulfur Pack. She has already left. She is returning to the city to live with distant family. Her mother was also a traitor, and Andrea needs time. I don't think she will ever return to Pack life. Joey sighed and then looked over the Sulfur Pack. "We have a long journey ahead of us, but I couldn't leave without seeing you." His eyes met with mine. "We're going to be okay, huh?" he said, giving me a weak smile. I nodded my head, wiping the tears from my eyes. "Of course we are. Denny and Jude would kick our butts if they saw us falling apart over them," I said with a weak laugh. "That they would." Joey's eyes softened as he looked at me. "Come and visit soon. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm pregnant," I said, and watched a genuine smile reach his eyes and lips. "Now that is some wonderful news. You are going to be a great mama, Clover." I felt my eyes start to burn as I fought off the tears from falling again. He just had to say the one thing that would get me choked up. "Thank you, Joey." Joey backed away from us, wiping the tears from his eyes. "Well, I need to go. I have a lot of work to do. Thank you both. We will be seeing you soon, and remember, let us know what you need. We are here to help. That isn't an empty promise," Sion said, and Joey gave him an appreciative smile. I watched as he turned, taking Stacy's hand in his. As he walked back towards the pack, his posture straightened as he took on the role of a leader. Denny had made the right choice. Joey was going to be a great leader for the Sulfur Pack. I watched them as the Sulfur Pack moved out and continued to until they disappeared from my view. I felt Sion's arms tighten around me, pulling me in closer to his warm embrace. His lips brushed against my forehead, and I closed my eyes, relishing in the comfort that his touch brought me. I'm going to miss them. It's going to be hard on Joey, but he will do it. Won't he? I asked, leaning my head back to look at Sion. One day at a time, Clover. We will honor their memory by living fully. Joey will be just fine, and so will you. I nodded and exhaled quietly. Joey had Stacy to lean on, just like I had Sion. He was my biggest comfort and strength. I leaned into his embrace and whispered, "I don't know what I'd do without you." "You'll never have to find out," he replied, his hand rubbing soothing circles on my back. "I'll always be here for you." I smiled and nodded my head before looking up at his hazel eyes. Time to go be leaders. I felt Sion's lips brush against my forehead before he pulled me into his side. "Let's go unite our packs." His voice was tender and soft as his hand gripped against my side. We walked back towards the Chance Pack house. Connor and Logan had gathered the two packs there where they were waiting for us. The warm sunlight filtered through the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The forest was quiet, as if it was also mourning the loss of those who had fallen. We stepped inside of the pack gates and listened as the packs quieted down at the sight of us. Dimitri, Odell, Connor, and Logan were all standing up on an elevated podium. Sion was leading us in the direction of it, where we would address our packs. I could see that the mood had shifted. There was sadness and grief, but there was also determination and excitement. The pack seemed to be excited about what was going to happen. I felt a bit nervous as Sion led us up the stairs and to the center of the podium. Sion was a natural leader, and he had a commanding presence that naturally drew people to him. "It's good to be back," Sion said with a warm smile as he looked over the masses. "I want to first calm the Chance Pack members. I will not hold what happened against any of you, so please do not worry about that." I heard relieved sighs in the crowd. I didn't even think about them feeling anxious about what had happened. We want to address both packs now, Sion continued, pulling me close to his side. Both the Nova pack and the Chance pack are to merge together, and what better way to unite the packs than by a new life? There was a quiet, excited murmur among the crowds as Sion beamed happily. That is right, we are expecting a pup. My little Alpha has already made it through his first war. We have a bright future. We will merge our packs as one and make it a home. We will build a brighter future for our children while never forgetting the past and those we have lost. Sion smiled at me and then continued. There are two heads in our pack. The Alpha and the Luna are equals. Neither one has authority higher than the other. This is the way it is meant to be and how we will continue to lead going forward. He turned and looked at me. I could see in his eyes he was wanting me to say something now. I knew just the thing. I quickly checked with him through our mind link to make sure we both agreed. I watched as his lips twitched upwards and he nodded his head. Perfect. Of course, with two packs joining, it would be unfair to keep either name of the packs. We are not just the Chance pack and we are not just the Nova pack. We are a new pack and need a new name. We have been given new life and with it a new fitting name. We will now be known as the Ankh pack. A shocking eruption of cheers came from the pack, and I couldn't help but smile at the sight of everyone. A unified reaction for their new name. We have a lot of work to do, but we will do it together. We are not just a pack, we are a family, and family always sticks together, through the good times and the bad. The crowd erupted into cheers again, and I felt a sense of relief wash over me. This was it. This was what we had been fighting for, a new beginning for all of us. The crowd roared, their voices clashing together in a deafening harmony. Sion and I were caught in the moment, our hearts pounding against each other as we embraced in solidarity. It was a new beginning for us all, a chance to start anew with a stronger bond than ever before. As I held on to him, I felt both an immense gratitude and love for my mate. He had been my rock, my confidant, and my equal all along. His embrace encapsulated me. It was the symbol of our undying affection, a testament to the family we'd created together. His warm hazel eyes were fixated on mine as he pulled my waist flush against him. His eyes wandered over my face as his lips twitched up in a smile. I looked into his eyes and knew that from this moment forward, we'd be together as one. My family, my partner, my mate. His head moved to mine, and our lips met in a passionate embrace. As we kissed, I felt a sense of completion. It was as if all the pieces of my life had finally fallen into place, and I was exactly where I was meant to be. I wrapped my arms around Sion's neck, deepening the kiss, lost in the moment of pure bliss. Our tongues danced together as we explored the depths of each other's mouths, our bodies pressed together as if we were one. The sound of cheering and howling from our packs slowly filtered into our awareness, breaking us out of our trance. We pulled apart, grinning at each other as we looked out at the crowd. Our packs were now one, united under the name of the Ankh pack. As the cheering subsided, Sion cleared his throat, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Now that we've made our little announcement, let's celebrate, he shouted to the crowd, eliciting cheers and whistles. He then lifted me up and slowly placed me back on my feet. I giggled as he stared down at me with a smirk growing on his face. We have a lot of planning to do, my Luna, he said, his voice husky with desire. But first, we have a party to attend, and I plan on celebrating our victory in the best way possible. I nodded, my heart fluttering as we walked down to greet our pack. The celebration was wild and boisterous, with food, drink, and music filling the air. We laughed and danced, free of any worries, everything forgotten for the moment. It was as if we were all children again, living in the moment and enjoying each other's company. As the night wore on, Sion scooped me in his arms and carried me to the pack house. It's time to celebrate our victory in my favorite way, he whispered in a husky voice. I could feel his excitement and anticipation for what was to come. As we entered our bedroom, Sion placed me down on the bed, his hands gripping my waist tightly. I don't think I've ever been happier than I am right now, he said, his voice laced with emotion. We've gone through so much, Clover, and now we have everything we could ever want. I smiled up at him, my fingers running through the hair at the nape of his neck. I love you, Sion, I whispered before capturing his lips with mine once again. The room was filled with passion and heat as we explored each other's bodies. Sion's touch was electric, igniting a fire within me that only he could create. Our bodies moved together in a dance of pure pleasure, our moans filling the air as we lost ourselves in each other. As we lay there, our bodies entwined, I couldn't help but think about the future. The Ankh pack was our home now, and we had a responsibility to lead them towards a brighter future. But for now, all I wanted was to be lost in the moment with Sion by my side. I love you, Clover. I love you too. He began to move against me again, making up for the time we lost. The sound of our pack celebration echoed softly in the background, masking the sound of our passionate moans. The future was uncertain, but one thing was for sure. We would face it together, as a pack, as a family, and as mates. I was exactly where I was meant to be, in the arms of my mate. Finally, I was home. Note, do you want the epilogue-ish chapter tomorrow? Leave me some comment, love, and I'll make it happen. I wiped my forehead as I poured more batter onto the pan. I woke up early to surprise everyone with my chocolate chip pancakes. It has been a few weeks since everything happened. Construction has continued since new houses were needed to accommodate our larger pack. Everyone fitted in nicely. Doug and Nadine now help with pack training. Nadine trains the females and is tougher on them than Doug is on the men. She is now officially Dimitri's mate and has moved into the pack house. Connor and Gia are also officially marked and mated. They are kismet mates and are so cute together. Everyone is mated in the pack house except for Odell and Logan, though neither of them seemed to be in a rush. Something smells good, Epona said as she walked out lazily with Kai. They arrived just last week. Epona decided they would stay with us for now. I think she was starting to enjoy life with us. Joey was doing great. He had a memorial built for Denny and Jude, so the pack would never forget their sacrifice. It was erected with such care and precision that it felt as if their memories were frozen in time, never to be forgotten. Sion and I went to the unveiling of it. It was beautiful. My already heightened emotions due to my pregnancy rocketed through the roof, making me weep until there were no more tears left to shed. I soaked Sion's shirt, but he never complained. He just continued to hold me until I had calmed down. Yeah, pregnancy hormones. That has been kicking in now. The pregnancy hormones and also blef. I quickly covered my mouth as I felt the nausea kicking in. Come on, stomach, settle down. I just needed to finish a few more pancakes. I took a deep breath, trying to push the wave of nausea down. I couldn't let it get in the way of our family breakfast. As I turned around, I saw Sion walking in, his hair tousled and his eyes still heavy with sleep. My eyes trailed over his sculpted chest, and I began to think of having a different type of breakfast. His eyes reached mine, and instantly they were laced with concern, seeing my hand over my mouth. "Are you okay, love?" he asked, his voice filled with worry. "I'm fine," I said, forcing a smile. "Just a little nausea, nothing to worry about." I turned back to the pancakes, trying to push the queasiness down. I felt a hand on my back and turned around to see Sion standing behind me. "Let me help you," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "You shouldn't be doing all this work alone." His fingers traced down my arm until he reached the spatula, taking it away from me. He took over the pancake making, flipping them with ease as he nuzzled his nose in my hair. "I didn't like waking up without you beside me." I smiled and leaned my head back on his chest. "If I had stayed beside you, we wouldn't be having my chocolate chip pancakes for breakfast. We may not even make it out of bed for breakfast. There is still time." His voice said wryly in my mind, "Damn, if he wasn't making me want to." We have barely kept our hands off of each other since we returned. Every spare moment we are locking ourselves behind closed doors. It was as if we couldn't get enough of each other. I could feel his arousal against my back as he pressed himself closer to me, making me moan softly. Sion chuckled, his breath warm against my ear. "I see my Luna is feeling better already," he said, his voice husky with desire. I gasped as he nipped at my earlobe. "We can't. Not here." I glanced up at the table, and luckily, Epona and Kai were too involved in each other to notice. I tried to push him away, but he held me tightly, his hands roaming over my body. I know, he said, his voice low and seductive. But the morning is still young, my love, and I plan on making the most of it. I grabbed a piece of pancake and quickly shoved it in his mouth. Extra breakfast for me today, he said as his eyes looked me over with a promise. Yes, pancakes, I heard Connor cheer as he bounded down the stairs with Gia at his side. I was wondering if I would ever get to taste them again. I was afraid our alpha would keep hogging Clover. I listened as Sion snorted as his fingers dipped slightly in my waistband. Pancakes! Logan yelled as he leapt to the bottom floor from the overlooking railing. Seriously, how old are you again? Odell growled as she took her seat at the table. Don't be like that. That's not how you were treating me last night. Logan beamed as I choked on the air. What? Dimitri asked as he walked down the stairs with Nadine. When Dimitri was in the pack house, he made sure he was always in his human form, for obvious reasons. Logan, Odell hissed with her brows furrowed. Did I miss something? I asked, glancing up at Sion, who shrugged his shoulders. We've been a bit preoccupied to notice what has been going on, but now that it is brought up, didn't Odell just come from Logan's room? Sion smirked, and I gaped at Odell. She sat at the table looking annoyed. As if to prove his point even more, Logan leaned down in front of her and kissed her lips. Good morning. Logan winked at her, taking the seat beside her. Well, I guess that secret is out. Odell huffed, shaking her head. Since when? I finally choked out and watched as Logan beamed a Cheshire cat grin at me. Since the start, whenever we could find a moment alone, I liked antagonizing her and making her jealous, which is why I flirted with Epona in front of her. You did what? Kai growled and Logan waved his hand in the air. It was before you two were mates. Relax. Are you two? I asked, and Odell shook her head. We aren't mates, yet, Logan said with a wink, and once again, Odell didn't object. I was shocked, but I was fine with this. After all, it helped complete our family. Now everyone in the pack house had their someone. As the last pancake was finished, we sat at the table, surrounded by our family. Laughter and conversation filled the air, and I felt a sense of contentment wash over me. This was exactly where I was meant to be, surrounded by the people I loved. As we finished eating, everyone began to slowly filter out of the kitchen. I felt a tug at my hand and looked up to see Sion staring down at me, his eyes filled with love. I want to show you something, he whispered, his hand squeezing mine. I looked at him curiously and nodded my head. He held my hand gently as he tugged me behind him. He led me down the lower hall and then opened a door leading downstairs. We walked in silence, our hands intertwined as I watched him curiously. Finally, we arrived at another door, and he gestured for me to enter. I smiled at him curiously before I stepped into the room. In the center was a dark brown wooden crib. This is the crib I used as a baby. It needed to be refinished, but I finally managed. I stared at the crib in shock. A crib, just seeing one, made everything feel more real. I walked towards the crib, running my fingers over the smooth wood. It's beautiful, I said softly, turning to look at Sion. I wanted our child to have something special, something that was part of me and my family, he said, his eyes filled with emotion. I know it's early, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to show you, if you would rather have a new one. I shook my head vigorously as the tears prickled at the corners of my eyes. I love it, I whispered, stepping into his embrace, and I love you. He wrapped his arms around me tightly, pressing his lips against mine. I melted into him, feeling every ounce of love he had for me pouring into the kiss. When we finally broke apart, he leaned his forehead against mine, his eyes never leaving mine. I can't wait to see you carrying our child in your arms, he said softly, his hands resting on my hips, to see our family grow together. I can't wait either, I replied, my voice filled with emotion. I want nothing more than to share that with you. He smiled at me, his eyes twinkling with happiness. I know you do, my love, he said, his hand resting on my stomach. And we will. We'll have a family together, and we'll raise our children in a world full of love and warmth. I love you, Sion, I whispered, my hand resting on top of his. I love you too, my Luna, he replied, his lips brushing against mine. His lips curled up wickedly as he swiftly tossed me over his shoulder. Right now, though, I'm hungry. he said in a low growl as he turned and began to run with me up the stairs. Sion, I laughed as he raced with me down the hall. Sion, I heard Dimitri yell, and Sion growled in annoyance, stopping at the stairs that lead up to our floor. What is it, Dimitri? I asked, smiling at Sion's soured expression. It is a messenger fairy. I rolled from his shoulder, and Sion gently eased me back to the ground. Dimitri held a letter in his hands, and I took it from him. What is it? Dimitri asked as Sion and I scanned over the contents. It is from the Alpha King Wyatt. He is requesting our presence in the Diamond Pack. We are to go to the Shriek Woods with his son, Prince Aiden, Sion said with a scowl and then looked down at me. On to the next adventure. I laughed and he shook his head smiling before lifting me over his shoulder again. The next adventure, he said, jogging with me up the stairs as I giggled. But after breakfast, I'm starving. He sat me down gently on the bed and his lips captured mine, proving to me just how much he was starving for breakfast. Note, we have another adventure ahead, but that is another story. See you in Lichen Princess Book 6 of the Luniverse, Dr. Hap Luna series found at the end of Taming Her Beastly Mate. Clover and Sion will be seen starting in Chapter 26. Scroll to the end of Taming and look for the chapters that start with Lichen Princess. Thank you so much for reading my story. Please let me know your thoughts. How did you like it? Was this your first book by me? If not, do you prefer my first POV or third? Stay in the loop by joining my group JM Snap, Snappers Society on Fact 3 Hag. Until the next adventure,